A storm is brewing.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second.
1 second.
Move!
Oh my god.
Bishop
Bishop
G3.
What a tactic.
This is insane. Oh, look at Fabi exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
27 mate! You
can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Didn't last long because we have yet another epic match for you today, less than 24 hours after the previous one concluded.
That's the beauty of the SCC. It all happens fast, and there is a lot at stake in each and every match. This may be the fourth and last quarterfinal here in the 2022 SCC, but there is a lot of prize money to be won. The total pot is $100,000, but here in the quarterfinals, the winner takes $4,000 plus a split of an additional $4,000 based on win percentage, and of course, perhaps most importantly to these hungry players, veterans of the SCC, they move on to the semifinals where Magnus Carlsen awaits. Danya, he spoke yesterday about this matchup. He said that, well, he wants some revenge against Maxime, and he said that Wesley hasn't been playing his best, perhaps.
Magnus is absolutely a man on a mission. Let's be clear about one thing. If Magnus plays the way he did yesterday, not Wesley So, not Daenerys Targaryen, not God himself will be able to stop him from advancing and winning the finals of the SCC. So the other players are basically hoping that he doesn't display the same form. And Wesley So is one of those players who definitely has a shot against Magnus when he's playing, let's say with his standard form. When Wesley is unstoppable, he's reminiscent of the Magnus that we saw yesterday. We saw that kind of Wesley at the CGC.
Right, Wesley is the first Chess.com Global Championship, but the winner of this match faces off against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen, so dominant yesterday, 22-4. He didn't lose a single game against his former challenger for the World Chess Championship title in Fabiano Caruana. So, Danya, this bracket, it's down to 5 players remaining. The 3 who are already entrenched in the semifinals, and then 1 player from today's match. Will it be Wesley? Will it be Maxime? Will work their way through to play the semifinal matchup against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I don't know what movie scene or video game scene this reminds me of, but Magnus Carlsen kind of waiting in the shadows. So you got to defeat one boss, and then you've got another boss. But right now, MVL and So obviously focused on trying to beat each other. But this bracket is just amazing. I mean, literally every one of these matches has had its unique character, its unique pathway, the unique narrative of the match. It's been amazing to cover the SCC thus far. And hey, we got more good stuff coming your way very shortly.
We certainly do. And Wesley and Maxime, they ventured into the quarterfinals through different opponents. But now that we're here, it is 2 players who are very familiar with each other. Wesley has a lifetime lead against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But Danya, sometimes the past is the past and the future holds a different story. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the World Blitz champion, the reigning one.
Which, for some reason, people often forget. I mean, MVL isn't usually featured in the same conversation of Blitz legends, and yet he is a Blitz legend, and he always has been. And it's not even surprising when you think about his playing style in Classical that he's amazing at Blitz. I mean, the guy plays fast. He's incredibly booked up in the opening, so he's got all of the Classical characteristics of a Blitz legend. He should be featured on the same pedestal that we put Wesley So. But with that being said, Wesley did win their last SCC meeting in 2019. It was an incredibly close affair, though, as you can see.
And Wesley, so, perennial finalist in this format when Magnus Carlsen is not competing. In fact, Wesley's only ever lost to Magnus or Hikaru in this event. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he did in fact beat Magnus Carlsen a few years back. So that is something we'll keep in mind. And we should remind everybody of the format, because I know a day isn't that long of a period of time in between matches, but some people forget that this is a 16-player knockout. The players play in 3 different time controls, and if it's a tie, when the timer finally runs out, we get 4 games of bullet chess, 1 minute plus 1 second increment, and if that is still tied, we get to Armageddon with bidding, everyone's favorite time control, where it all is on the line. The excitement is palpable. But Danya, I think the players, they would like to knock each other out in regulation today.
They would indeed, and it's an amazing time control. It's super elegant. 90, 60, 30. It's easy to remember, and it features lots of different types of chess. And really, the match can be decided in any one of the 3 time controls, which I think is really encapsulates what a format should be. An amazing performance in any one of these segments can give you the push that you need to get the decisive lead, but you cannot relax in the other segments. Conversely, you can also mount a comeback in any of these segments, including the bullet segment, and that's been really the sub-narrative, Robert, of the SCC thus far. How many bullet comebacks have we seen? 2 points down, 3 points down, and we've seen all sorts of players really shine through in the bullet when we didn't really expect them to. But in this case, we expect both players to shine in the bullet, that's for sure.
That is for sure. And neither of these players needed to worry about the bullet because they were well ahead in their matches. They separated themselves from their first round opponents. We are now in the last quarterfinal matchup. And well, Smarter Chess predictions. This is always a good time for us, Danya. We love to call out Smarter Chess, but in this one, he has Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the 11th seed, as a 64% favorite. Win probability much higher than his opponent Wesley So, and a slight favorite in the shorter time controls is MVL, according to Smarter Chess.
This might be the first Smarter Chess prediction that I'm genuinely surprised by. The others I've had to begrudgingly admit I would have probably put a similar percentage, but 64% for MVL, given Wesley So's recent form and given his consistency and stability, that's an incredibly bold prediction, Smarter Chess. So this is one that might not age very well, but it's interesting that he thinks there's going to be a tie in the 5+1, and the bullet is really going to be where MVL pulls through. I mean, the bullet is always a total wild card, though, Robert, that we know.
Yeah, that one is up for grabs, but the community also got involved, right? It's not just Smarter Chess making predictions. The community actually said that Wesley So is a 70% favorite. So you're at odds with Smarter Chess just like we typically are, but it's interesting to note that many more people pick Wesley So. Perhaps it's because of the seeding, perhaps it's because of his recent win, and a magnificent win that was at the Global Championship. But either way, heavy favorite is Wesley, according to the people who filled out brackets.
Yeah, and thank you to everybody who did fill out a bracket. This is like the scene in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I don't know if Chad is still familiar with that game. I used to watch it very regularly, but you'd use the Ask the Audience help, and the audience would shout, the answer is D. Then you'd call a friend, and the friend would say, I'm 100% sure the answer is B. So you don't know which one to go for, the community prediction or Smarter Chess. I'm going to withhold as the unbiased commentator. We'll see. There's only one way to find out.
There is indeed. And I'm also interested to note that not many people predicted this matchup, and I believe that's because Maxime was the 11th seed. Jan Nepomniachtchi was the higher seed, the 6th seed in that matchup. So probably people picked Jan based on his recent successes in the Rapid Chess Championship. Of course, he is the challenger to the World Chess Championship of play against Ding Liren. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi kind of winning events left and right, so I understand that, but not many people remembering Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has taken a bit of a hiatus, it has felt like, but he is the reigning World Blitz champion, and he has defeated Magnus Carlsen in this format. So I believe, Danya, that Maxime is a bit underestimated by the people, but maybe perhaps a little bit overestimated by Smarter Chess.
Yeah, I think I mean, personally, I would say this is an absolute 50-50 match. This can go either way, and you can make a strong case for the player who's got better form in this match to win. But MVL's hiatus has lasted in maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years. Really, since the start of COVID, he didn't participate as much in those online events. And I think for that reason, he was kind of thrown under the bus by a lot of players. I mean, 2 years is not that long of a time. You don't forget how the pieces move in that amount of time as we see MVL there. Nice, cozy little office. I don't know where he went, but I'm not going to speculate on that. Probably to get snacks, because that's generally what he's munching on all throughout the match.
He really is, and he does have a winning record throughout the SCC. I mean, this is his 6th appearance, his 8 match wins, 6 losses, and he is the reigning World Blitz chess champion, as we have noted. So experience does pay off, but for Maxime, he's facing off another veteran of this event. That's not going to be easy. And we just saw Maxime in his room. We're getting word that there's a heavy snowstorm in Wesley So's area. So he had to rent out a room in the local library. Hopefully the internet is stable there. And of course, all of Wesley's fans, he has so many of them, especially after his win at the CGC, where he was so humble and grateful for everybody, all the staff members who he said propelled him to victory. But Wesley there in the local library, hopefully he has good internet connection.
Yeah, libraries generally do have good internet connection, some of the most stable of any public institution in my experience. But anything can happen in a snowstorm. What a big surprise, a snowstorm in Minnesota, Robert. I mean, who would have thought in December? I think it's time to move to, Charlotte or New York. I'm enjoying my 55-degree day here.
Well, considering I'm not even in New York right now, I think people will see a familiar background behind me.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of recognize that with this anonymous individual who commented with yesterday. I already forgot his name. He wasn't very memorable. It was honestly kind of bad commentary, to be totally honest. So,
oof. Well, I'll make sure to pass on that message, considering I'm staying with that very lad. But here we see that there are 2 players who are locked in. Will Maxime be able to replicate some of his former success, like when he defeated Magnus Carlsen 2 years ago and made it to the final? Will Wesley So make it through? And he has only lost to Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. So that is interesting to note. Will Maxime be that surprise? And we just keep talking about Magnus Carlsen. I, as a spectator, cannot get over what I witnessed yesterday. You had the call. You were busy working hard. I was just chilling, legs up, saying, how is Magnus Carlsen doing this? So, Donna, you had that call. Now that a day has gone by, I mean, what kind of explanations can you possibly have? What insights do you feel you've gleaned? How are you feeling now that some time has passed between that demolition and today?
And the thing with these kinds of performances that we saw yesterday, and you can draw parallels really to any sport. There have been performances like this across basketball, football. So whatever sport you want to name, you can name an equivalent performance like that. And when it's going on, you don't believe until the very last second that it's actually going to happen. At first, you don't really believe it's going to be a blowout, right? It's just a matter of time before Caruana starts coming back. Then when they reach the bullet, you don't believe that he's going to go lossless. I mean, who would go 30 minutes of bullet against Caruana without a single loss? When there's 5 minutes left in the match, you're like, okay, Fabi is going to win one of the last 2 games. He's going to win the last game. And then when he doesn't, everybody just kind of emits a breath, and it's a crazy feeling. It was one of the greatest performances in terms of level of play. Robert, it was definitely probably top 3 blitz performances of all time. I mean, I'm sure the measurements can be made, but I think his level of play was comparable to that of probably a classical grandmaster in that match, which is absurd.
Yeah, no, that is a really well-stated rationale there. And I feel like as a spectator, I just felt the power of Magnus Carlsen, because we all remember their world championship match between Magnus and Fabi. It was neck and neck. They were locked. They could not separate over the 12 classical games. Then Magnus was able to win in the shorter time controls. But these are longtime foes. And then you could say, what rivalry, right? That's what Magnus Carlsen, he was putting his foot down on that, saying, this isn't a rivalry. I am the dominant force in the chess world. It doesn't matter if I have this fancy world championship title to my name. I am still the best player, the #1 rated player in the world, and I am going to show off my might here in the SCC. And, well, 2 players who would like to take down Magnus in the near future, Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they're set up. They're about ready to start their first game. We have some random blitz game finish on the screen in front of you. And chat got involved. They predicted Maxime to be the winner of the 5+1 segment. It's a close kind of prediction there, 53-47. Danya, do you see Maxime as the favorite slightly in the longest time control, or do you disagree with chat?
I don't really agree with chat. I think all 3 time controls are complete 50-50. Like, it's honestly the player who has the better form is going to win this match. And I mean, Wesley has been so sharp in the opening. When he plays an Italian with white, I mean, I don't think anybody's the favorite against him. Now, obviously, MVL is not an e5 player. And that's actually something new because the last 3 or 4 opponents that Wesley has faced in the CGC and the SCC, I feel like he's gotten a whole lot of e4, e5. So big question, how is Wesley going to adapt to MVL's opening repertoire? Well, let's find out because the games have kicked off.
And you asked, and Maxime answered with a Sicilian. So
go.
no e4, e5 business here. Danya, we're getting a Najdorf with knight to g4. Will Wesley, bishop c1. I was going to say, will he play bishop g5? There it is. He's just teasing his opponent a little bit. Yeah, maybe you think we're going to make a repetition, but not so fast. So Danya, what do you make of this opening?
Yeah, this knight g4 line has been around for a while. It's been around since really the 90s and the age of Garry Kasparov, and it's had some ups and downs. It's really overshadowed in popularity, Robert, by e5 and e6. And MVL is really, to my knowledge, one of the only top grandmasters who still plays it, which is always exciting. You're kind of sinking down with the ship. But obviously, it's a really as good of a line as any other Najdorf variation, but it leads to some very unique structures. You don't get a pawn on g5 like this in the Najdorf in any other line.
Yeah, and look at this. h4 played by Wesley. So striking at the pawn on g5 that is overextended. You'd prefer not to have your king side in shambles, but already it's an open position in front of the black king side. So will that king on e8, Danya, stay in the center? Will it venture on over to g8 and castle? That looks very dangerous. So I believe that Maxime will keep that king in the center for the time being. And speaking of time, Wesley well ahead on the clock in game 1 here.
I already don't love Maxime's position here. I mean, what does he have to show for the damage that Wesley just inflicted on the king side? And it's long-term damage. MVL's got to whip up some queenside counterplay, which he's trying to do, but the eval bar is having none of it. Maybe just knight d4, and the f5 square looks pretty juicy as well.
Love that. And there's almost a tactic here, Danya. Knight takes a5, queen takes a5, bishop takes e7. Something like that. I mean, that could almost win the game for white if we can show that variation. The problem is that in that sequence, black has an intermezzo with bishop takes c3 very importantly, because otherwise there'd be knight d5 check after the king took on e7.
Very good point. Knight d5 picks up the queen on a5, but bishop takes c3, grabs the knight off the board, and now you take the bishop, and there's nothing to show for it. And knight d4 is indeed on the board. Good point there. Looks good for white.
Yeah, good point there. Good suggestion by you. Knight d4 attacking the bishop. Black was trying to lay claim to the c4 square, but now the bishop has to move, and you can't play bishop c4 or anything like that because the knight goes to f5 as you're mentioning. So instead, Maxime plays queen b6, and he's just aiming at the knight on d4 and the pawn on b2. Both can be taken care at once with the move castle queenside, getting the king to defend b2 and the rook to defend d4.
Yeah, and it's important to point out the bishop defends f2, so there's no shenanigans with a fork. White could actually play f3 later on to chase this knight away, but you don't always actually want to do that because the knight, sometimes on its own volition, drops back to e5, and of course that threatens the very nasty knight c4. That'll be a double attack on the queen and on the b2 pawn.
Well, you mentioned Garry Kasparov earlier, and I'm looking at this position saying, where's that sack on c3?
Yeah.
Where's the explosive tactics on the queen side over here? Garry Kasparov loved himself a good attack with the Sicilian. And here, everything seems to be defended. That's the good news for Wesley. And I was just mentioning how he was up quite a bit on time. Now he's actually down on the clock, trying to work his way through the maze of complications.
Yeah, and a maze it is, just because visually it looks like black's pieces are a lot more active. Apparently the move knight d5 here is very strong, just laughing in the face of danger. He played rook c8 to control the c-file. Here, I'll give you the c-file. You don't have anything going on the c-file. And after knight d5, if black trades, Robert, again, the light squares are really, really hurting black. And of course, the open e-file can also be used for white to generate an attack on black's king that's stuck in the center.
Bishop on e6 is doing the heavy lifting here, covering both d5 and f5 as you're indicating. And so that's why it remains on e6. If knight takes e6, f takes e6, I know we often don't love the sight of double pawns, but that pawn on e6 would actually cover key squares. And look at Wesley go. He plays f4, Danya. He may strike with f5 at some point, but at the very least, he's expanding, covering important central squares. You mentioned the knight on g4 often wants to venture back to e5. Now that is no longer on the table.
Yeah, the complexity of the position just keeps rising, and I think it's really reached a zenith where black has to figure something out on the queen side. He's made all of the low-hanging fruit kind of moves, right? Rook c8, queen b6. Now he plays knight c4, continues to intensify the pressure. The knight has to move from d4. Is it going to drop back to e2 to connect with the other knight? Or are you going to go knight b3? Or is there another move that comes to mind, like e5?
Wow, I think e5 ripping open the d file is important here, because if black takes that pawn on e5, that is not going to be a nice outcome. Instead,
Ooh.
Wesley says, let me play knight c to e2. The eval bar does not hate it, so it is a very strong retreating move, and really it's a rerouting of pieces. The knight on c3 often looks good, it feels impressive, but the knight sometimes wants to venture on over to the king side and inflict some problems on that exposed black side of the board.
Yeah, it's amazing that visually it looks like black's got such a strong attack on the queen side, but there's so little to show for it. And it's not like black's position is collapsing imminently, Robert, but it's more that there are these cagey ideas like queen d3, queen g3, and you're going to start harassing the knight, and you're going to start pressuring the rook. And if you just play the move queen d3, you're already threatening to push the pawn down to f5. So the clock is ticking here for MVL, literally and figuratively, on the queen side.
It is indeed. I mean, you need to get that rook on h8 over to c8 ASAP, but that would require you to castle into danger. So that black king, it's not going over to g8 anytime soon, I don't think, at least. And as soon as I said that, he goes right forward, but look at the evaluation bar. It says, I hate that move. e7 is hanging. You're pointing to the pawn push to f5. So he wants to bring more firepower into the attack. And now this d5 square will be white's as well. So if you can reroute a knight over there, that would be great. But in the meantime, e7 is dropping. White can play f5 to f6 afterwards as well to go after the h6 pawn, which will be loose.
I'm going to show this on the analysis board. This is a cool line, and they might follow this line. I don't see an alternative, but after bishop d7, you grab the pawn on e7, not because you want to win a pawn, right? That's never the motivation in these types of positions, but in order to pave the way for the pawn to reach f6. I guess the engine, not a big fan of this move, maybe just due to knight takes f6, and the bloodthirsty, power-hungry engine just wants to play b3 and say, again, laughing in the face of danger, get off me. And after rook c7, just a calm move, Robert, like queen f4, and you talked about heavy lifting. This knight on d4 is a monster. It's restraining four of black's pieces. All of them are aiming at that knight directly or indirectly, and they can't do anything.
That's actually incredible, but what's also incredible is what's happening in the game continuation, because after the move f5, Maxime says, sorry, you want to take my bishop? Well, I'm going to go after the c2 pawn somehow, but is it working here? After f takes e6, what does black have? So is it rook takes c2 check? Oh my goodness.
Knight c2, queen b2 is mate, so white would have to give away the queen. Wesley says, I want none of it.
Wesley is the calmest player on the planet. It's really ridiculous. Believe that. I've said it so many times, where he just plays the position. He's not frazzled by the thought of an attack. But now let's take stock of the position. Right now, a rook has been given up for that knight in the center. And so what black has is a bishop, a light square bishop for a rook. Now, whose king is safer? The white king looking a bit vulnerable at the moment, where a rook is staring down the c-file, the queen on b6, a bishop on a2, not threatening anything just yet. But that black king on g8, with that rook staring down on h1 and the queen lined up towards the h6 pawn, I feel like, as you're highlighting, with f6, knight f5, and all these types of moves, it's the black king that's ultimately going to fall victim to an attack.
Yeah, I don't see a single follow-up here for MVL, so much so that I would just consider playing f6 here. Oh. Knight takes b3 is a little iffy, yeah.
No, f6 is beautiful geometry. After bishop d1, queen d1, you have to play knight f6, and the rook on c8, LPDO, Danya, LPDO.
My favorite acronym, loose pieces drop off. Unbelievable. Bishop d1, queen d1, knight f6. You grab the knight and then stick the queen on g4, forking the king and the rook you thought would be completely uninvolved in any tactic. MVL forced to capture immediately.
Okay, but now the h6 pawn is a gunner. Can you just take on f6 and take on h6?
Absolutely. Bishop f6 and rook h6 just looks devastating.
Yeah, the material count isn't even that important here. It's more so that the black king is under heavy fire. And look what's happening. He goes queen takes h6 instead. That looks perfectly good, because you are threatening all sorts of queen h7.
Oh my
things
gosh.
like that. And as
more geometry there. That's amazing.
Show that. You should definitely show that on the analysis board.
So if bishop d4, then rook d4, is that a blunder? We missed queen takes d4. No, he saw it. You check on h7. You check on h8. Why are you trading queens when you're attacking? Well, guess what? After rook takes h8 check, that skewers the rook on c8. Robert, the poor rook on c8 getting victimized in every one of these lines. Just seamless calculation by Wesley, and MVL with a sad move, queen d8. And at this point, you're administering the last rites.
Yeah, queen h8 is checkmate. You sacrifice the queen, replace it with the rook, and the knight in f5 does the rest of the job, covering e7 and g7 escape squares. But this game has been all about, as Wesley So takes a 1-point lead, loose pieces dropping off. That rook on c8 was loose. Great recognition from Wesley So, and a great start to this last quarterfinal here in the 2022 Speed Chess Championship.
Yeah, one could even say a flawless game. Shades of Magnus Carlsen there. So I think the internet in the local library is just fine. And their opening in the second game is not.
We do see the Berlin. If James Canty is watching, he's rolling his eyes. He's saying, flexly so, what are you doing? But in all seriousness, this has been Maxime Vachier-Lagrav's most played opening. I remember that match against Hikaru Nakamura several years ago. All they played was the Berlin. Like, they were actually contributing to theory in that match. And here we see the knights traded on h4. So if we just break the board in half, like we love to do, white has an extra pawn from e through h, black has an extra pawn a through c, but that's the problem. A through c, not a through d. You have double pawns here. Double pawns are not great in endgames. Hard to create passed pawns with those.
Hey, why are the players making moves and stopping me from drawing my little circles and arrows? That's so rude. They should just pause the game. Wesley should take as long as it takes for me to finish drawing.
And look at Maxime. He's taking a moment to eat some food. He always is eating in the Speed Chess Championship, but he definitely has a buffet on tap, and he is going to need all the energy he can get from that food because he's down 1 point. And Danya, what do you make of this opening? What do you make of this kind of decision from Maxime to just go with his tried and true?
Well, I think it's admirable. It's admirable that he didn't go rook e1, which has been all the rage in the Berlin, and yet it seems like every single time white plays it, he gets absolutely nothing. It's the weirdest thing. But if Wesley continues to play the Berlin and MVL continues to not get anything, he might also switch to the Italian. So I'm going to make an early prediction that we actually might see some Italians from MVL in the future, because this position, Robert, already looks like Wesley's solved essentially all of his opening problems. He's got the bishop pair. I don't really know what to say about this position, but after king f7, black can nibble around the edges. I feel like Wesley's really comfortable here.
This reminds me of a game, I think it was in the Aronian match that we were covering against Andrekin, where black played h4 and rook h5 and goes after that f5 pawn. So that was an important move from Maxime. I see the eval bar doesn't love it, but the whole point is the pawn f5, it's kind of sticking out like a sore thumb, overextended. But if black ever plays h4 now, then white can play g4 to keep those pawns connected. But I do like this position for Wesley. I think the open king side will be beneficial for him. He could put his bishop on d6 at some point. He could try to bring his rook from a8 over to g8. And where's that knight going? It goes to c3. But even if it gets to e4, it's not threatening anything just yet.
No, and it doesn't have anything to grab onto. It's like you're climbing a wall and you just don't have any footholds for your knight, even if it sits nominally in the center. Of course, the one thing black has to be very careful about is not to play bishop b7 prematurely or at all, because the rook infiltrates to d7. Not the end of the world, but this is exactly how you give white a lot of activity.
And that was a great move. Rook to e8 by Wesley, threatening some things with that bishop on e7 because the bishop on e3 is loose. Now, bishop f4 seems to be a very natural move attacking c7, but let's not forget that pawn on f5 needs the rook's defense. So bishop f4 threatens a pawn, but loses sight of the pawn f5, and that's a pawn that Wesley would have grabbed in a hurry.
Yeah, it is. And once he grabbed that pawn, the floodgates really open and the light squared bishop activates. And it does seem like MVL kind of treading water right now, which is really what you do about 90% of the time in the Berlin. You just kind of wait for an opportunity to arise. But guess what, Robert? Bishop takes f5 is now perhaps the first tactical threat of the game.
Not to mention rook takes e3.
Oh.
Another tactical threat you have to watch out for because the king and rook will be on the same diagonal. So bishop f4 looks okay, but then bishop c5 check is available with f5 falling after that. So that's an important move to throw in for black. f5 cannot fall if Maxime hopes to claim any sort of chances for a win.
And yet another thing I'll point out, g4 might seem to solve all the problems, but with the king still on g1, black would have grabbed g4 and gone rook g8, and you actually had no way to defend the pawn. So amazingly, it looks visually like black's pawn structure is inferior on the king side, but you called it, this f5 pawn is a massive liability, which is why I think MVL might be preparing to push g4.
That's right, because he can back that g4 push with rook to g1. And Wesley plays bishop b7, kind of an amorphous move. You don't see exactly what the bishop is doing behind his pawn, but then you showed c5 is up next. But look at this, bishop f4, f5 is defended. Now if that bishop on d6 is off the board, the d file opens. That should be good for white. And this is what we were highlighting with the pawn structure. White essentially is up a pawn in endgames because the 3-on-2 majority on the king side, you can start pushing those pawns, whereas the extra pawn for black on the queen side is stuck in the mud, c7 and c6.
Yeah, the eval bar is super deceptive here. It might be equal with perfect play, but Wesley has to be very careful in these next 2 or 3 moves not to slip to just an inferior endgame. If he takes the bishop on f4, you could throw in an intermediate rook d7 check, get a pair of rooks off the board, and then recapture f4. And that's exactly what MVL is striving for. The fewer pieces, the more pronounced the weaknesses on the king side for black become, and the harder it becomes to put pressure on the f5 pawn. There we go, c5 by Wesley.
Right, because bishop takes d6 is met by bishop takes f3. The rook on f3 is loose right now. The rook can slide over to the e3 or d3 squares, but then after bishop takes f4, you have to take with a pawn, double and isolating your f-pawns. May not be the end of the world if you can control the open file, but I don't think you want that. And as you're pointing out, knight d5, it keeps everything nice and together, though it closes the d file.
And it walks into a pin, so that's actually a pretty terrifying move. I suppose you can support the knight with c4, but MVL says, I don't care about the pawn structure. Give me those doubled pawns, but give me the d file. And he's going to infiltrate the d7 square unless Wesley goes bishop c6, which he does.
And that's such an important move. Look at the bishop on c6. It covers d7. It restrains the knight from going to b5, which was a threat in the previous position. It also covers d5. If the knight goes there, you can trade if you want. So the bishop on c6 is the best piece on the board. And let's not forget the g2 square. If black can successfully put a rook on g8, then there's a threat of rook g2 check. So white needs to be very careful here. The pawns are ruined. The king is a bit exposed in f2. That's why he played knight d5, threatening c7, Danya, and covering the diagonal.
But this is clearly a sign that MVL is now on the defensive, because at a minimum, Wesley could just grab the knight and play rook e7, but he wants more than that. He goes rook e4. What an ambitious move. But wait a second, Robert. Does that work out tactically? Knight takes c7. What exactly does he want in response? Because there could be some exchange stacks potentially.
I was thinking the same thing, and there's no rook takes f4 check intermezzo, because then the king slides up to g3, attacking that rook on f4, right? So knight c7 attacks the rook on a8, and if you take on f4, your second rook will be loose there. So it's actually, I think, an oversight potentially by Wesley.
Well, I think he missed knight e6. I think he sees knight takes c7, but he thinks, oh, after rook c8, the pawn's hanging, the knight's hanging, the knight can return to e6, which is the best square on the board. I mean, white wouldn't have dreamed of getting a knight to a square like that. The rook on e4 is stranded. The exchange sack becomes a lot more of a reality with the rook from e4 cut off from the e7 square. Definitely an oversight by Wesley, and a big one at that.
Yeah, kind of strange. We don't expect Wesley to make that kind of mistake. He goes rook to g8, so that bishop on c6 is very powerful. And look at Wesley, so cool, so calm. King to e7, and now you really have to watch out for rook g2 check. Maybe not immediately, but sometimes you can sacrifice a rook on the square to drag the king onto a diagonal for a discovery, but also rook takes e6, exchange sacrifice of his own, followed by rook g2 check. That's also in the cards potentially.
And we so take for granted, no pun intended, the way that Wesley recovers from a blunder or an oversight, where so many people, you have the common phrase, one mistake follows another, blunders occur in pairs, whatever cliche you want to put forth in this case. Wesley really bucks the trend. He manages to make the most out of the situation after an unfortunate blunder. But the thing is, MVL doesn't need a wide margin to punish you. And this is looking real iffy as the king moves up to f3, Robert. The rook is attacked. Where's it going to go?
As you pointed out, cut off from the rest of the pieces. You would love to be able to bring that rook back on the e-file, but no can do. So is it going to a4? He goes c4, but that's a losing mistake.
And what if white plays c3, trying to arrest the rook? Or is there something like knight c7 here with perhaps a mating attack against the king?
Oh my gosh. You're also clearing the e6 square.
Oh, and knight d5 too. Oh no,
knight
potentially.
d5 as well. Everything is in the air there, and knight c7 played. So I think Wesley missed knight c7 2 different times in this game. First giving up the pawn, now the knight going back, and with rook e6 check, the bishop on b5 hanging. Just a simple move c3, as you mentioned, to try to trap that rook on c4. I feel like Wesley down a pawn and without really a threat of his own.
Yeah, and I sung his praises there, but he really did make 2 blunders virtually in a row. First blundering c7, and then shifting his rook to the wrong square. Maybe rook e2 would have enabled him to stay alive. And now I just think rook e6 and then stacking the rooks on the 6th rank, that looks pretty juicy. Once f6 falls, not only are you down a bunch of pawns, but you're also getting checkmated there.
Yeah, that's just over. I mean, you win the f6 pawn by force. The king on f3, there are no checks against it. It's very important. If that black pawn were on h4, we'd be telling a different tale right now. But the king on f3 is the much safer of the two kings, and this looks very straightforward. Maxime doing the right thing, though. He does have plenty of time to convert this advantage. He's trying to be precise, because you make one inaccuracy, then Wesley's right back in the game.
Yeah, and you should leave yourself with something like 10 seconds here. Just to take care of the logistics. He decides on knight to d5, which is essentially the same thing. Rook takes f6, and then the rook slides over to g1, and there's going to be some sort of mating construction. There is no way the black is surviving this.
No. And Wesley down under 20 seconds himself. Takes in c2. The rook on d1 is hanging, so be careful with that. What do you spot, Danya?
King g7, rook g1, king h7, rook f7, and knight f6. You can actually sack the rook on g1, but Wesley goes the other way, so it's a moot point.
Okay, and the eval bar sky high right now, so there must be something that causes black to lose material. There could be a knight e3 at any moment, but the bishop goes to e4 with check, so instead he goes up to e7.
Still dodging and bucking and hiding, but now the f-pawn just promotes, and you can't go bishop g6 because of the fork again on what square? e7.
So great geometrical awareness from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He has a degree, an advanced degree in math, so no surprise there. He wins game 2. Now it's 1-1.
That was a great game by MVL. Just the way that he punished Wesley's blunder. He was patient out of the opening, but still definitely uncharacteristic by Wesley to give up a pawn like that. But if you're MVL, you just have to exploit every single one of these opportunities. You're not going to get a lot of them.
And Maxime goes back to the Sicilian. And something that needs to be talked about is Maxime wrote on his blog about how he has changed his trainer. So with a new team that is working with him on chess, perhaps that means new openings. That was one of the major criticisms of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, is that he was too predictable, always playing the same exact variations. You're playing Maxime, you're getting a Berlin, you're getting a Grunfeld, you're getting his Sicilians, his beloved Najdorfs, but now we're seeing him play knight c6 on move 2, a la Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match against Fabiano Caruana. It became all the rage, and so we see him diversifying, and I think that will benefit him as a player.
I certainly think it will, and there was a very painful tournament MVL competed in. I think it was Tata Steele, forget which year, 2018, 19. He played, I think, the Najdorf 3 times in a row and lost 3 games in a row. He lost a game, I remember, to Van Forest. I think he lost to Caruana, and everybody was playing bishop g5, f4, and prepping the heck out of him. And it was really just a sign that you really can't survive in this day and age with just one opening. You could do it in 1970 very successfully. You could even do it in 2005, but you really can't do it in 2022. You need a little bit of diversity, no matter how well you know your main opening.
Very true. And look at this position, by the way. We have talked about the Najdorf's open positions from game 1. Here it's very close. We had a Rossalimo. There's this no pawn tension in the center until just now. f7 to f6. Ben Feingold, he may be rolling his eyes and saying, what are you doing? But it's trying to crack open the center. The rook on f8 will improve. The bishop on g7 will improve. And as you're just pointing out, the knight now has an escape square because f3 threatened to trap it. Yeah,
that's a Swiss Army knife kind of move. Accomplishes a lot of different things, but the immediate threat was indeed f3.
And so we see a simple capture on f6. And now is a big question. Which piece do you take? He takes the pawn, isolating his own d-pawn, but taking away important squares. And there it is. f6 covers e5, b6 covers c5. That knight on d3, it looks very good, but it's covered by the enemy pawns.
Yeah, it's kind of like that knight in the Berlin endgame. It just doesn't have a lot of footholds in the center. You could go knight f4, but that seems like a paper tiger after bishop f7. Looks like MVL has not only solved all of his opening problems, I would say that he's posed some problems to white as well.
Yes, because if that knight goes back to d6, which it can right now, in it goes to f5 or c4 with greater effect. So Wesley has completed his minor piece development, but he's also compromised some of his squares. The dark squares on the king side, the c4 square is blacks for the taking, as we've been discussing. But where from there? That's the big question. It can be a symbolic advantage, an aesthetically pleasing position, but now you have to go into the next gear and actually create concrete threats.
Yeah, and he continues to make one-move threats. There's bishop h6, asking the rook a polite or not so polite question. Where are you going to go? Rook c2 does close off the queen, and I think it's important to keep a pathway back to safety for the queen. But MVL continues to deploy his pieces one after the other, and the pressure continues to intensify.
And just the awkward placement of White's pieces, right? This rook is now in e2. You want to double, that's clear. But the knight in d3, it's not really doing all that much and has nowhere to go. And look at Maxime. The calm move, bishop f7. I know your threat is rook to e1, so I'm anticipating that, and now I'm getting my bishop out of the way so I don't have to move at the next turn. But what's his plan here, Don? Is he going to trade rooks? Who does that benefit?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. And generally, it benefits the side that lacks space, that lacks activity, but the situation might be subtly different here. I think if all four rooks disappeared, black would still be slightly better, no question about it, and MVL has the same opinion.
So what you're telling me, Danya, is that a bishop pair is a good thing, just to be clear.
I believe I am. Caught guilty. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You got me.
Not only does black have the bishop pair, though, in all seriousness, the bishop on h6, is so much better than the bishop on f2, right? The bishop on h6 slicing across the whole diagonal, the bishop on f2 staring into its own pawn. So look at Wesley playing moves like a4. What's the threat? There is none. Maybe trying to give himself the b5 square. I feel like black has ideas in the future. White's at a point where you're just making moves for now.
Yeah, a4, not really a move that carries an idea. It's just trying to pass the turn, but not easy for MVL also to figure out a way to intensify the pressure. As Tara said, good positions don't win games, good pieces don't win games, good moves win games. Where is that additional gear that MVL needs to jump into here in order to actually cause cracks in White's position? Is it queen f5? Is it something more creative? What comes to mind?
Well, what comes to mind is there's always some knight takes b2 tactics for black, because the knight on c3 can be a bit loose. I was not expecting the move a5, that's for sure. But what I was thinking about is if White ever played the move queen b5, try to take with that a pawn, then knight takes b2 tactics were there. So instead of allowing anything funny on the queen side, Maxime plays a5. That creates a weakness on b6, but it's, I think, a weakness in terms of looks, but it's hard to get to.
And queen b5 has been played, but he recaptures with the knight. Now there's no more knight takes b2 tactics. Where to from here if you're MVL?
I think a5 to a6. Let's push that pawn back,
yeah, exactly.
attack the knight, kick it away. But there's Wesley taking advantage, in a sense, of that pawn push. It can't go backwards. And now White can play b3 and knight to d6 at some point. So I don't really love the idea of b3, just because that pawn can actually be targeted with knight to d2. But if it allows a fork to happen, then it would be worth it. And whoa, where's that bishop? What's it doing?
Well, it forces the rook trade. I was going to point this move out. I think he wants bishop takes e8, rook takes e8, bishop takes e8, and then maybe you can snap the knight off the board. But that doesn't necessarily solve all of your problems. There's some crazy tactics, Robert, with a knight takes b2 move. After bishop takes e8, if White goes rook e6, maybe you can actually take on b5 and take on b2 using the back rank check to justify this. Wow. So White, I think, has to stay on the first rank.
That's such a good point. It's very instructive, actually. So we can try to pull up an analysis board and show that, because if the rook slides up the board, then the back rank problems are real, as you just showed.
Yeah, rook e6. First you take the knight, then you take the pawn. Now, earlier, the point of this move was that there was a hanging piece. But here, after knight takes b2, you throw in the check on c1. You force White to give the bishop away. Amazingly, this is not the end of the story, because bishop takes e1, there's knight d3. But you get the point. This seems too scary. And Wesley agrees. He's played rook to d1.
And another reason he wants to keep the rook on the first rank is in the event of bishop takes b5, a takes b5, black will play pawn to a4, and then there will be, again, knight takes b2 sacrifices with a running a pawn. So that's something that Wesley needs to keep a close eye on. He also needs to keep an eye on Maxime's clock, because Maxime is down about a minute, so that's not the best news for the Frenchman with 3 names, but his position does remain very strong with the b5 pawn, as you have highlighted here. That's going to be a target after knight d6.
Just debilitating weaknesses on the b file. Both of these pawns are sitting ducks. You pointed out knight d6. The knight can't move away from d3. Actually, knight d6 might be a massive threat, because if you lose a pawn, I think it's safe to say that at that point, with a 2-on-1 and more active pieces, black's going to have a technically winning position. So Wesley trying to prevent it at all costs, but now he's allowed a check on e3. This is looking real bad.
Yeah, bishop e3 check, bishop f2 will likely be forced there, and you can swap pieces, and knight takes b2. There it is.
Amazing. There was a back rank idea, then there's a second rank idea, and Wesley just resigns because he's going to lose a second pawn after all is said and done.
He was going to lose a second pawn, and now he's lost a second game in a row. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman with 3 names, he jumps to a 1-point lead. And of course, we go back to the beloved Berlin, and it's a bit different this time. Not the queen trade variation, but instead the position where white rook e2. I love this move because b6 is what black plays, and then rook e1 is the follow-up, because the whole point is black wants the structure with the d7 pawn on d5, which is why rook e2 is actually okay. It looks odd. Your bishop on f1 is stuck at home, but you're eventually going to double pieces on the e-file.
Yeah, this is typical Grandmaster chess in 2022. If this move had been played in 1970, it would have been a mouse slip or a hand slip. I forgot to drag the rook all the way to e1, but now these kinds of moves are standard fare, provoking a weakness, putting a rook or putting a piece on a seemingly awkward square for very subtle reasons. All of that is kind of a hallmark of Super Grandmaster chess in this day and age. But what is white going to do now? Is he going to go knight c3, knight e4? Is he going to push the pawn up to c4? I really don't understand these positions very much.
Yeah, oftentimes white plays c3 to take away the d4 square from black's pieces, and then brings a knight into the e4 square. And just one more note about this rook e2 move. It was played by Magnus Carlsen in his World Chess Championship match in 2016 against Karyakin. And at the moment he played rook e2, I remember being like, is Maxime working with him? Because Maxime actually had a game in that variation. And I immediately messaged Maxime. I'm like, hey, off the record, because I know this kind of stuff is personal. What's up with this? And he was very coy in his response. So it was later known that Maxime did work with Magnus some for that match. But here, it's years later, and the point still remains the same. White has more space. The pawn on d5 restricts the black bishop on c8 in particular, and in comes this knight to e4 after the move c3 was played, taking away the d4 square.
Yeah, 2016, you mentioned, were there airplanes then? That around the time Joan of Arc was burned at the stake? Completely different era. But it's awesome that this rook e1 line has really persisted across now, well over half a decade. So it's withstood the test of time. And white's position is just generally a little bit more pleasant in these types of situations as Wesley tries to disrupt the center with a very committal c7, c6 pawn move.
Yeah, that's thematic, but it's difficult to play. And I'm pretty sure I've had this exact position as black and several times, and I always lose because this pawn on d6 is a long-term weakness. If you ever take on d5, white simply can take back. Then the pawn on b7 is hanging because there's a queen on d5. The pawn structure just remains superior for white. So that's an issue. And after f4 here, you see that the bishop on e5 has to go back to f6. You could take the bishop pair, Danya, but that's not the end of the story because the bishop on c1, it doesn't yet have the best home.
And white's king is not the happiest. Once you push f4, you create weaknesses, long-term weaknesses on the a7, g1 diagonal. So both sides have their pluses and minuses here. White has the bishop pair. White has a good pawn on d5, but his pieces are still pretty undeveloped, and he's got some long-term kingside weaknesses. I'd estimate the position as being approximately equal.
Yeah, and it's one of those positions with dynamic equality, right? Yeah. It's not just locked up, both sides of the same pieces. It's that black can go after this white king, as you mentioned. It's a bit exposed. And look at the rook on a1, not attached to the rook on e1. So at some point, rook e8 might just try to trade off rooks and get the second rook to the e5. But look at Maxime going right after the b7 pawn. Danya, is it, as you like to say, a paper tiger, or is that pawn really threatened? And that thus Wesley has to react.
Oh, it's annoying. It's really annoying. Queen takes b7 is most definitely actually a threat. If you take that pawn, the whole queen side collapses. And you don't just want to carelessly play b6. Maybe you will play b6, but you then have to reckon with d takes c6, and you have to take back with the bishop. This d6 pawn, as a result, is going to be a bit of a liability. He goes for it, so it's a calculated decision, but I would imagine that MVL is going to take on c6 here, although allowing that light squared bishop, Robert, to get onto the long diagonal is itself also a concession. So such a positionally difficult situation to handle because every move seems to have a lot of pluses and minuses.
Major consequences abound. And as you're saying, dc6, bishop c6, knight h4 probably in the near future. Yeah. The white king would come under fire very quickly. And so he plays bishop d2, does Maxime. He's just saying, let me develop my pieces. If you take on d5, I take with my queen. And very importantly, that bishop on d7 doesn't get to the long diagonal, at least not yet. And thus keeping the white king on g1 safe. So rook e8 feels very natural to me from Wesley's perspective. You could consider playing the move c5, Danya. I know that seems a bit risky on the light squares, but if we can eventually trade light square bishops, the knight on f5 is just the dominant piece. The bishop on d2 has no future, and with a pawn on c5 keeping the pawn structure intact, files closed, the only open file is the e file, and black is ready to play rook e8 next.
Yeah, c5 very much abides by typical positional rules. When you're facing the bishop pair and you've got the knight, you want to close up the center. So c5 actually makes perfect sense to me. I was also thinking about c takes d5, queen takes d5, and then rook a to c8 in order to prepare bishop c6. But then white would deploy the light squared bishop himself and beat black to the punch. Knight to e7, that I was not expecting. Jeez.
Not at all. And I'm already looking to move like c4 at some point to get my bishop to c3, but I guess Wesley is planning to target the d5 pawn. The knight and pawn on c6 both attacking it. c4 looks very good, but if you are not precise here, you may drop a pawn in the center, and you definitely do not want to do that.
And maybe the right move is just to play d takes c6. And after bishop takes c6, the long diagonal, Robert, seems so much less menacing with the knight no longer able to jump into h4.
Very true. And if that bishop on d2 can go to d4, then we're going to start talking about a white advantage thanks to the activity of the bishop pair. So it takes on c6, bishop takes back, and bishop e3. The good news is after knight f5, you can put your bishop on f2, which is a much better square than d2, staring over at the queen side as well, and covering the h4 square.
Yeah, the bishop isn't going to be the greatest piece on the board, but at the very least, it's going to fulfill a crucial defensive duty, and MVL does just that. Knight d5, by the way, also to be considered here in order to pressure the f4 pawn.
Knight d5 actually looks quite annoying, and maybe the f4 pawn is going to be sacrificed. After knight d5, bishop d4, give up the f4 pawn and try to finish the development and use the f file to his advantage was MVL's thought, but instead rook e8. A very quiet move, a very Wesley So move, Danya.
Yeah, I mean, I would play knight d5 or knight f5 10 times out of 10, but Wesley, he likes to keep his options open and his position as flexible as possible. Part of the one of the many reasons it's so hard to face him in blitz.
I thought you were about to say one of the many reasons why James Candy calls him Flexly So.
Flexly. Oh, that was low-hanging fruit that I didn't pick. Oh, man.
Well,
that was literally right in my face, wasn't it?
Maxime has been picking all the fruit that is needed from the 4 faces on screen right now, and he plays rook a d1, and he wants to pick off that isolated pawn on d6. That is not a good pawn, and if you push it to d5, it's ultra well defended, but the bishop on c6 becomes a big pawn. So knight g6 played instead. If g3 here to defend the pawn f4, there still could be knight h4. That king on g1 will be wide open.
Yeah, g3 is not a move you play unless you're totally desperate. Maxime defending the pawn from a distance and simultaneously hitting the pawn on d6. So we might see rook a to d8 here in order to keep that pawn under control. You definitely don't want to play d5 and close off the bishop. That's for sure.
Not a move you want to play, but you need to defend this pawn. So rook a d8 does do just that, but then you're kind of losing control of the queen side, so he plays rook e6. Why not? Let's double rooks, and there is no f4 to f5. That's the one scary thing about putting your rook on e6, is there could be a baby fork with that pawn moving up, but the queen has that square covered.
Yeah, great point. Queen covers f5. The rook coming to e8. Is black wresting control of the initiative from white's hands? I think he might be, Robert.
Looks like it. I mean, black has all the activity. White has a superior pawn structure, but at what cost? It took many moves to give black this isolated pawn, and in the meantime, look at all of black's pieces. Knight on g6, aiming at the f4 pawn and the h4 square. Queen d4, I think, is a very smart decision by Maxime, because even if he loses a pawn, let's say queen d4, bishop d4, knight takes f4, he's probably thinking, with the bishop pair, my losing chances are not that high.
Yeah, it's absolutely worth it. And queen takes d4. He might want to consider c takes d4. That creates a big pawn on e3. That's not a pleasant move, but I agree. I mean, any endgame here, pawn down or not, he's going to have good drawing chances. So if you're Wesley, you're looking for a way to avoid the queen trade. There is the move queen f5 here, and after bishop d3, the queen slides into g4. But, I mean, at that point, the margin is very thin. Maybe queen f5, h3. Wesley doesn't want something this speculative.
So he takes on d4. Rook takes d4 is also possible, but that allows rook to e8, an awkward pan along the e-file. But maybe king f2 is the easy response, and white could actually be better in this endgame, right? The bishop pair, the superior pawn structure, the knight on g6, not exactly where it needs to be. So, Danya, I think that knight needs to reroute to f5 once again.
Yeah, knight e7 possible here, or after rook e8, king f2. But then white's bishop might slide up just in time to d3. Perhaps also knight e7 to d5 could be rather unpleasant, hitting the bishop, pressuring f4, but whoa, just a bailout, I think, by MVL. And this will likely lead to a very drawish endgame.
Yes, and d5 now play. We're talking how we don't shut down the bishop, but with limited material remaining, this looks quite level. Look at the activity of black's rook on e5, white's rook on d4, perfectly situated down here. That isolated pawn is blockaded, and if pieces get traded here, the rooks get traded, and the black king is so active, I don't think white has real winning chances. So with the superiorly placed king, that's where I think black's saying, I have this all under control.
Although, if Magnus Carlsen had this position with the white pieces yesterday, I would be quivering in my boots. Like, I would be like, it's a bygone conclusion that he'll find a way to win. If Wesley remains careful, if he doesn't blunder the d5 pawn, this should be eminently drawable.
But look at the clock, by the way. Wesley down to 14 seconds, Maxime at just under 20. So this is getting to territory where you can certainly make a mistake if you are getting that low on the clock.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the rooks can get traded at the wrong moment. He tries to trade them at the right moment. And the important thing is that he gets his king to e5. If white's king had reached e4, that would have been mighty unpleasant. Now it just fizzles out, and neither side can make any progress.
And a big lesson here, do not take on b4, because white will take with the c pawn and create an outside pass pawn. So that's the one thing that black cannot afford. With the tension the way it is, it's just always going to be an offer, a trade, nothing, no pass pawns to be scared of.
That's exactly right.
Oh.
And what's funny is, yes.
Okay, he didn't take with the c pawn because d4 check was at the right time. So that's why he takes with the a pawn, and now we're just repeating moves.
Yeah, Wesley declined to draw there. He wanted to make a couple more moves, just torture MVL for a little while longer. But good defensive effort by MVL, because it got really dicey at one moment. And that decision to go into the pawn down, well, potentially pawn down endgame, was a very wise one.
And look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing dodgeball. He has gone back to the Najdorf. He played that Rossolimo in 2 knight c6, just his previous time with the black pieces. So Maxime is going to be more difficult to pin down in this match than he has been in classical chess over the last decade.
For sure. And that, I think, is a very positive adjustment. And this time, he pushes the pawn to g4. You might remember that in game 1, he played g takes h4. This is an attempt at an improvement.
Yes, and he has not had time to look at the opening, right? These games happen as soon as the previous one ends. And so we see a castle queenside. We see a bit more of a closed position this time around because the exchange of pawns didn't happen. But Dunya, I still like this for white. Like every time I see this position, I'm like, black's pawn on the king side overextended. I don't see an attack happening quickly enough for the black pieces. And I just feel like the potential is there for Wesley to just slowly improve his pieces.
I'm on the same page. I agree. I think white is objectively better. My eyes are always drawn to these weaknesses on the king side, the h5 square. Imagine a knight getting to h5 and forcing the bishop back. That would be really unpleasant. But MVL is saying, hey, basically all of my pieces are aimed at the king side, and knight c4 is, I think, a pretty serious threat now that Wesley has to deal with. Maybe with a well-timed c3 to blunt the bishop and get it to bite on granite.
Yeah, for sure. Knight c4 is very annoying because the b2 pawn is loose. He plays c3, which also allows him to play knight d4 if he wants. We saw that in an earlier game. He brought his knight back from b3 to d4, but with the knight attack of the queen on d2, here's the big question. Do we take on c4, which opens the b file? That looks scary to me. Or do I just move my queen somewhere? And if so, where to? Because the bishop on g7 and knight on c4 were causing some serious problems there, and that's why Wesley captured on c4.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought moving the queen might have been the lesser evil there. Now he's given MVL the b file. And of course, the c4 pawn, as you like to point out, greatly restricts the mobility of the knight on c1. You can't bring it up to d3. You can't bring it up to b3. What you can do is try to circumvent that pawn and move into f4. He puts a pawn on f4, so he's trying to provoke en passant and open up the king side. But is this fast enough? And does MVL have a crazy move like f5 in store?
Wow, f5 was actually a nasty move, undermining the defender of that knight on d5, potentially trying to open up the diagonal. The bishop on e6 would have thrived on the h7, b1 diagonal, but instead he captures once, en passant, plus queen a5. I think we understand what he's doing, Dunya. He would love to get that rook on h8, just like in the previous game, over to the queen side, but we saw what happened the last time he did it. He castled kingside into a vicious attack and lost the game. So how in the world is he going to get the rook on h8 over to the queen side for an attack?
Yeah, that's the big question, because as it stands, he doesn't quite have enough firepower to really deliver on the queen side. He's got a bunch of tempting moves. I was going to say 95 and knight d3 looks real juicy, but Wesley's going to say over my dead body.
Knight d4 to c6.
Oh! And then rook takes b2, queen takes b2, and the queen hangs at the end of the line.
Yeah, I think knight d4 is available. You do have to calculate bishop takes d5 and all that kind of stuff, but I do like the look of bringing the knight up in the position. And otherwise, I guess you could take on e5 as your indicator.
You could take. I think you should take, because that knight was a tremendous attacking asset. Just the bishops alone might not have the skill that they need to display to really crack through on the queen side. And now there's f4. You can drop the knight back to e3 whenever you want. Although bishop takes d5 isn't really a big threat.
Is there f4 here and a bishop back to g7, like a knight takes e7 tactic?
Oh.
So he has to take this way. And now, how do you take back? I think queen trade, is the endgame good for white?
He takes back with the pawn. There was maybe bishop takes c3 there. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's actually a very good tactical sequence. Good eye by you there. Not surprising that you are spotting those. But here, I feel like white's pawn structure is damaged. Black's king is a lot safer. King d7 is actually a viable option for black. And if you really want to, bring that rook on h8 over to the queen side at long last.
And it was really hurting white that you can't go like knight g3, knight e4, because the c3 pawn constantly drops. So white would kill for the king to be on a1, but that doesn't actually eliminate rook takes b2 tactics in their entirety. So a kind of calm move by Wesley. I think he's preparing knight d4.
And he stopped king d7, because king d7 could be met by queen f5 check, just putting that king on the c file, which is not where it wants to be. So rook g8 played by Maxime. He's taking a drink of whatever's in that plastic bottle. He's always eating and drinking, and now he's just trying to uncork some pressure on the king side. He's playing on both sides of the board.
Yeah, this game has turned around in the last 3 or 4 moves. It did feel like Wesley was having the upper hand, and then suddenly a bunch of these pieces get traded, and now MVL definitely in the driver's seat. Now, you don't necessarily want to rush the move rook g2, because you're going to have to reckon with queen e4, but there are some beautiful tactics. If we can pull up an analysis board real fast, just to give you a flavor of the kind of stuff that can happen. Rook g2, queen e4, and hey, maybe this will happen. Rook takes e2, queen takes e2, and now there's rook takes b2, sacking a second rook, and you basically have to give your queen up, because if you take with the king, you get checkmated. Queen a1 check, and then queen b2 is made. I've seen so many of these combinations in my day when I was playing the Night Arf.
Oh, for sure, because once their king is met with a rook on an open file, there are all sorts of sacrifices. And king d7 was played, knight up to d4, knight c6 is a threat, queen f5 check, keeping that in your back pocket. So black has some options here. I mean, queen takes d5, not out of the question. There is no tactical shot. Just because the queen and rook are on the same line does not mean that suddenly your queen's in danger. So queen takes d5, but there's queen a4 check, and Wesley, I mean, he thinks he might be going after that black king, but it looks, according to the evaluation, Bardania, that Maxime's king is doing just fine.
Queen a4 check, just king c7, and again, knight e6 check. There was queen takes c6. So Wesley trying to quickly accumulate his pieces in the center. Now queen a4 check is a big threat, because knight e6 is going to be available, but MVL has a tempo to deal with that. He can eliminate the knight. Does anything else come to mind? Maybe move the queen away from d5, but where exactly do you put it? Maybe you put it on c5?
I was thinking back to a5 potentially as well, just to cover the a4 square. But that's not the end of the story, right? The white queen is ready to venture into the position with queen e4 ideas and things of that nature. And what white wants to do is double rooks on one of the files, because doubling rooks not just threatens or goes at the black king, but protects the second rank. So look at Maxime play rook b6 in the evaluation bar. It's on the seesaw going back up and down.
Back up and down. Queen a4 check. He wants to dip back to c8. And then knight e6 is still possible, but there it really is a paper tiger, because it only threatens the queen and it's not a check. Black can just meet that with queen b5.
Also, wouldn't be surprised if a queen sack isn't that bad for black. Like if you just take on e6 with the pawn and recapture the rook that takes the queen on d5 with the pawn and use the g file and the b file to your advantage.
No, you're absolutely right. That's a good point. 1 minute now for Wesley So as he struggles to come up with a way to generate counterplay. He attempts knight to f5. But I just don't see where he's going with this. Black is so watertight in the center.
Rook g2.
Rook g2.
Possible. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, because you're hitting the queen on c2, the pawn on b2 behind it. If queen a4 check, trying to escape the pressure, the queen goes to b5, offering a queen trade, and it's played, and now Wesley's in huge trouble.
And I think he's just losing, because if he has to move the queen back, well, where do you move it? The knight's also going to be hanging. Queen B1 maybe, but even bishop takes C3 has to be considered there.
Oh,
and that's,
goodness.
I mean, I'm sure there's simpler options as well, like Queen A5.
Yeah, no. If Queen B1 is your best move, you're in huge trouble. No move yet from Wesley, and maybe the move to the library, right? In the snowstorm that he's facing in Minnesota, maybe that's rattled him in the early stages. But credit is due to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's come out swinging. Right, he is not just playing calm, quiet openings. He wins this game, goes up 3.5, 1.5 done. So 5 games in, it's really been a masterful display from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
That first game was perfectly played by Wesley, but it's gone downhill ever since. And MVL, kudos to him for repeating the same opening, making an improvement. He played G4 rather than G takes H4, and just a flawless tactical display on the queen side. So MVL, he's getting the kinds of positions he wants. He's playing quickly, he's sharp, and he holds a 2-point lead as we hit the halfway point of the 5+1 segment, Robert.
Easy to forget that what you just mentioned. Wesley actually won game 1, looked very good in that game. But since then, Maxime has righted the ship. He is up 2 points as we head to the second half of the 5+1 time control. So with that in mind, the players are on a break. We're going to do the same. And when we return, it's more from this matchup between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So here at the Speed Chess Championship. As we return here to the Speed Chess Championship match between Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the quarterfinals, we really need no introduction to Wesley, but Danya, he is the first ever Chess.com global champion. I'm sure many people here were watching that event, and look at that lifetime record, right? 29 years old, but that's what sticks out to me is his massive overall record here in the SCC.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been the picture of consistency, Robert. Every year, he's just such a professional, and he doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows. You pointed it out. The only people he's ever lost to were Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. That stat really does speak for itself.
It does, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave looking to make history. He won the World Blitz Championship a year ago. Now he wants to take down Wesley So. He'll be the first player not named Magnus or Hikaru to do that. And Wesley, he had to move to the local library that probably was uncomfortable. You like to be in your typical setup, but as we have him on camera, as we keep talking about, he is as stoic as a chess player gets.
He really is, and you can see that heavy-duty jacket he was wearing to make it to the library. But Wesley, I mean, he's modest. You know, he adapts himself to his surroundings and his circumstances. And let's see if you can, get his feet under him. He's only down by 2. That's really not a significant lead. And the match really is just getting started.
And he will not make any excuses. Wesley So, he's just here to play. He's ready to do his thing. And we'll see if he is able to recover from a 2-game deficit at the moment. We see a Berlin with the trade, symmetrical pawn structure. Down here, I think we're going to get a whole lot of this today.
Oh, yeah. A healthy dose of Berlin. Especially, I think Maxime is going to keep repeating this as long as he's up in the match. Because this is a relatively risk-free continuation for White. So no need for MVL to do anything wild. Plus, this is, of course, what he's analyzed. Now, you mentioned Rookie 1. The idea of provoking b6. Very interesting.
Yes, and so the pawn would like to be on d5 for black, but that's not really going to happen. And if it does, the bishop on b7 is going to be behind it. So bishop f4, simple development now for Maxime. And the knight comes up to e4. So I have to admit, Danya, I'm not that familiar with the ins and outs of this opening, but already the knight venturing into e4 rather than f5, that's an interesting twist for my eyes.
Yeah, we could get a battle of the bishops here if the knights are traded on d2. Black could also try to trade on his own terms with a move like rook e8 or maybe even d5. But it's really, really hard to make heads or tails of this. It's a complicated positional struggle.
For sure. And knight d2 now is a think from Wesley. The d4 pawn is threatened, can't be captured with the knight on e4 being loose. And if knight takes d2, queen takes d2, well, the pawn on d4 is defended. The rooks are connected. Even though the pawn structure and material are one and the same, it's still a slight advantage for White if you take on d2 because White's rooks are connected.
Dude, Robert, what's the pawn material?
7. That's what it is.
That's totally what I thought it was 6. Oh yeah, 7 pawns on the board. That's right. It's a new measurement. It's what the cool kids use now.
It is, right? There's the metric system. There's the pawn count system, and here there's knight takes d2 in the Berlin system against the Roy Lopez, and we see a bunch of trades. And will he take on d4? That's the question, because if black took on d4, white could take on h7 with check and then win that bishop. We get opposite color bishops. That looks to me to still be all right, but that's one of those big questions that the players have to figure out.
Yeah, it is, and it leads to a completely different type of position. Black is essentially 2 moves away from fully equalizing. I mean, queen d7 and then rook e8, I think, are going to be Wesley's next moves. But MVL, he doesn't seem too concerned. He just kind of goes c3. Does he really have anything once the rook gets to e8, Robert? Or am I missing something massive about this position? This just looks dead equal.
He has some delicious-looking food. That's all I'm seeing right now.
Yeah.
He's happy. He's getting himself a nice hearty meal, but he doesn't really have anything. You are correct. So the one thing perhaps he can claim is that the rook coming to e1, if he can control the e file first, then there would be a slight advantage, but rook e1 is met by rook e8, and so you can't line your heavy pieces up in time.
Yeah, there would be a riveting sequence after rook e1, rook e8, rook e3, trade, and then put a queen on e7, trade that, and well, we kind of know where that's heading.
To Drawville, USA. And
population, so, Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Population of at least 2 and probably many more. But you're right, Danya. There's just nothing here. And for Maxime, why does he have to fret about this? He has a 2-point lead, not taking any risks. It is a little bit early. Well, a lot early to be thinking about deficits heading into bullet and things like that. But I'm going to ask you anyway. Wow, bishop f5, tactical
Sriracha.
sequence, taking control over the last rank. That's important here. But to finish my question, Danya, if the players, one of them has a 2-point lead, do you think that they're close enough in bullet where either player can come back? Because Hikaru says about himself, as long as he's within 2 games heading into bullet, he feels like he's the favorite. What do you make of these players and their speed chess?
I feel like 2 points is nothing. I really feel like with players of strength that's so equivalent, again, no pun intended. I mean, this is just this fruit is too low hanging. I feel like a 2-point lead can turn around at the drop of a hat. So both of these players are more than capable of putting together even a 3 or 4 game winning streak if they build up a lot of momentum. So I would say that Wesley should only start getting concerned when the lead hits, 3 or maybe 4 even.
Yeah, that would be really out of control. And right now, this position is anything but out of control.
Yeah.
Equal material. Queens are coming off. Now, the one question is, if you take on e3, will white take with the f pawn and then try to push that pawn? Doesn't really amount to much anyway, but it just changes the dynamic a little bit.
Yeah, and maybe you just go queen e7 here just to not allow white even the possibility of f takes e3. I don't see a downside to keeping the tension with queen e7. Maybe you can get away with king f8, but again, giving up the h7 pawn, you have to calculate, and I'm lazy.
It is early in the match.
Take.
So he takes on e3, f takes e3, of course, played by Maxime. And the eval bar actually started to swing a little bit in black's favor. I don't think it means that much at the moment, but I am wondering why that could be.
Yeah, because if I had to choose a side intuitively, you might think that white is the one pushing because he's got at least optically the more active bishop, so that's actually an illusion. The bishop on b7 is really strong. And white has this possibility of pushing the e4 pawn up, but obviously, Robert, right now, that's unthinkable. e4 runs into g6, and all you're doing is just losing your pawns.
Right. So can't afford to do that just yet. King f8 says, please go full Fischer and take on h7.
Yeah.
I'll play g6 and your bishop will be trapped over there. So bishop d3 played by Maxime. That will allow him to play pawn to e4. And very importantly, black can't play d5 to try to control that square because c7 is loose. So I think that white is about to gain more space. The king is going to beeline for the e3 square. And I'm starting to appreciate Maxime's position more and more. And maybe Wesley, he's recognizing, and look at his clock dipping under 1.5 minutes, that this is not just a drawn endgame. It actually takes some work.
Yeah, this is actually exactly what you want when you've got a 2-point lead. A risk-free position where you're up on time and you get to torture your opponent even more. And guess what? If Wesley defends, you take off your hat and you agree to a draw. So this is what MVL had in mind when he was playing Rookie 1 against the Berlin.
That's right. And h6 played by Wesley. Will he play bishop g5 next? That's one of those questions. How do trades impact the position? Because bishop g5, I think, forces the bishops off the board because you don't want to play bishop g3 and allow bishop to c1. So
great point.
What do you make of it? Do you play g3 to try to get more pawns toward the center? He says, no, let me double your pawns.
I still think we're heading toward a draw. I just don't see and they agree to it. Wow. Okay. I guess I was right.
What did you say? I didn't quite hear you there.
Yeah,
Daniel.
I didn't make it out entirely. Yeah, I don't remember what I said there. But whatever I said, they were greatly influenced by it. Of course, as they usually are.
They made a draw on the spot. Normally, I'm against draw offers. I'm okay with that one. It was a completely level endgame deep down the line. But now we see Maxime go to a Petrov. Wow, this is a Maxime we have never seen before. Like, he always plays the same line over and over again, trying to bash his head against the proverbial wall. And here he plays a Petrov, showcasing a new opening repertoire and perhaps a new Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, incredible. And he's pulling a Jan Nepomniachtchi, who had kind of a similar transition. He was a Najdorf lifer and then suddenly starts playing the Petrov. I mean, everybody's playing the Petrov now. And I think part of the reason, Robert, that the Petrov is such an approachable opening is because it's very concrete. You don't really need to learn a lot about pawn structures. It's very theory heavy, and you can really learn it in a couple of days of very intensive study. So we've seen all of these top players incorporate the Petrov in their repertoire. And now MVL is next.
And now I'm thinking of that game between Report and Nepomniachtchi from the candidates, where Report went into a losing variations, much to the chagrin of all the other candidate contestants. Queen b3, here it comes.
They're following the line.
Right, Queen e7, c5. And if bishop c7, the pawn on b7 is defended tactically because if bishop takes h2 check. So always important to look. If pieces are in a row with each other, Is there a discovery here? The answer is definitely yes.
Does Wesley remember that game, you think? Is he thinking, wait a second, did I just walk into the report line?
Wesley for sure remembers that game after working with the team at the Olympiad, just speaking chess with all of them. Wesley has a great memory. He focuses on all the top level events. I mean, who couldn't be watching the candidates? So here, he certainly remembers a knight h4 and queen c2. Maybe there's a knight c3 in the future. The knight on h4 looks a little offside, Danya, but well, maybe it'll eventually go the f5 square.
It's preventing the bishop from reaching f5, adding more strain on the knight on e4. Now, rarely in these positions do you gobble up the pawn with bishop takes c4 and rook takes c4. And now that's not even an option after f5.
Right. And so f5 played to reinforce that knight. And one thing to consider for white is, can I play g3, knight g2, and put a piece on f4? If you could play g3 and knight g2 in one fell swoop, it would be great for white. But if you play g3, now it's an f4 from black is on the table, and that looks actually quite intimidating.
Yeah, these positions are always terrifying to me. I feel like black is the one having all the fun. White might have some positional assets. You've got the e5 square. You've got a nice looking pair of pawns in the center, but black is solid as a rock. I'll also point out that f3, I don't even want to calculate it or really even talk about it because this move looks pretty unthinkable to me, which is probably why he's about to play it.
Yeah, I think Fabiano against Nepomniachtchi played something like f3, like bishop e7, g3. There was some game in the candidates that was like that. I don't know if you remember that one specifically, Danya, but it was a game where Fabiano actually had a huge lead on the clock, was in his preparation, and then unfortunately couldn't find that.
And then allowed the draw. Yep, yes. And then they went into some endgame. I remember it now.
So I think, though, with proper play, like if you're not surprised by it, black should be okay in these positions. And he starts with g3. Does Wesley so? But look at the evaluation bar, Danya. I was saying maybe there's an f4 here, and I'm wondering if that's why the eval bar prefers black.
Yeah, it was a good call, but maybe not the best move. And the opportunity train is going to pass. So if you're not playing f4 now, then, well, maybe you're playing it on the next move because knight a6 threatened knight b4. But he goes for a different approach. He trades on c4. And what do we make of this? This looks a lot more tame. And now white can develop the knight to c3, and it looks like white's king is not really in danger anymore.
The king is not in danger. The d4 pawn, though, a long-term potential weakness. Capablanca loved playing against those IQPs in the endgame, had many amazing wins in the endgame. And with knight coming to c7, eventually that pawn, it's not going to be traded off from d4, and that could be really bad news for white.
Yeah, it definitely could be rook a to e8, bringing the last piece into the game. It just seems like black's position is a lot easier to play, even if objectively we're closer to equality than anything else. And maybe if you're Wesley, you're trying to get pieces off the board. Maybe it's time for knight g2 and bishop f4, just trying to release the tension a little bit further. He's down an entire 2 minutes on the clock as he grabs the knight on e4. Another committal decision. How is he going to follow this up?
Yeah, opening the f-file looks very scary. Not just the f-file, but also the c8, h3 diagonal.
Yes.
Here comes that queen up to g4, h3 as you're highlighting. A rook lift could potentially be in the cards. But the good news for black is that everything's open. Your king is safe, your opponent's isn't. The good news, if there is any for white, is many of the black pieces are restrained. The knight on a6 not going anywhere useful just yet. Maybe c7 and d5, but that still doesn't threaten anything concrete. The bishop on d6 staring into a brick wall on g3 and h2. So look at this. A trade of pieces. Black maybe is a bit better, but there are no checkmating threats.
No, it seems like the worst is behind him. Wesley has to continue treading carefully because all it takes is allowing, let's say, g5, and then the knight drops back into d5. So you have to keep your foot on the gas pedal if you're Wesley. I was thinking about going queen c5, but that would have been met with knight d5, and he might have just walked into that exact line. What if g5 here?
Well, g5 kicking the knight d5 with tempo as you're highlighting there. That looks very promising for black. And so you could also bring that knight to e6 to go after the d4 pawn. But then the e4 pawn is loose, so there are tactics to figure out here, but it's clear that black is in the driver's seat.
And there's a cool line, if we pull up an analysis board real fast, I think MVL is going to go g5 and we're going to get this position. Now, knight d5 is very tempting, but you brought up knight e6, which I really like. Go after the weak pawn. And after rook takes c4, it's important to point out that black has this shot. Knight takes d4, using the pin, using the fact that the queen is hanging, and white does not get 2 rooks for the queen because the other heavy pieces are connected. And on the basis of this line, he's played g5.
Wow, and then he goes knight d5 quickly.
Okay.
But in that line you were just showing, Danya, after knight e6, instead of rook takes e4, queen e4 is actually checkmate because queen f2, queen f1.
Beautiful. I love this mating construction with the knight on g2 covering the Luft square.
Yeah, very sad pony. Knights do not belong on the Fianchetto square, but that's neither here nor there because there's a queen on h3. There is a knight on g2.
Hello.
Rook h6 and h2 is falling.
Hello. Rook h6 coming to a theater near you. Wesley might have made a mistake there with his last move. I think he just totally forgot about this idea. And the real hero of this attack, Robert, is the pawn on g5. Look at how it is restricting not just the knight on g2, but also the rook on e4, preventing it from moving to h4. I think Maxime is a couple accurate moves away from finishing off this attack. Maybe even knight f4.
That's exactly what I was about to ask you. Is there knight f4 here where if you take, you open up the g file, the king on g1 is really exposed and getting checkmated. So knight f4, I think white's best is to not capture it, but that just doesn't look pleasant. The knight can hop into d3 next. There's still threats on the g2 square, but Wesley's shaking his head, but he is going to put up that stubborn defense.
Well, knight f4, rook d2, there's just rook e6 to h6. Oof. And if you return to f1 with your knight, you get checkmated on g2. There's too many squares to keep track of. And MVL, just exquisite calculation. He doesn't miss moves like these.
No, he does not. In GF, there's going to be a rook g8 check and a queen f3 checkmate to follow. So that looks highly unpleasant. What move does white even have here? Because it's not like it's completely lost. Maybe there's like a queen c5, just like start attacking some of black's pieces.
And that's a common idea, right? Black has invested himself fully in the attack, and he's left his backside a little bit exposed. So queen c5 attacks the rook on f8 with checkmate, and then maybe a quick d5 after that. But Wesley sort of cooperates with rook d2, and what is he planning on rook h6? Oh, it's f3. A good move, though.
Can you just... Oh, if you take, maybe there is time for g takes f4. It's something that needs to be calculated here because ef, gf4, gf4, maybe the knight goes back to f1, and it could just be winning for black. I think it is just winning for black. But at least there's some hope for Wesley as he dips around 30 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. But this is where MVL's phenomenal time management, really shines through. He's got 90 seconds plus to figure this out. And he doesn't even need them. Okay, he's played it, and he's got knight c4. Where's the mate? Or is there mate?
Wow, I think he expected knight f1 like I did, and then you would put both your rooks in the g file and then rook g1 checkmate. But with the knight out in the open, the rook on e1 actually covers the g1 square in the event of rook g6 and rook g8. And Danya, not only is there not a mate, white could just turn this thing around in a couple moves and win.
100%. All he needs is like 2 moves, 95, king h1. And if you want to hear something crazy... Robert, in this position, the eval bar originally was saying black is winning, but it reconsidered, and now it's saying the position is equal. Wesley outthought the engine here, and black just has no clear follow-up. You can give one check on the g-file. That's all you got. King h1, rook g2. White starts checking on the 8th rank, and there's total pandemonium. White could win this 100%.
Wow, this is bad news for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a 2-point lead. And this is actually one of our more double-edged positions of the day. It feels like both players, they've been in control throughout different aspects of these positions. But right now, it is a toss-up. Rook g8 check. That was the wrong move. As you said, back rank problems. In comes...
Whoa. I thought
mistake.
95 maybe was the move here. Rook g2 and queen e5 check, I think, is going to be a perpetual on e8 and e5. I think that's how the game's going to end.
And I think Maxime is saved by Wesley's clock. But look at it, he goes queen g4.
Mate threat on g1.
Whoa, what is h3?
Queen takes h3, rook h2. Where's the mate?
Where maybe you start with queen.
Can you play f2? Here? Oh my god, queen takes h3, f2, and rook g1.
He took.
Oh, it's mate.
Oh, it's simply checkmate.
Oh, it's just a ladder mate. Oh my god.
We all missed it, including Wesley So.
Yep.
But the one person who doesn't miss it is the person with a 3-point lead. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is on fire right now. Despite miscalculating a little something there, he wins the game and extends the lead.
Holy smokes. That was simpler than I anticipated. And that move, h3. Wesley kind of losing his mind there. But listen, when you keep your foot on the gas pedal for the entire game, even the greats eventually go wrong, and MVL steals it. He was even losing at one point there for a short while. Robert, what a game. What a topsy-turvy tactical affair that was, and another heartbreaker for Wesley here in the early going of the match.
And if this match continues the way it has been, that could be the deciding game in a sense, because Wesley, if he played properly with that complicated position, he could have cut the lead in half down to 1. Now it's ballooned to 3, but we're back in a Berlin. Wesley so with the black pieces, and here he's played c5. His bishop can get to c6. His king can go to b7. All the standard Berlin fare. But the reason why I like this from White's perspective is the space you have. And I feel like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave doesn't care what the engine may say at the moment. He has that understanding, and it's his comfort zone.
Yeah, but playing the Berlin sometimes feels like driving a bus. I don't know what it's like to drive a bus. I don't think I ever will. But it's just hard to maneuver it around the tight corners, right? It's very unwieldy because there's a lot of tactics that you're constantly having to monitor. For example, king b7 runs into knight takes b6. You play a mistimed g5, you run into e6. So you got to keep track of a lot at the same time. But Wesley is a specialist, and he doesn't blunder one-move tactics. So other than queen takes h2 and rook h6.
That was shocking. I think we both trusted Wesley. You know, he wouldn't blunder something like that. And here he played c4, and the white pawn on b3 frozen in place. If you took on c4, the a4 pawn would have dropped. That's not a pawn you can afford to lose. So I'm starting to like the outlook for black, but as you're highlighting here, a single move or two could really shatter black's hopes. I mean, e6 opening up the bishop on b2 looks very strong. It also frees that knight on f4. I don't know, Danya, but all of a sudden I'm a little bit worried about the immediate position for Wesley, but I like his long-term chances.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly he's planning on e6, and I think MVL is trying to figure out the same thing. It might be as simple as just bishop takes f3, gf, and something like bishop to d6, but you can see why I'm a little bit reticent here. I mean, a lot of moving parts for black. E6 is on the board, and the eval bar is just laughing in our face, and in MVL's face.
Saying this is good for Wesley. And bishop takes f3 looks like a very good start. I mean, you could even take on f3 and take on e6 and just be like, all right, your king is open, your pawn structure is bad. So I like your line with take on f3 and bishop d6, but my point is that even if you take on e6 and the knight gets into e6, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, bishop f3, gf, bishop d6. White is this weird counterattacking move, rook d5, hitting the knight on f5, but that knight always in the Berlin has this h4 square that it can jump into. Okay, Wesley starts with c takes b3. Who does this favor and why? Robert, there's also knight e5, which can be thrown in with absolute pandemonium.
Oh my gosh, knight e5, bc2, knight takes c6 even
Holy
is an option
smokes.
in some of these positions. It's getting wild, but I would be really nervous to give up that c2 pawn. He's not, though. He takes on f7. I'll have a passed pawn of my own, and the knight's about to go to g6, which wins material.
That's a huge move. Otherwise, rook c1, bishop takes a4. Black is up 8,000 pawns on the queen side, but knight g6 strikes with devastating effect, winning either the rook or the bishop or both. And he plays rook d2, trying to keep his rook involved in the fight while attacking c2. I dislike Wesley's decision to go for this line. I thought bishop d6 was a clear advantage.
And what's he going to do now? Because knight g6 is such a vicious threat. There could be something with bishop b4, knight g6, king b7, something of that sort. But instead, he just goes rook takes c2.
Okay, what now?
Can take on a4, maybe?
Yeah, then I guess White's going to go rook to e2, for instance.
But then there's
and
bishop
maybe then king
b5.
Oh, there's also a pin. Jeez.
Yeah, so much is happening here.
Yeah, maybe this is going to work out for Wesley. I mean, he's taking his time. Is there another candidate move here? I guess the immediate king b7 does run into rook f to c1, and you don't want to allow rook takes c7 with check.
Definitely not. And maybe bishop a4, there's rook c4. They're running rook takes b4 in some positions and knight g6. I mean, this is really messy.
Yeah. And this is where you're just happy it's 5+1 and not like, imagine having this position in a bullet game.
No, you just lose in like 3 turns.
You lose with both colors. Like it's 0-0.
I resign on the spot. But here I like the look of rook c4. I don't know if it's actually good, but it does threaten rook takes bishop. And he goes rook c1, and now that's giving black the time he needs to say, I have how many extra pawns on the queen side? If my math is right, that's 3 pawns that are going to barrel down the queen side.
Yeah, Wesley has to try to get the upper hand here. He's down by 3 points. He's got a chance. Let's see if he can keep his composure and out-duel MVL in this super chaotic position. Knight jumps into e5. White's got 1 pawn. He's got to keep that pawn at all costs, right? You can't just give it away for nothing. And MVL sinking his teeth into these juicy central squares.
Bishop b3, knight g6 will be met by rook takes f7,
Oh.
an exchange sacrifice because of the C, B, and A pawns that are going to rumble down the board. So white will have an extra pawn on the king side and a rook. Black will have a bishop and 3 extra pawns on the queen side. This looks amazing for Wesley.
And Robert, phenomenal composure by Mr. So to play bishop b3. This is the kind of move we take for granted, but the wherewithal to realize, hey, I'm going to sack my exchange for f7, and I've got these 3 passers. That stuff, which is not easy to determine in a classical game, and Wesley figures it out instantly. Looks like MVL's initiative is the first to start fizzling out.
And look at Maxime. He's still has plenty of time on the clock here. He's been ahead in most of these games against Wesley, but Wesley playing perfect defense and now turning it into offense. Rook takes f7 seems fairly obvious. Is there some kind of drawback that I'm not considering?
Or an alternative? I don't see it. I mean, the only alternative as I see is king b7, but why would you sack your exchange and leave the f-pawn alive? Okay, he just double-checked it, and it's far from over. White's pieces are still running amok. The knight is moving into c6. You could easily lose control of this if you're Wesley. You've got to push your pawns with the utmost caution here.
That's right. And I think he wants to go king b7, pawn c5, pawn a4. He's just going to move the pieces together. But let's not forget white's extra pawn on the king side. And not to mention this pawn on g7. There's a bishop on b2. So if you're not looking out carefully, if you get hit with a g4 and a knight move and g7 drops, all of a sudden white also has passed pawns running up the board. But bishop c3, played by Maxime. He wants to trade bishops and then get another rook to the c file. But that caught me by surprise, I must admit.
I think it's an interesting practical try. Once again, the eval bar is not happy, but what you want to do in your opponent's time pressure is pose as many dilemmas as possible. You want to confront your opponent with a bunch of decisions. That increases the possibility and the probability of a mistake and of acute time pressure. So let's see how MVL handles the defensive task.
Okay, bishop slides back to
Here
d6.
comes the A-pawn.
The A-pawn can go up the board, but the rook is
Not now.
well placed. Oh, good idea.
Not now.
For you. A4, rook b3. The rook on 8 is loose. That would drop off like a fly.
Do not blunder. Rook takes b3. You have to move your bishop. Where do you put it? Bishop d5, bishop c2. The issue is that the bishop doesn't have any anchored squares. So if the king was on b7 and you would play a4, I think then the game would largely be over.
That's right. But you're not getting a square that you feel quite safe on, and g4 at any moment can happen. That knight would love to move to a square like c4 to attack the bishop on d6. Bishop d5 looks good. Rook d1 seems logical.
Yeah, just keep pursuing, keep chasing.
And there could be a moment where there's an exchange sacrifice from white, but I don't think Wesley wants to draw, but he's now down under 40 seconds. He drops the bishop all the way back to g8. He's clearly playing for a win.
Yeah, and he is, and he has to, right? Given the situation in the match and the fact that he's got 3 connected passers on the queen side, it would be a crying shame to give up a draw in this position. And now MVL has to find a spicy move. Maybe f4, maybe your move g4, although I guess playing it here doesn't really have the same effect after knight h4.
Right, so watch out for it. Forks with bishop takes e5 and knight f3 check to follow. So you're right that maybe f4 is the lead with that pawn. He does go g4, but not approved of by the engine. And watch out for bishop takes e5.
f4. I think you have to play f4 here, and he does.
G5. There it is. He strikes.
A dagger. And if you take, you blunder into bishop takes e5 and knight f3 check. Now, maybe it's so desperate that you actually want to play fg and then g takes h6 at the end, Robert, but this is kind of frivolous.
Yeah, because black has those 3 pawns on the queen side and 2 minor pieces for rook. Rook f1 defending the f3 square most importantly. And the simple king b7.
So calm. And now he's going to bring his rook into the center and maybe even go for checkmate with rook e2. That's a possibility.
Yes, bishop d5 with like bishop c5 check at some point as well. That
call.
King on g1 not safe in the slightest.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate this. Now White's gotten everything he wants nominally, Robert. He's gotten the protected passer on the king side, but it has come at a great cost. His king is super weak, but Wesley down to 20 seconds. The game is far from over. Maybe MVL should just push f6.
Yeah, I like it. And I think that the point is bishop e5, bishop f5, knight f3 check. There's rook takes f3.
Yep.
We get opposite colored bishops, but with the pass pawn on the f file, it might give just enough compensation for the material deficit. So f6, here it goes. Wesley shakes his head. He is trying to figure it out under now 17, 16, 15 seconds. Danya, he does not have a lot of time.
He's going for that line, knight f3 check, but this is actually a 3-result game. Rook d7 check and f7, and White threatens bishop g7. Robert, It's a miracle that black has bishop d5 and he can give the bishop away for the pawn. But white's hunting for those kingside pawns in the resulting position. I think white might have the upper hand now.
I agree. Bishop g7 forces
What's he
bishop
waiting
takes pawn.
for?
And then you could even think about just running those b pawn.
Whoa!
Whoa, no!
Whoa, no, this can't be right.
No, there's a d pawn.
There's a d pawn, but MVL thinks that he can collect the pawns and promote and stop black's pawns all with enough time to spare. He wants h4 and a new queen of his own.
Okay, he gets that queen, but we see a swap, and now
King
it's time for
b5.
Yeah, king b5, and then you can go a4,
H4.
a3, but you
It's a
need
pawn
d4.
race. It's a pawn race. Which pawn do you push if you're Wesley?
I have no
1
idea.
second. Make a move.
Oh, I barely got the move off.
Oh my gosh.
He's going to go hg, a3, g6, a2, but then there's
Oh.
bishop g7.
And g6, a2, bishop g7 blockades the pawns.
Whoa, what a move. King c4. He doesn't even want to promote just yet because g7, now a2. The bishop needs the g7 square as well.
And if bishop g7, then you push the b pawn. Black's in time, and this should be a draw.
Oh my goodness, but still a 3-result game because
Oh,
I
yeah.
think if white tries too hard, that b and d pawn could be dangerous, but I think the king's escaping up to h5.
Uh-oh. And
Oh my
bishop
goodness.
g7. Bishop g7 stops the pawn. I think white's out of danger, but black has perpetual. Black must have perpetual here.
King g6, there's queen c2, king f7. Where's the check? There's no more checks.
Queen f2, bishop f6 blocks
Oh
the
my
check.
goodness, there are no more checks.
Oh my
But bishop
gosh.
f6 is b2 potentially. You have to be a little nervous about that.
Queen c8 check wins the game.
Oh, because king
Queen
b4.
c3. Queen c3.
He missed it. He missed it. And queen b2. What if we get the trade there? I think the queen at the same time.
No. He's going the wrong way. King a2, and now it's a game again.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Both
Oh my
players making
gosh.
mistakes here. Oh, but this
But
is
queen
really
takes
bad
d4.
for black.
No, queen takes d4 was winning. And
But
this is
is
also
really
winning.
bad for black. Second
Oh
queen
my
and
God.
bishop. Oh, he
Where's
can't take
the
on
win?
d4. Queen a5. The second queen to a5. It's mate.
Mate.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my gosh.
2 games in a row where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave does a ladder checkmate, and Wesley So must be beside himself. It doesn't look like it. I mean, the guy just doesn't react, at least not outwardly. But that was hectic.
What did we just see? Holy smokes, that was crazy. And I guess MVL's decision to give up the rook for the bishop, Robert, I was super skeptical. I thought black's pawns were way faster, but he realized that that breakthrough with h4, that was coming super fast in his own right and dodging all of Wesley's checks. Major kudos to MVL for that.
Hard to fault Wesley So when you have no time on your clock. Figure out which pawn to push when you have 3 runners. That's immensely difficult. So I don't really fault him there, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he benefits from his superior time management. And we get into this position where things are a little bit weird. You can just trade on d6, bishop takes d6, and the knight on e6 is kind of misplaced because it's in the bishop on c8's path. So I know it's hard to catch our breaths and go into the next game, but Danya, Wesley needs to win this game.
I know some people might get annoyed at me for this, but I just want to rewind really quickly and show the point of knight c6. This is important. It looks like a blunder, but it's actually a super old move. It looks like it blunders a piece 2 different ways. Bishop takes e4, there's d5, bishop d3, e4, wins the piece back. You can also try the move d5, and this also looks like it wins a piece, but here black has knight back to c5, dc, and again, e4 picks up the piece. So this has been known for well over 20 years. But it's considered to be better for white. Let's go back now to the live position because Wesley has castled queenside and sacrificed a pawn.
That's right. You know, with the pawn there on e5 earlier, he ended up giving it up. Sorry, I should say. And now he's just saying, I'm going to plant my pieces in front of that pawn because the bishop on d6, it's not very active. If you ever play f5 for black, maybe you're striking at the knight on e4, but you're also opening up your king. So it's a big moment for white. Do you allow f5? Do you stop f5 playing g4 yourself? So I think that Wesley has a lot to figure out as he sinks in his chair. The typical chess player, right? Just so focused on the game that you lose sight of the camera.
Yeah, the forehead cam, the side face cam, all sorts of cams. But this might not be firing on all cylinders as Wesley had hoped. I mean, there's a sack on h7, but it doesn't work out. Queen h5, that's not checkmate, because the knight on e6 is blocking the bishop's control over g8.
That's right. So the knight drops back to e4. And now the question is, did playing f6 help or hurt black? You kick back this knight from g5, but you expose the a2 to g8 diagonal, as you were just saying. That might mean that the black king is in grave danger in some tactical sequences. Now, knight d4 played by Maxime. This is something that strong players do. When they're up material but facing some pressure, they give that material back, saying, at least my moves become easier. But Danya, after bishop d4, e takes d4, I'm already looking at just maybe even a taking on d6, bringing your pieces towards the center. And I feel like white, even though there might be a one pawn deficit, has the game plan of, I'm going to get all the activity the position offers.
Yeah, and you could get into some sort of end game. Knight d6, queen d6. There's the move queen f3 to d5, trying to get the queens off the board and get the bishop on an optimal square. Instead, rook h to e1. So Wesley has completely shifted his attention from the king side to the center, but how is he going to get rid of this very powerful defensive bishop on e5?
Yeah, I don't think he's the time to play g3, move the queen, and play pawn to f4. That seems way too...
Maybe.
Oh my gosh, no way.
He's doing it.
I was just saying that's too time-consuming, and he goes right for it. And the bishop on e5, it is a bit awkward because it doesn't have many squares, and if f4 happens, the rook on e1 is happy to see the queen on e7.
Yeah, this is incredibly time-consuming, and he's going to go queen d3, so that after f4, bishop d6, he has the threat of knight g5, aiming at h7. But I'm definitely skeptical, but I'm going to let MVL figure out exactly why I'm skeptical. I don't know precisely what black should do here.
We use the term time-consuming for the position, but something that Maxime has done really well is he keeps the lead on the clock and then consumes time when the position gets complicated. So it seems like he's well prepared today. He's confident. He's trusting his instincts. And then when the position gets a bit messy and he's going to make a move like queen to b4, leaving the king side altogether, he's saying your bishop on c4 is under attack. Maybe this rook on e1 is a bit loose. That's actually something that should not be overlooked, that at some moment you may give up the d4 pawn and it can't be captured because the rook on e1 is in the queen's sight.
Anytime two pieces are making contact, that's a source of tactics. That's something you have to notice. So absolutely true. And now white has a major fork in the road. Bishop b3 and bishop d3 were the main options. He sticks to this diagonal, Robert. So he's trying maybe to keep the king confined, maybe set up some sort of knight g5 tricks. But I'm still skeptical. I still don't see it after bishop d7.
It's about time to play bishop d7. And it's also important to note knight g5 won't work anyway because the queen on b4 defended the rook on f8. So everything was held together for the moment. Bishop d7. Try to play bishop c6. You don't actually want to take the knight on e4 because if you give up all the light squares, you may eventually come under fire, right? Opposite colored bishops don't just mean a draw. It might mean that you're getting under attack and you can't parry off the threats.
And MVL continuing to play fast. He has this position under control. And Wesley's down to 2 minutes, so this is very likely to be the last game of the 5-minute segment. Another loss for Wesley would balloon the lead up to 5 points, Robert. So this is actually pivotal. This is a pivotal game for Wesley at the very least to make a draw and stabilize.
He goes queen h5, just trying to create some threats, not allow this bishop to come to f5, for example, if the queen had gone to d3. So here, the queen on h5, bishop e8, is a possibility if you want to just kick the queen out of there. But maybe it's not necessary because what is white's follow-up? The answer is f2 to f4. How threatening it is a different question than what is on tap.
Oh, for sure. And MVL taking a slightly longer think here. A lot of moving parts that he has to keep track of in the center and on the king side. And what comes to mind other than bishop e8 here? I guess you can bring the rook into the game, but then that allows f4.
I'm also thinking about d3, honestly. Like, it's just trying to open the position up for the bishop pair. And if rook takes d3, the b2 pawn is a little bit loose in some positions. I could just go bishop e6, for example, maybe even sacrifice that because the b2 pawn is hanging. Instead, he goes rook to e8, allowing f4. Is he just going to retreat his bishop to d6, Danya?
I think that's very likely, unless he has some sort of wild tactic cooked up with d3, but I really don't see that working. You could just grab the bishop. Yeah, I think he just wants bishop d6, and he's saying, come at me, bruh. Okay,
well, bishop f7 to g6 looks a bit scary at first glance. Right? He's just trying to go for checkmate. So I don't know what his exact reply is, but that... Oh, here it comes.
Well, rook e7, bishop g6, h6 maybe? I know. But what's the follow-up for white there? I agree with the sound effects. Maybe just knight takes d6 in that position. And then try to bring the bishop back from g6 and put a queen on that square.
The thing about that position, as you're indicating right there, is that you'll likely win the d4 pawn back. And even if the material is level, black is in big trouble because your king is stuck in the corner. And so white will be much more active. So now all of a sudden, deep in thought is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maybe he'll play rook d8 instead of rook e7, but I don't think it matters. Bishop g6 is borderline pre-movable, and h6 will be the follow-up. And that looks very scary, as now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's dipping close to Wesley So's time for the first time this game.
I was briefly flirting with bishop g4, but there's no way that works, because after queen g4, rook f7, you were having major back rank problems, and just knight takes d6 ended the game there. Rook e7 played after a long fake and a sacrifice on f6.
Whoa, what
and
just
bishop
happened?
g4, whoa!
That was unbelievable. The point, everybody, if we could bring up an analysis really
h6?
quickly, was that bishop takes e7 a move ago. And the same thing now is met by bishop g6 and mate on h7.
So it's
look
unstoppable.
At this play where they were, I mean, Maxime saw this. He pre-moved gf6. Maybe he should have thought, because
oh my God. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Robert. Bishop takes f4 was the only move. It was the only move. And queen takes f6. He forgot that the queen could capture the knight. But that was so hard to see. And now it's over, I think, after bishop g6. Let's go back to the live board. He's just down in exchange.
He gave up the rook on f7 because otherwise it was checkmate. And bishop takes d1 is still met by bishop g6. You don't even take the bishop on d1.
Oh my God. And d3, an attempt to muddy the waters by MVL. But I think rook takes d3, queen g1. That's his idea. A brilliant defensive move, d3. But can you play bishop g6 anyway?
Yes, because there's no threat. There's no checkmating threat. So bishop g6 played, and if the king goes to b1, you take
bishop takes c2 at the end. Yeah, that's crucial. Will MVL resign, or will he bleed out the rest of the match clock?
I feel like, based on his play this far, he might want another game in the 5+1, but also a 3-point lead is definitely sufficient. So if you're Maxime, you probably just keep playing for a few more moves. And we have just about 20 seconds left in the 5+1. Does Maxime even know that?
He might not. And DC, bishop takes c2, f5, and rook d8 check.
Oh!
Forces the mate.
That's so nasty.
And it is going to be the last game of the segment. It is going to be the last game, even if it results in mate. And it's bishop h7 with mate. Come on, Wesley. Queen g6.
Queen g6, and the bishop's hanging on g4 for good measure.
Oh, king e6, bishop g8 mate.
Oh my gosh.
Or queen g8 mate.
That is nasty. So Wesley So takes this final game of the 5+1. He can be feeling a little bit better about himself. I'm sure he's disappointed with the current score. But Danya, that was an impressive attacking display.
Oh, that was amazing. And that was some spicy tactical play. He didn't lose his composure down a pawn in a situation where it looked like his attack was fizzling out, Robert. He just hunkered down and he won a big one. And now the lead is far more manageable. It
certainly is. Wesley So regaining some of that confidence as he heads into the 3+1. And we're heading into one of the most fun stretches of the year. The Speed Chess Championship will be finalized. The winner will be known in about a week. And also happening in just about a week is the State of Chess. Get ready for the Q4 2022 stateofchess.com coming to you live on December 21st. We have some huge news for the chess community, and the event will be followed by community Q&A with Danny Wrench. Plus, some very special guests will be joining the show to talk about the exciting announcements we're making and what these announcements mean for the future of the chess community. Don't miss the show, December 21st at 10 a.m. Pacific time, right here on twitch.tv/chess. And don't miss this show that we have right now. We will return shortly for the 3+1 time segment of this match here in the quarterfinals of the Speed Chess Championship between Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajava. Here, white plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After black takes it, white pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and white would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and white would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
A storm is brewing.
Dmitry Andreyk is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second,
1 second.
move!
Oh my God.
Bishop
Bishop
G3.
G3. What a tactic.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
27 mate! You wanted
Can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning! Oh my god!
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen!
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
And we are back here at the Speed Chess Championship. The last quarterfinal matchup between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So is finished with the 5-minute time control. Danya, we've seen Maxime jet out to a 6-3 lead. What does Wesley have to do differently in order to cut into this lead and maybe overtake Maxime?
Nothing. I actually think Wesley's playing just fine. I mean, we might see some changes in the opening. Maybe he needs to speed up a little bit in the early middle game because he has been falling behind on the clock consistently. But largely, Wesley just needs to play the same way that he just played that last Berlin game. That was sharp, that was tactically creative. Wait, what? No, was it the Petrov? Why am I blanking? What opening was their last game?
Their last game was...
Can you remember?
No, I can't remember. I don't know what you just did to me. You incepted like a loss.
What did you do to me? I can always remember the opening. Whatever that was, Wesley needs to play the same way. Fast, calm, composed, and most importantly, sharp in the tactical phase.
Well, we saw the Smarter Chess stats at the start of the match. It was 4.5 was the prediction in the longest time control. That was wrong, 6-3 in Maxim's favor. And if the rest of his predictions are to be believed, Maxim is the favorite in the shorter time controls as well. That would bode terribly for Wesley. So, Danya, what do you think? Now that we're in more familiar time zones, time controls, I should say, 3+1, Maxim, Wesley, they're veterans of all time controls, but Title Tuesday is in 3+1. Do you think that Wesley, now that he's in the shorter time control, maybe he'll actually speed up as we've seen players do before?
Well, Nanuka has the real advice in the chat. Wesley hired Danya as your coach. Yes. Maybe I should just replace him. I mean, I really would totally do better against an on-form MVL. But 3+1, that is a time control Wesley greatly enjoys. He's improved a lot in 3+0, Robert, and that 1 second increment obviously only plays into his hands.
Certainly does. And Maxim, he's busy drinking, eating, having a jolly all the time. He has a feast, and he's feasting on Wesley. So at least he was before that 9th game, because I think that was important for Wesley. No matter what the opening was, Maxim had been in firm control, winning a game with 4 queens on the board, checkmating Wesley twice in a row along the final column, right? The A file in the Queen's game, the H file when he sacrificed his queen and had the 2 rooks on the H and G file. So I think that Wesley, he can calm down a little bit having won that latest game.
I'll be totally honest. I didn't really hear a word you just said because I was mesmerized by just the sight of MVL vigorously chewing whatever's on his desk. And for some reason, it reminded me of the show Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. There should be another show. Grandmasters at their desk eating snacks.
I guess would Jerry Seinfeld also host that one, or who do you have in mind?
Perhaps. I've never seen Seinfeld, but I've heard good things about him.
Well, we've heard good things about this format, this event. Just to remind everybody.
I knew you'd find a way to turn that into what you were about to say.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And what these players have to do is get ready for a shorter time control, because they have an hour of 3-minute plus 1 second increments. So to remind everybody, we just had an hour and a half of the longest time control. Now we're getting into an hour of 3+1. That's more at home for these players. They play this time control on Title Tuesdays every week, or twice a week, because they're 2 every Tuesday. And then finally, we will have bullets. So, Danya, I guess you said beforehand you weren't going to make any predictions. You're going to be neutral. I'm still asking you to be neutral. But who do you see as the favorite when the waning seconds remain on the clock?
I think so far I'd have to go with MVL. And it's not because Wesley loses his composure. I just feel like Wesley makes more blunders in the time scramble phase, or at least it's been the case so far. I mean, I'm really impressed by MVL's level of tactical sharpness thus far in the match, which is why I really think time management is going to be crucial in the 3+1. Can Wesley avoid spending a lot of time in the opening? What kind of preparation is he going to bring to the table in the 3+1? Largely, though, Robert, I'm stalling because I really think they're so evenly matched that it's just hard to point out where one player is better than the other, because both of them share a lot of characteristics, including their incredible composure and time pressure.
It's true. And, well, Wesley, while on break, he could have ventured through that library and found a chess book or two. Maybe it'll help him with some of these openings. And the problem is, normally you know what to expect from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Here we have no idea, but we're off E4 from Maxime. And the chat believes that Maxime is the favorite to win 3+1. And are we going to get just another Berlin? Come on, play something different.
Please no, Wesley. Come on. At least play, keep the queens on the board. Do something. It's not rookie 1 again.
We're getting the same thing. And it seems like Wesley finding this position at least bearable from the black side. And here, Maxime just doing the same old, same old.
Now, Maxime, you better come up with something, because if you're just going to repeat that drawing game, I mean, actually, that might be exactly what he's trying to do, Robert. He's up by 3 points. Let's not forget that. So maybe a repeat of that game is kind of what he's planning for. Well, so far, so good if that's the case.
Exactly the same position. Nothing new. D6,
kind of a
just like
letdown.
last game. It is, right? We saw rook E8 and queen E7. Oh, okay, here we go. First new bishop B5. But you make that sound, but let's...
No. It's a good move. It's a great
right?
move.
Because if you induce C6, the bishop on B7 is bad and the D6 pawn is weak. And this is how top-level grandmasters win games. And you may say, what happened? Nothing. It's a one-move threat. But what they do is they cause their opponent problems, and when you continue to be a nuisance and you have to spend time solving the new issues in the position, that's how Maxime gets the upper hand. Already, rook E8 check was the threat. That's why the queen slid over to F8, so the rook and A8 covers the square.
And this bishop is a massive irritant. You pointed out something very important. A lot of people just go C6. Oh, you can go C6 and rook E8. Actually, no, you can't, because then you drop the pawn on D6 and you blunt your own bishop. If you play A6, the bishop can actually sneak and slither into D7 in certain positions. So white actually has to set himself up for A6. Maybe a move like queen C3 can be considered, although that does run into the very nasty C5. Not entirely sure, Robert, how MVL tightens the screws here.
Well, in that variation you're talking about, queen G3 would be possible after a C5.
Oh!
So that gets messy very quickly. Instead he goes queen E3, and how can you blame him? The only open file on the board is the E file. White has an advantage. I don't care. It says 0.2 on the evaluation bar. It's just a really annoying position. So what black really wants to accomplish here is bishop C6 and rook to E8. One of the problems of playing bishop C6 is the A6 pawn becomes a bit loose. So you have the benefit of covering the E8 square, but you lose sight of A6. And I wonder if Maxime has a move right here to take advantage of it, like queen H3 and C3, something of that nature. But he starts the queen H3. If G6, maybe bishop H6, just cause problems left and right.
Poking and prodding, and I don't remember who shared the famous advice about making 40 threats and eventually your opponent is going to blunder. I think that was Vasily Smyslov, or at least it's commonly attributed to him. And that's kind of what MVL is doing. Just threat, and eventually you're going to make a concession. Actually, rook E8 here is not out of the question, Robert.
So if
wait a second.
F8, rook E1, you're saying.
And bishop to B5. But the problem is after rook E8, the queen is kind of trapped. You do have bishop back to G7, though, worst case scenario.
Wow, but this is a difficult line to assess because even in the event of like a rook E3 type of move, the A6 pawn is hanging. So you have to not just calculate, oh, can I give up my queen for the back rank threat? You have to recognize if all the major pieces get off the board, A6 is in trouble. So here we go, rook E3. Take, maybe queen takes
queen
E3?
Takes, and then there's bishop D4?
Oh, you're getting all spicy now.
I'm getting all Rebecca Harris on you here, but let's see. Queen E3, there's also queen C8. And you know the issue is bishop A6, queen A6, queen E8 is checkmate with one small problem. Bishop takes E8.
That is true, but black is tied to the defensive. Not too many pieces remaining, which is why we believe that black should be okay. But looking at the times, a minute 10 for Wesley. He's doing all right for now. But if that time gets cut in half, then we're going to start seeing some problems. But look at Maxime. Once again, building a lead in the clock and thinking in a critical moment. Why was this moment critical? Because bishop takes D4 is available to black right now. And Danya, the advantage actually is turning in black's favor.
Well, I think what Maxime wants is bishop F8, bishop E3, and another counter desperado, bishop D6. But guess what? Here, black has another desperado. And when the smoke clears, white actually does take A6. He simply takes on D6, and the worst is behind him. I really don't think that white has anything here. In fact, we're talking about an advantage for black because Wesley is making a beeline for the E5 square with his king.
Here comes the king. And that's bad news for Maxime. He is much more passive here. And look at the queenside pawns. A5, B6, D6, dark squares. Your bishop can't touch this. And so that's good news for Wesley. And bishop comes to C4 to attack F7. He wants to induce D5 to shut the bishop down for now.
Yeah, you can't touch this, but white is hammering away at black's pawns, and a draw agreed.
No, I was okay with the other one. This one I wanted to see play out.
Yeah, but the problem with the draw agreement is that you didn't hear my amazing reference because of the draw offer. As I said, he was hammering home at the pawn
because
structure.
I can't touch this?
Yes.
Nice. I missed it because I was too busy being upset.
Well, I was upset too. I mean, black had a free hand there, didn't he? I mean, what were we missing?
Probably nothing, but this was the game that was won.
Now I was like, wait, I recognize this. This happened before.
I wonder what they looked at during the break, because this knight d4 played earlier this time. Remember, the king went to h8, there was a pawn f6 when Maxime played knight d4. So he looked into this line, plays knight d4 earlier, and I think this is a bit of bad news for Wesley. He started thinking a little bit here. So I'm not sure if Wesley's just trying to remember or if he just didn't check this in full detail. But either way, he spent just a little bit of hesitation, and that should be good news for Maxime, who, according to the engine, has a bit of an advantage right now.
Yeah, although looking at this position visually, it obviously is very scary. But gosh, that black knight on d4, it lasted less than Lawrence Strand in the ring.
Ooh.
But with the e-file wide open now, I'm terrified if I'm playing black. And there's all sorts of cool tactics, Robert.
Queen
just
h4.
as a yeah, you know what I'm thinking. You know me too well. Queen h4. If we pull up an analysis board real fast, knight d6. Now, you actually have queen h6, queen d6 here. But if you play CD, if you play incautiously, queen f7, rook f7. This is as old as the hills, and it's called checkmate.
Yes, and I think I've only had that once in my career. I've landed that exact checkmate, but it is fun to uncork that, and wouldn't be fun for Maxime, which is why he plays bishop b4, going after the rook on e1. Now, knight f6 is check, opening up the rook to the queen on e7, but the queen would take on f6, so that doesn't work as a discovery tactic. So instead, you have to find a move here. Do you play rook e2? That seems pretty straightforward, but then queen takes h4 is perhaps an option. You threaten bishop g4 after that, and queen, rook, and other rook all in the same diagonal. 2 pawns down is Wesley So.
Oh my god, black is on such thin ice. Now, it should be pointed out that these queen f7, rook e8 tactics are not going to work as long as black has bishop back to f8. So you don't have to worry about that in particular. And if you're white, you got a lot of things to worry about. Where is the compensation for the 2 pawns? Bishop g4 is now a massive threat, Robert. And as impressive as this looks for white, I just don't see anything concrete. Maybe you take on d4 and intend to meet bishop g4 with queen g4 and knight f6.
Right, just to trade off all the pieces, and then we get opposite colored bishops with the safer king for white, the extra pawn, at least initially, for black. That's a probably dynamic equality, but black does have the advantage according to the evaluation bar. So there maybe is a queen h1 check or queen h6 check, something of the sort. I like queen h6 because you can't play king b1. Then you get back rank checkmated.
Queen h6. King b1 and queen h1 is back rank mate. That makes sense. So how does white have to meet queen h6? Does he have to play rook e3? Ugh, that's awkward.
Yeah, some kind of awkward move like rook e3 or knight d2 or something of the sort, but that's not what you want from white. You want to keep that knight on e4 nice and active in the center.
Not as awkward as Danny Wrench at a cocktail party, though. I forgot.
It's funny.
He's within earshot.
He is definitely nearby, and I was just at the chess boxing after party with him. He wasn't awkward at all. People loved him. In fact, somebody even tweeted about it. So the joke's on you this time.
Not as awkward as Daniel Naroditsky at a cocktail party. Now that's accurate.
I wasn't going to say it. You're my friend. We hang out at cocktail parties. So if the rook on e3, now you'd love to get a bishop c5 in, but the knight on e4 covers the square. But bishop e6, just defensive play from Maxime. And it's a weak pawn on e6, Danya. The knight on e4 is superb. So I actually don't believe that black has an advantage here, but I also don't think that white has too much going for him either.
Yeah, clearly white no longer has an attack, and the rooks they're misplaced. You have to be very careful. If black plays a sneaky little move like bishop a5, that threatens bishop b6, and if you move one rook, then the other one's going to get pinned. So how is white meeting bishop a5? Rook h3. And just so fast, Wesley thinking on his feet and solving problems. I think the worst is behind him now.
I agree. Bishop d4, rook h6, gh6, or this.
But okay,
this is much better because the pawn structure is intact, and the knight on e4 would love to have a pawn f3, but the pawn f3 isn't happy without a pawn on g2 as well. So knight g5 going right after e6, rook a to e8 is met by queen e4. As your point out, e5 is met by queen c4. So you have to be careful. Like all sorts of threats.
Oh, the knight and queen combo. I mean, it just whips up tactical threats out of nowhere. Now, you actually can play rook e8 and meet queen e4 with this move rook to f5, intercepting the queen and counterattacking the knight. Maybe that's the way to go.
That's like one of those lucky saves that you have.
Yeah.
They actually, after queen e4, there's also rook takes f2, freeing the f8 square for your king.
What a fearless move, though, by MVL, giving up e6 with check and saying, hey, I've got all the luft I need on h7.
Oh, gosh, that's a little bit scary. And you know what he also might be considering is a sacrifice, an exchange sacrifice. Like queen e6, king h8, knight f7, rook f7, And after the queen takes, it's like bishop e5, and you just have everything kind of under control. I don't think he's going to go for it, and he doesn't. But queen e4 check picks up the bishop on d4, but you're going to lose your knight on f7. So it's an equal trade of pieces, which is not good for white. The two rooks, if they can coordinate, that's going to be bad in the long term for Wesley.
If you wanted to draw queen e4 check, king g8, you could desperado the knight on h6, but I really don't think that that's a way to play for a win. But MVL with g6, he doesn't want his king to drop back to g8. White could still play knight takes h6 here, but then black can snap the pawn off on f2, and you have to watch for back rank problems. Rook a to e8 is also a threat. Robert, I think Wesley might be losing control of the game here.
I think practically speaking, white is lost, because look at the pawn structure.
Wow.
F2 and h3 isolated, and after rook f7, other rook to f8, you're just going to drop pawns left and right. So Wesley now dropping 24 seconds. It's queen e7 going for an attack. There's knight g5 double check.
Don't go rook e8 there. A very alert move by MVL to intercept the seventh rank. Mm-hmm. And now he should bring his rook into the game.
Is it queen takes b7?
Rook a b8 maybe there.
And rook a e8 as well. Good point. Just all sorts of threats. So he's not taking on b7 just yet. Now he does. And the knight can come back to c4.
What a wild position. Pawn majority is on either side. Black has to hunt for the h3 pawn, but black's king is still very weak. There's force galore. If you take on h3, Robert, queen c8 picks up the rook.
That's right.
In any position.
White has good chances here. That pawn on a6 could drop if you play knight b6, cutting off the rook from the pawn. Mm-hmm. He does it right away, but there could be issues with the king on b1. Rook d1 check, rook f2 to follow, or rook d2 in this case.
Black chiseling his way inside onto the second rank, hunting for white's king, doubling on the second rank. White has to drop the knight back in that case. 2 seconds for MVL.
Wow, and knight can go back to a4. It does.
Bad pre-move. Bad pre-move. He was expecting knight c4.
That's right, and now he's just lost.
And queen Wesley, b6. Oh, move the queen.
Safely does, and now b4 is possible, and king goes to b3 and slides out.
Exquisite technique by Wesley. Now his king is safe. His pawn is rumbling forward toward promotion, and he can just go knight c5.
Oh, he could have probably taken on e5 as well, I think.
Yeah, king b7. That's it. Queen b8 even wins.
Yeah, knight e6 there, knight a6, all of it wins. And that is a second victory in a row. And at least in decisive games, because the previous game was a draw, but a second decisive game going Wesley's way. It is now a 2-point deficit. He's probably feeling a lot better, and we're not feeling much better because we keep seeing this line, and Maxime is not getting anything of note.
Yeah, back and forth. The pendulum swings, and MVL, I mean, now the ball is squarely in his court. He keeps repeating the same line, banging his head against the wall. And I think he really thinks that he had an advantage there after bishop b5, which he probably honestly did, but he still really didn't show anything out of that position.
No. In d6, maybe there's a little something, and we're getting the same exact position.
It's a smidge mazel here going on, but not much at all.
No. Rook e1 followed by queen f8. That looked pretty good. He might be thinking about rook e7. It looks a little bit awkward, but at least you don't hand over the e-file just yet. But no, this is looking fine for Wesley. And maybe Maxime has a slight improvement somewhere just to keep the tension a little bit longer, just to prevent this a6 bishop c6 thing. And did you see that? Wesley shook his head. I wonder why.
Yeah, did he not like the move queen f8? I mean, he's shaking his head at the current weather in Minnesota.
Can't blame him.
You never know. You never know why players shake their heads. That's one lesson I've learned over the course of my chess career. You never know what's going on inside their heads, or if it's even related to chess.
Well, I know what's going on inside your head. Queen c3, which you mentioned earlier.
Your idea, c5, queen g3.
Well, he's just playing this solidly. Let me ask you, does it feel like Maxime is playing that he doesn't mind a draw, or do you think he actually believes in the prospects of this position?
Well, we know for a fact that he's perhaps the most principled GM at the top. Like, he will not bend. He continues to play his openings. He really believes in them, right? He's not trying to put on a show and say, oh, look at me, I'm playing the same openings again and again. He truly believes in them. And I think we're seeing that here. He's being very stubborn. That might ultimately backfire. But Robert, I'm on the same page. I don't think he just wants to draw, especially given that his lead has shrunk to 2. I really think he wants to prove that his opening choice is worthwhile.
But he's getting nothing.
He's not doing a good job of it at all.
He's getting absolutely nothing. Like, I think he would be the first to admit it himself. Wesley playing this like, okay, if you're just going to let me draw with black, I'll keep trying to win with white. And guess what? Wesley has won the last 2 games. He had the white pieces.
Now, I will point one thing out. perhaps the only chance white could aim for, and this could honestly backfire, is an eventual b2, b4 with two ideas. If you take on b4, I'm trying to create an outside passer with a5. If you ignore, then I take on a5, maybe drop the bishop back to d2, and try to go c4 and pick that pawn up. That might be the only target white can create, but it ain't going to work against Wesley. He'll stick a bishop on b3 and goodbye.
Bishop b3 right now, right? You play bishop b5. I can even repeat moves, or I can start bringing my king towards the center. f5, king f7, king e6. And that pawn on a4, if you can protect the c6 square, like if your king were on b7, black already plays c6 and wins it.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think you're able to make that work just yet, but black can start expanding. f5, king f7, king e6, all that kind of stuff. And eventually c7 to c5. You better watch out for that, because you can strike in the center and open up your bishop while white's pawns are stuck in place.
Yeah, I mean, this pathway is just wide open. It's like the lights of a runway lighting up at night, directing the airplane toward d5. And if anybody has to be careful, it is now squarely MVL Robert. A very sloppy move. 25th move, bishop d3, just allowing bishop b3 was careless, and it was a frustration move. I think MVL is frustrated that he's not getting anything, and it's getting to him right now. And he's got to keep his composure, because you absolutely can lose an endgame like this against Wesley.
You can. And what's the next idea? c4 for white? You're not going to trap this bishop on b3. So please play c4. Then black plays d5, and all of a sudden you're going to be left with an isolated pawn at minimum, and maybe worse. So you can't really play for a win here if you're Maxime. I feel like you just need to kind of agree that this position should just be a draw. And well, now king d6 and c6. wait. Now king d6 and c6 was a threat.
Your idea. And so Maxime, feeling the desperation, pushing c4 out of necessity, not out of desire. Now, if black stubbornly plays king d6, there might be a c5 check. And there white looks okay.
Well, then there's a swap on c5 and then c6 and for black anyway.
Who knows?
Wow, this is actually getting a bit dicey. And look at that move by Wesley.
Classic Wesley.
I don't really know why he did that. Maybe he wants to be king c3 with bishop b4 check or something, like just swap off obstacle bishops. Maybe he's okay making a draw. That's the Wesley so that we all know, right? If I can make a draw with black in a neutral position without worrying, he often goes for that, because on the grand scale of things, the strategy is let's just hold with black and try to press with white.
Is there a case to be made for c5 here? Again, not trying to play for a win, just the most clinical way to force a draw if you're Maxime. Or is it king c3?
I feel like c5, if you swap on c5 and then play black gets to play king d6 and c6 and stuff, like I don't know. I don't think it's bad, but I feel like there could be some issues. Same with f4.
Yeah, weird pawn play. There's also the immediate c6, by the way, we should point out. Bishop c6, dc, no clue what's happening there. He trades on d5. I'm not predicting a single one of these moves. Are you? Like, it's like all of this is weird.
I'm very surprised. Why would you do this? You're just like asking for a worse endgame. Unless Maxime has mapped this out and says this is for sure a draw, this feels like, practically speaking, a really bad decision.
The problem when you map endgames like this out is there's always some breakthrough you didn't anticipate. And this is a classic, Robert. There's always bishop h4. It's possible even here. Of course, white will play bishop e1. The point is gh3 and black promotes a pawn. But it's so easy to miss this in time pressure when you put your bishop on the wrong square. Wesley can keep trying here ad nauseum.
And you mentioned this idea earlier for white to play b4, but now black can try to play b5 at any moment, including now. Because if you swap twice on b5, then b3 falls an outside pass pawn. The issue is the a5 pawn is targeted by the bishop on d2, but that is something that Wesley would like to look for. He goes after the d4 pawn first, and maybe there's c5.
c5, a weird-looking idea. He's played it. He wants to play bishop d4 and bishop to g1. The target is the h2 pawn. So Maxime hanging by a thready thread here. And Wesley continues to make progress, but can MVL hold things together just enough? Bishop d4, what's his idea? Is it bishop e3?
Bishop e3, and the point, if you trade king before, there's always bishop e6. So if you take on b3, you lose f5.
And that is hard to evaluate, but probably not worth it if you're Wesley so. Oh, bishop a4 is a threat.
Little threat over there. Bishop e6 going right after the f5 pawn, and I think we're just going to see a draw now.
Great play by Wesley. He did everything he could, but at the end of the day, MVL holding by a thread.
And they're just going to keep an eye on f5, and b3 needs to be safe and sound. So white is less active, makes the draw. I think that's a pretty fair result. I mean, Maxime, he's yet to prove anything in this line from the white side, and now he goes back to the Sicilian. So interesting, Donna. He's going away from the Petrov. He lost 2 games in that line, even if the opening wasn't the problem. And we're getting, oh my gosh, we're getting this, a bishop b5 check.
I would have expected the opposite. MVL isn't really having problems with black in the Petrov, and he switches that. He is having problems proving anything in the Rookie 1 Berlin, and yet that he sticks with. So interesting decision-making. I'm not going to question it. MVL knows better, but kind of interesting to always trace how these players decide which openings to keep and which openings to change. And this, Robert, is such a classic line. It's been around for decades.
It makes me sad because whenever I've had this position with black, I feel like I have no plans, no space, and I just have to wait and try to play, as you're showing, d5. But then when I finally play d5, it's always at the wrong moment, and I lose material. So a6, okay, is really b5 on the docket? Doesn't look like it just yet. So you go play rook c1. You can make moves there. You can play a4 at some point for white as well. You can play knight d5 at the right moment, but that will allow b5. So you do have to be a bit careful for Wesley as he sinks deeper into thought and sinks deeper below his camera.
But the problem is black is threatening knight takes d4 and then b5. Right. And I say threatening in quotes. Obviously, it's not like black plays b5 and the game is over, but there's a well-known trick here, Robert. I missed this before. Let me make a random move for white. We can pull up an analysis board real fast. Knight d4, bishop d4, b5. You automatically take on b5, and suddenly black has this move e5. And the knight defends the queen, so you don't have bishop takes e5. If you move the bishop, you obviously lose the knight. So lots of these weird tricks that black has in the Sicilian in general. And so Wesley drops his knight away from d4 in the live game, and this does take this thing out of b5, I think.
Wesley has done a phenomenal job of rerouting his knights today. I think that's one specific thing that he has done, where he's either gone knight c to e2 in the first game, here knight d to e2, and b5 anyway.
Not to be denied.
What happens if you just take twice on b5? Where is black's counterplay? Is there some kind of knight b4 going after the a2 pawn? Then why can't you play a4? I don't believe in that. Maybe it's to give up the pawn, play d5, and strike in the center.
I like the spirit of MVL's play, but I'm a little bit skeptical about the reality. So Wesley, I think, is going to take twice. I think knight b4 is the idea, and white just drops the knight back to c3 and says, hey, I've got connected passers on the queen side. That is a massive asset, so you better show something concrete in the next couple of moves. But something's giving Wesley pause here, Robert. What could it be? And he doesn't go for it. He goes knight d5.
And that's a bad move.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Engine drops. I mean, if we just take a second and think about this, the c file is open. There's a black rook on c8. The white rooks are not connected. Knight b4 played. If you move the rook from a1, you lose a2. If you keep the rook there, bishop takes a1 is a threat. And as you're pointing out, bishop d4 is met by knight c2, hitting the bishop. Oh, gosh, another fork on e3.
And queen a7 check is another move you have to keep track of there. Once the bishops are gone, I think bishop d4 works tactically. It's important to point out, Robert, I'm not going to make these moves on the board, but just notice that after the trade on g7, knight e3 is met by a check on d4. So that doesn't quite work. But perhaps black can play bishop takes d4 and then queen a7 or something like that.
Or knight c2, as you were saying. Knight c2, bishop g7, king g7, rook c1, then queen a7 check.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, just correcting the move order is always essential in these positions. So Maxime doing what he does best, getting a lead on the clock and then spending his time at the right moment. But for Wesley, I mean, he could have captured on b5. I don't know what he was worried about exactly, but it's playing into Maxime's hands.
I really don't see what the defense is after knight c2, because I guess queen a7 check, you're going to have to meet with the incredibly awkward move rook f2 so that knight e3 is not a fork. But that looks terrifying for black. There must be something else Maxime is attracted to. I think it is bishop takes d4 and queen a7, because that also gives his rook, Robert, this very nice c3 square later on in the game, if he can force white to recapture with the knight.
Which he does, right? Because bishop d4, queen d4, knight c2 is immediately a problem.
Right.
So as you're pointing out, queen a7 to follow up, threatens knight c2 with a pinned knight, threatens rook c3 to rook d3, trying to win that piece. So I actually really like the look of it, and he goes for that variation. Queen a7 is on the board, and rook f2 here is possible. That way you break the pin with your rook. But if rook f2, then there's rook c3 with the threat of rook
d3. It's happening. Rook
c3
c3 is a nasty little move. Sinks his teeth into all sorts of weak squares on the queen side, and tactics galore here. He can just double on the c file. Black's position is quite easy to play.
Is knight c2 available here?
Oh, my lands! And he's played it!
This is
Great
a big
call.
problem.
LPDO.
Oh, but look at how fortunate White is here. Knight d4, rook d4. You have no way to actually attack it.
He plays on Poseidon. You can't win the rook, but look at the pressure on White's position.
And very instructive moment there from Maxime. Keeping the tension. There's no...
Oh, knight e3! No,
he hung his queen!
Way. He went the wrong way!
Oh, my gosh, Wesley.
Oh, man. That is unthinkable.
Oh,
King h1, and he's still in the game.
Yeah, that was a very surprising turn of events. Wesley didn't take on b5, and everything fell apart right after that. Now we go back to a Sicilian, but this time it's Wesley with black.
Yeah, it took me a second to... I had to tell myself that like 3 times. No, Maxime is not playing with the black pieces. Maxime is playing white, and he has essayed the once ultra-popular h3, g4 system, which has cooled down in the last couple of years. But man, that was crazy.
And I think Maxime is pausing because he wonders what Wesley wants from him. G4 is an option. It still is an option, especially with this pawn h6. It can become a hook. What's a hook? When you play g4 and g5, you open up the g file because the pawn on h6 is under attack. However, black hasn't castled kingside, so maybe g4, while you have the potential of opening up things, it's not super scary for black to meet.
Ooh, and MVL turning this positional. The way this line was taught to me, White generally plays queen f3 and then castles queenside. That's another reason you play h3, to prevent bishop g4, which would pin the queen to the rook on d1. But MVL actually saying, no, I actually want to castle queenside here as far as I can tell, and maybe stick a knight on d5. But that does look a little bit artificial, Robert. I don't know about this.
And this pawn e6 is actually a really useful pawn. You take away the d5 square permanently, which allows the knight on f6 to move out the way if you want. You can now play knight c6 without any issue. You can castle kingside, have a semi-open f-file, and he plays b5. So Wesley, he's expanding on the queen side. I don't know if that was explicitly necessary, just because b4 isn't, I mean, it is a threat because e4 might drop, but at the same time, you sort of extend your queen side, allows white to play a4 at the right moment as well.
Yeah, I've lost a lot of games in the Nightorf because I've put the pawn on b4 and then allowed white to open up the queen side with a3. You mentioned the hook on h6. The pawn on b4 would also serve as a hook, but more of a positional hook, obviously, because your king is on the other side. But a hook nonetheless, as white piles up on the d6 pawn. But as it stands, it's very well defended by that bishop on e7.
Yes, and by hook or by crook, this will be the last game before we get a break, because I was looking at the match clock. We're about halfway through the 3+1 time control. So for Wesley, I do think he needs to settle down a bit, right? He lost that game in surprising fashion to go down 3 once more, and now he's playing the Sicilian. So I feel like he's in a kind of twist of events that you don't typically see from him. He's playing on emotion. His position in this game is quite nice, so it's actually working out for him. But I do believe he changed the Sicilian because he feels like he has to win. And when you play for results, that usually backfires. Though right now, done it. This is all you could ever ask for black.
Yeah, and there's a good Russian expression, to change the record player, which basically means to change the course of the game, right? To change the nature of the position. Just make a big change, give yourself a fresh set of positions to deal with. And I like that decision from Wesley. He didn't play e4, h5, right? He's not tilted. The Nightorf is a pretty reputable line, and Wesley has played it a lot in the past. So I'm fully approving of this decision, and I think that the position speaks for itself. If he goes d5 here, he's got all that he can eat with the black pieces.
Well, he hasn't moved yet, so d5 is available to him. He's still thinking about the position. What other move candidates going to mind? Knight b6 is typical, trying to get the knight to c or a4.
Yeah.
And if the bishop takes on b6, at least you have the dark squares under your control. The f2 pawn's a bit tender. So he goes rook b8. What?
Now that I really dislike. Just the look of that. I mean, is a5 really worth disrupting your coordination over, Robert?
That was surprising. That was not a move that I had in mind. And knight g3, apparently not the best either. So here comes the rook f to c8. Saying, let's go. The king side is not vulnerable. The e6 pawn, Dunya. It covered d5 earlier, now covers f5.
Now knight d2, I like. It prepares c2, c4. Now using the b5 pawn as a hook. In comes Wesley's knight, but maybe that's why MVL put the knight on g3, so that here he can drop the queen back to e2, but watch out for knight a4. That's actually a super nasty move, because if you force rook b1, then you drop c2. And this, you pointed out, is a big concession from white.
Yes, give me those dark squares.
But look at that move. And forcing the king in.
And knight f5 is possible. The bishop slides back to f8, very likely. And what'd you really get out of this? You got a nice little tactic. It's a pin. Good for you. You're not winning anything. So I think bishop f8 does the trick. And knight to e3. He wants some kind of c4, but c4 can be met by b4. And very importantly, Danya, right now, the queen on c5 can't be kicked out. That's actually really an instructive thing. You would love to kick that queen out, play c4, something like that. But the queen is sitting very pretty on c5.
And it won't let me play knight b3. Another chess.com glitch.
And knight g4 played instead. So do you want to trade knights? What do you think? Is Wesley going to just move to h5?
I'm tempted by knight h5, knight f4. I guess knight h5. Oh, g3, knight takes g3. Again, that queen on c5 doing work. He goes knight h7. So a kind of Rui Lopez-like idea to bring the knight to g5. And the dark squared bishop can travel to h6. Interesting kingside play by Wesley. So I don't know who it's going to favor. This is getting spicy.
But the time control, the time situation right now, Maxime a little bit ahead. But I love bishop h6. Rook d3 looks pretty good to me. The knight can come back to f6, hitting the e4 pawn. How are you going to defend the pawn e4?
Well, there's our answer. I think that's why he goes rook e1. He wants the rook to make contact with the e4 pawn, but it's not making contact because of this pesky knight on e3, which you can't move because the other rook is pinned. So queen c6 here would really press on that pawn. b4 is in the mix as well. But I think for the time being, Robert, MVL is holding everything together.
I really like the idea of b4 for black. I think it just causes white a ton of problems, and you can't take with the c-pawn. You lose a piece, so b4 looks good.
Typical Wesley, just king g7 and rook f8, switching once again to the king side.
I like it. I actually think it's better because b4 will allow knight to c4. Now the knights are moving backwards. They're superfluous pieces fighting for the same squares. Rook f7, rook f8. In terms of bullet game at this point, Donna, great for black, but the time is better for white.
The time, and I pointed out before the 3-minute segment started, MVL, I think, has been getting the upper hand in these time scrambles. So let's see if Wesley can turn the trend around and keep his composure. Knights are super, super dangerous pieces when you've got 10 seconds on your clock.
Great
and
move,
white's
b4.
got more of them than black.
Yeah, but great move b4 to cement the b5 pawn in place. If you take c3, you lose b5. Queen c4, great move by Wesley. Let's trade. The knights aren't getting in. The bishop on h6 covers, and in comes the second rook.
Rook fc7 on the docket. The c3 pawn is now weaker than b5, which is basically inaccessible. You might need to play knight b1 here to defend the c3 pawn, and I think he will.
Wow, knight to
and he
b1.
does.
A really ugly move. Here comes the king to e7 in typical Sicilian endgame fashion.
Oh.
And rook a5, rook b7, everything defended. Oh, wow,
Robert,
knight a3.
I think Wesley should have put a rook on the a file while he had a chance. He's given MVL a lot of activity on the queen side.
But here we go. The rooks are traded. Now knight c7 back, followed by rook a7 again.
C4.
Superfluous knights. Bishop c1, rook a7. Let's open things up. Let's take advantage of white's misplaced pieces.
And MVL, he had an opportunity to play c4 and activate his knights. He doesn't do it. A repetition? Are we going to get a repetition? No, we're not.
Okay, I think
Yes, we are.
What's he doing, Wesley? You can play for a win. Rook a7.
I don't think he's doing it. 4 seconds on the clock. He doesn't want to risk it. I don't know. He doesn't really risk it after rook a7. You called it.
Well, you got to risk it to get the biscuit. And right now, it's a 3-point deficit for Wesley. So, he's going to regret, I believe, that moment there. Maybe for now, he's just like, all right, I'll get white piece in the next game. He is a very pragmatic individual. He's won the global championship, right? That was a rapid time control. He's had the highest highs that you could imagine, winning the Fisher Random World Championship in 2019. But right now, Danya, it just feels like in these critical moments, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is just a little bit more crisp.
He is, and listen, there isn't that much time left in the match. There's like 50 minutes on the overall match clock, and the way this match has gone, they've gone back and forth. Neither side has been able to build up all that much momentum. Definitely not Wesley So. So at this point, you really have to exploit your opportunities, and you have to turn up the risk dial if you're Wesley So, which I know isn't necessarily his style, but let's see how he manages to adjust his strategy on the other side of this 3+1 segment.
Yeah, what you're saying holds true. I think Wesley with the lead is as scary as it gets. Wesley with a deficit, not really the stylistic type of player who will take those risks, but he needs to. He did play Sicilian. He actually played quite nicely, but in those critical moments, sometimes you just have to say, I'm all in. And Wesley So, he's often a bit more restrained. He's a fantastic player who's having a pretty decent match. If he can just get a few more things right, maybe he will be able to mount this comeback. But we'll see. After this break, we'll return for more from 3+1 Time Patrol in this Maxime Vachier-Lagrave Wesley So quarterfinal Speed Chess Championship match.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
As we return, we look at the blitz insights on chess.com between these two players. Danya, both have played approximately the same amount of games. They both are extremely accurate. But look at that win percentage for Maxime. That's pretty crazy.
It is, and my eyes are also drawn to the low number at the bottom, losses by flag. Neither one of them really have a lot of problems with time management, but MVL is a lot faster than people realize. Back in the days of the Internet Chess Club, MVL had one of the highest bullet ratings on the site, something nobody seems to realize. The guy is a bullet monster. His time management in Blitz is excellent, and you don't win as many Blitz games as he does by accident. MVL has been firing on all cylinders thus far.
He certainly has, and as you were noting, he does not lose on time very often. He often doesn't win on time very often, but either way, he has a 3-point lead in this match. Wesley So, one of the most accurate players on the site, 89% average accuracy. That's crazy, but he also doesn't take risks. That's what we were talking about before the break, Tanya. And if he is going to beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, not only does he need to make the most of his advantages, he probably will have to take some risk that may be speculative.
Listen, it's a good board game, not as good as Catan, but it's also what he needs to take a lot more of, especially in the second half of this 3+1 segment. I mentioned in the pre-show, Robert, that a 3-point deficit going into the bullet has been far from insurmountable for most players in the SCC thus far. We've seen at least 2 comebacks, improbable comebacks, in the bullet by players we don't really think of as traditional bullet players. But just the way this match has gone as the next game kicks off, it doesn't seem all that probable that either player is going to be able to put together a super long streak. So Wesley has to start chipping away at this lead in these 25 minutes.
Yes, he does. And we have a Grunfeld, one of the openings that I named earlier as a vintage MVL opening, and Knight E4. This line has been played many times. I played it from the white side. I actually really like it from the white side because you don't get into your standard theory, Danya. You waste the tempo in a way, playing Bishop G5, then right back to F4. But with the tension between the C4 and D5 pawns, it remains, and there's not a knight on F6 at the moment. Knight takes D5 is often by Queen A5 check. It gets spicy.
That's precisely what I was going to say. It may seem, if you're not a Grunfeld player, that both sides are just experiencing a blind spot with respect to the D5 pawn, but it is standard fare to sacrifice at times both of your D and C pawns in the Grunfeld because it's all about piece activity.
And look at this, Bishop E5.
Ooh,
it's a topical move, just trying to shut down the bishop on G7. And it's a really weird position where black can take on C3 and take back on D5. And white seems to be well behind in development, but you also better control the center. Let's count the pawns in the center. E and D for white, only E for black. So this should be at least a slight something for Wesley heading into the endgame.
Oh, definitely a smidge here with that increased control over the A file. A lot of pawn mobility, a very flexly pawn formation on the queen side. And I hope James approved of that. I hope he's watching the show.
Oh, he for sure is. And, well, right now we see king d2. It's an endgame. We can use our king as a weapon. We don't have to hide it on the side of the board. Rook d8, trying to play e5. There is a king in the center, so we can open up this line. Then the king suffers. And bishop d3. So what happens if we just swap and play e5?
Great minds think alike. I think MVL is on the cusp of erasing whatever small advantage Wesley may have had. You can also take and go knight c5 to e4, but I like that less. There's e5. And importantly, if you go d5, Robert, not only is there knight c5 check, there's also e4 and knight c5, and white's position starts to collapse there.
And look at this move, rook e1 by Wesley. If you take on d4, in comes my knight. And you remember that game where you were saying the bishop didn't have like a stronghold, right? There wasn't an anchored square. This knight on d4 is anchored there by the pawn on c3. The king on d3 may have been exposed in some of the other variations, but it can always slide back to c2. And look at this move, rook a1 to d1. The rook on a1 has done its job. It induced the move a6. Now it's free to go. Not saying that there's much of an advantage for white, but all of Wesley's moves are with purpose.
Yeah, I stand corrected. I thought MVL solved all of his problems. He still has a couple left to solve, and maybe he can start by playing king to f6. That seems to be a pretty safe square, and you're also preventing the rook infiltration to e7. He plays a more modest king f8. Maybe he was worried that the king on f6 would get harassed by the rooks. It looks visually like a dead equal position, but if you look closely, you'll see that white's pieces are just a tad more active. But, hey, active pieces don't win games. Can Wesley convert this into something concrete, Robert? What do you think?
one important thing to look out for is if that rook on d8 slides to e8, like right now, knight e6 check is available. Just trying to ruin the black pawn structure. It's a trade of knights. It's just a little bit fancy, but it gives white a little bit of an edge. So knight f6 played first, rook e8 to follow. I don't see how white infiltrates, but look at this move c4, king c3, king b4, king a5, king b6. I know it's a
King
long
A7,
journey.
king b8, king b9.
If Nigel Short made it work in his game against Jan Tiemann, the king going to its dream square, you have to look for things like that.
And if you play king c3 now, though, there is this knight check on d5. No pasaran. Go back to b2. But it's definitely a valid idea in the long run. Maybe get this knight off of d4, open a line of communications between the rooks. I still think we're talking about a symbolic advantage at best. But if I had to choose one side, I would still choose white, with this knight remaneuvering itself perhaps to e3.
Okay, and
Takes king c3.
But I'm starting to like this more and more for white, because as long as you keep one pair of rooks on the board, I feel like you have this sort of clear path on the queen side. Whereas what's black's actual plan right now?
Well, what if you play rook e7 and force the rooks off the board?
Because like a rook d1, you have knight e4 check.
Knight
It's very
e4.
important.
But I agree with you. I still think in the knight endgame, white's king is slightly more active, white's knight a little bit more jumpy. And Wesley, at the very least, could pretend to try.
Speaking of active kings, he says, I'm just going to go right up away. And that was smart play by Maxime. And now f3. If we trade rooks, my king gets to d4, my knight gets to d3. It's not just the clearest cut draw that we've ever seen, even if it should be a draw.
A great example of not trusting the eval bar too much. Now, it is showing a small advantage for white, which is accurate objectively, but practically, this is even more unpleasant. You want to play a well-timed c5 check, but you don't want to do it too early, and you definitely don't want to combine it with a trade of knights, because then black is the one who's going to have an outside pass pawn. So pawn endings are actually good for black here because of the availability of this a5 pawn break, which he plays.
Played, and you could chop on a5, play knight a4, but like king c6 and knight b6... I'm with you, but suddenly it's like black who's on the better side of the draw.
It's time to look at your opponent and say, all right, let's call it a day. Now let's call it a day before it gets bad. Maybe king c3 is what the doctor ordered. All of a sudden, you're absolutely right. It might be black in the driver's seat before you know it. c5 check was possible as well. But Wesley, playing cautiously, this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, king c6 is always a nice location for that piece, and you can't really do much of anything, right? There's no...
Wesley declined to draw.
Wow, I wonder if he didn't see it, because sometimes you have the board full screen and you don't see when the draw is offered.
That reminds me of something.
You're going to tell me what it is? Or
well, I was playing the Riga Open in 2014. I offered Mackenzie Molnar, very strong GM, lives in New Jersey, and a good friend. I offered him a draw. It was a complicated middle game. So he thought for about 10 minutes, and then he looks at me and he says, "What?" And he's like, "Did you say something?" And I'm like, "Yeah, Mac, I asked you how your day went. Like, I offered a draw." And he said, all right, I'll take it.
Yeah, he only heard it well after it was said. Knight c5 is just saying, let's trade knights. And if you trade knights, BC is check with the f4 pawn being loose. You have to calculate this. And Wesley, down to 10 seconds.
Take it. No, he takes the pawn. What a move.
Oh, my gosh.
And now it's getting sharp. Holy smokes.
If knight e5, gh6, and you have an outside pass pawn, but that's a 3-result game.
Maybe just take g5. Given that you have a 3-point lead, maybe play this conservatively. Just take the g pawn and take your draw and go home.
That seems to be a very smart play. Just take on g5 with either pawn, in fact, and then we have an even king endgame. That's what Maxime does, and this position is dead draw.
Yeah, okay, draw. Just making sure. And a great decision by MVL. Practical, prudent chess. You're up by 3. No need to rediscover the wheel. Just take the darn draw.
Yeah, and some people may criticize Maxime for not playing it out a little more, wasting some of the match clock. We've seen some people do that to great effect, but we're still too early, right? What's the point of playing that out? You have a 3-game lead. It just, I think, sets the wrong tone for the rest of the match for yourself.
Yeah, things starting to get really concerning now for Flexley. I'm looking at the match clock. It's at 18 minutes. The lead is not shrinking. MVL's got the white pieces. So time for Wesley to really turn it on here if he wants a crack at this lead. Okay, we have a Rosalimo and a traditional Rosalimo. Now, what's interesting, Robert, is that players used to go h3 here automatically. And in the last few years, people kind of realized that the idea of black trading the light squared bishop isn't always something to fear. Wesley could still go h3, and he does, but our understanding of this Rosalima line has really changed through the years.
Well, what's funny is you said Wesley could play H3, but it's Maxime.
Maxime,
with white.
I apologize.
No,
Maxime.
but the reason why you did that is Maxime was the one playing the Rosalima earlier.
Yeah, exactly. So they did the Najdorf switcheroo, and now the Rosalimo switcheroo.
It's very surprising what's happening in this match, and I think that's been good from Maxime's perspective. Is Wesley, who is someone who likes to be in control of the chessboard, and Maxime is just switching his openings up left and right. He has a lead. It's making Wesley get outside his comfort zones. But look at this position. It's pretty locked up. He took on c7. Just as I was saying, in a locked up position, knights can actually be superior to bishops. So there goes that second white bishop. The knight can go into e4. Now the pawn has been pushed to e5. Oftentimes you see the white queen go up to d2 and f4. But that's why Wesley decided to strike with f5. And the pawns look ugly, but the next one can come to f5. The bishop on g7 will look pretty strong. And where are the outposts for the white knights?
As you're saying, you make that sound, but the pawns ain't actually that bad, especially if they appear on f5 and g5. I love the move d4. I think MVL has to take it to Wesley before he completes his development, but rook d8 is a super alert response, just saying, hey, the d4 pawn is now a liability. Maybe you should try queen d3 and get it to c4, get out of the pin. But queen d3, yeah, you don't want to go bishop f5 here if you're black, as this does fork the pawn. Maybe take on d4 first. It's a chaotic position, though, Robert. Anybody's game thus far.
For sure. I would think about king h7 as well, just to keep the tension between pawns in the center and take on d4 when you're good and ready. The g6 pawn is loose, so that king h7 is a multi-purpose move. Instead goes queen f7. Once again, a good multi-purpose move. Taking away queen c4, protecting the pawn on g6, bringing the queen closer to the king side, and queen e3 is Maxime's response. Danya, that move allows the queen eventually to venture up to e7, but for now gets out of the pin.
And black can take and play f6, f5, reopening the fianchettoed bishop, at which point knight e6 would run into rook e8, exploiting that queen as a vulnerability.
Wow.
Instead, he chips away from the other side. What a committal move. I think that's what's on your mind as well. He's giving up a lot of squares, but everything's defended for the time being.
And he's going to play b6 and maybe bishop b7. So he might just take over the long diagonal. And I should say diagonals, because this is the problem with giving up not just two bishops versus knight and bishop. No, it's two bishops versus two knights, which means your knights cannot fend off diagonals. Your knights need to find outposts, need to find attack of some sort. So where is this knight on d4 going? Maybe knight e2 to f4, something like that. I could see an argument for it. And he does play knight e2 step one. And I think knight f4 to take it to the e6 square.
Yeah, the knights are land animals. They can run, they can climb, but they can't fly. And the bishops can just fly over obstacles and land from one side of the board to the other, while the knights have to climb that wall in cumbersome fashion. When there are no strongholds, the knights really, really struggle. So Maxime doing what he can here, using his knights to the maximum and trying to jump into e6. But these do seem to just be one-move threats, which Wesley is handily parrying thus far. And here comes the rook.
Wow, rook d2, giving up the bishop on g7, which isn't that good of a piece right now. The pawn f6 keeps it stuck. It's not open. That's when the bishop would thrive. But the e7 square is a bit of a vulnerability. Rook c2 might be made by queen d6, something like that.
Absolutely.
That could be scary.
And then the queen could further infiltrate to c7 in the event the black's queen moves away from the 7th rank. And if you're Maxime, takes in rook e2. The amazing thing, Robert, is that black can take on a2 at the end of the line and then return to f7 to parry a check on c7. And that's why Maxime blunts the queen on f7, a very alert move. And I think MVL is holding this one together.
A great vision by both you and then MVL, realizing a2 was actually under attack. It would have been hanging, so he plays b3. You do not want to trade off all the rooks if you are Wesley, because that's how you get in trouble. If the rooks and the queens come off the board, some of these endgames can be very dangerous for black. The knight hops from color complex to color complex. The bishop inherently limited to its own color. So bishop c6, once again, a useful move, covers d7, covers b5. The knight is actually restricted by the bishop on c6.
And h4, a little poke and prod kind of move, trying to induce more weaknesses on the king side. MVL is happy with the status quo on his side of the board. I mean, that rook on d8 is undefended. You can move it to a defended square. You can play rook d8 to d7, and maybe that's what Wesley does. He does play a move like that, and that essentially forces Maxime's hand, I think.
And it's a big moment because that's a rook d2, rook d2. c2 is loose. You do not want to give up that pawn. Your queen isn't getting into the d6 square to go rook e7. You're saying rook e2. And after a swap, there's queen d5.
Black starts getting active here. Queen d1 is a big... well, it's actually not really a threat because white is queen c7 at the end. but you could lose a pawn there.
But that's something really important to know, that queen c7 check is always available to white. Now, don't play queen d3 and blunder checkmate in 1. Queen d2 would be a problem. He just goes knight c3.
Okay, so queen d7 preventing white's queen from infiltrating. So Wesley going to kind of tread water here for a bit and try to make some improvements to his position. And here comes the queen. Back to f5 it goes.
So queen d3 trades the queen to the spot, but you put a pawn on a light square and isolate it, and the black king would venture in via f5. So queen e5, there's no point that white has to worry about just yet. I feel like there's no square that's vulnerable.
And look at the clock situation. When you're in acute time pressure, you want to avoid having targets and weaknesses because they increase the possibility of a blunder. So if you're Wesley, you're considering playing g4, but a big transformation there as the queens get swapped. Is this just a dead draw, or is black actually playing for a win here?
I think black should be decided slightly for choice. It was b4.
Oh, locking the pawns on a light square.
Is there a c4 move? That doesn't look too threatening. Bishop. Oh, bishop g6.
Uh-oh. The knight meeting the bishop at the top, but the pawn ending is winning for black. Just take it in a5. Take it in a5. It's over.
Maybe even a6, just so you can save a tempo, but he plays a5. I don't think it matters.
Oh, what a blunder by Maxime.
That is borderline inexcusable, right? Like, he's way too strong to allow a simply winning king and pawn endgame.
That is basic Betty right there. And after knight d3 check, that pawn endgame, Robert, I think was comfortably a draw, despite black being more active.
Wow.
That was a gift.
That was a gift, and Wesley So better make the most of it, because now he has the white side of a Sicilian, and it's Maxime, who's probably very frustrated. You know, he's still in the lead, but it's easy to forget that in the moment when you just lost a game. You're flustered. He plays h5. We're going to get a sharp game here, Danya.
We're going to get a sharp game. We're going to get 2 more games, most likely, in the 3-minute segment, and these 2 games actually might decide the match. If Maxime wins both of them, he brings this up to a 4-point lead. That's the ideal scenario for him. If Wesley wins both of them, the match is tied. So literally, this could go 2 completely different ways. Let's see how both players adapt to these very crucial circumstances. H3 by Wesley as he invites the move H4.
So there's a funny story about this position from the Olympiad. After the U.S. team was struggling, out of medal contention, there was one day where all the players were just talking about this variation, like just having a good time, just getting back to the roots, the enjoyment of chess. And they talked about this position for like an hour and a half. And I'm talking Wesley, Fabi, Levon, Sam Shanklin, Lenier Dominguez. They all were just looking at this, and I had the joy of hearing them and trying to participate as best I could. And look at this move, G4.
Whoa.
En passant was available, but not played because then the rook would have gone to the G file and tried to exploit the open file.
And this idea MVL just carried out, takes a knight e5. It's as old as the hills. That knight on e5 is a monster. And if you remove it from the board, well, guess what? You're giving away a very important attacking asset, and you're opening up the D file, and both of those things generally favor black. So MVL, from a broad perspective, Robert, he likes these types of positions. He's played them since he was a little child, also known as a grandmaster. And still, this could get real spicy if white sticks a knight on f5, for example. It's anybody's game.
For sure. I mean, knight f5 already looks pretty interesting. You have to watch out for knight takes f4, dragging the queen away from the c2 square, because knight f4 followed by some kind of knight takes d3 at the right moment could be detrimental for white. But for now, there's so many tactics in the air. Knight on d4 is doing such a great job of defending the f3 square from a fork, eyeing the f5 square, jumping there, protecting c2 all at once.
And to just complete what I just said, I wasn't exaggerating. In 2005, when I played my first World Youth Chess Championship, it was under 10 years old in Belfort, France. MVL was playing under 18, and he was already a grandmaster. I mean, my parents still had Nokia phones, and MVL, I mean, name whatever crazy object. I mean, the front page of CNN.com looked like something from the Stone Age, and MVL was already a grandmaster, and he was already playing the Najdorf.
Yeah, the Najdorf has been his bread and butter, his entire life pretty much. And bishop e4 now, knight c3 check looks a bit scary because after bc, the b file opens, the king on b1 is in a difficult place, but the knight on d4 will be able to drop back and cover the b file. So you're mentioning knight c4, knight c3. Both of these ideas are in the air.
I would play actually a liquidational combination if we pull up well, actually, no, let's not, because he's doing it. I was going to say knight takes f4, and then after queen takes f4, you can push the d pawn up to d5, Robert, forcing the queen trade. Now, yes, you give away your extra pawn, but I feel like that endgame is pretty comfortable for black, and MVL might be going for just that.
Big moment here. He plays d5. Good call by you. Queen c7, rook c7, bishop takes d5. We get a swap of pieces there. And when the coast clears, it's even material. And he goes knight b6 first. So
I don't love that move, but okay.
Yeah, I don't love it either. I think retreating wasn't the way to go. Bishop b3 looks very sensible. Just eye the f7 pawn.
And I think MVL is looking and salivating at Wesley's clock. He's trying to play a little bit faster here. But it might be equal according to the eval bar, but suddenly I'm getting real uncomfortable here given the abundance of weaknesses that Wesley has to attack. And look at the coordination of White's pieces, all of them nicely clustered in the center. The knight ready to jump into f5. MVL is the one who has to tread cautiously here. Robert, he's walking on hot coals, and 96 here looks real scary.
96 is brilliant. Fe, rook e6, the king on G in line with the bishop on b3. The knight on b6 is loose. So I think that wins the piece back, so you net a pawn for White. And then all the other pawns are also in some danger. So 96, a big opportunity for Wesley So, who drops under 30 seconds. Danya, his clock management has not been superb, but he finds the tactical shot.
But the good news for Black, two pieces of good news. The first is that you have opposite colored bishops. The second is that the rook infiltrates f3, and that's a result of the f-file opening. So Black has a lot of activity in return for the pawn. He's definitely worse here, or maybe not even worse, as he activates his rook and tries to put it on e5, and rook takes h3 is going to be a threat.
There's one big problem for White. You need his bishop on d3, but bishop c4, rook takes h3 is available. He plays a4 to get luffed for the king.
God, he's playing so fast.
His bishop needs to be on d3. I really feel strongly about that, just putting pressure on g6.
And he can put it on d3. He can play bishop c4, but instead he goes for the rook trade.
Okay. And you could trade rooks like rook e1 check, and that's very likely a draw, but for Maxime, why would you ever do that?
And Maxime, if you're Maxime, you kind of want to milk the clock, I think. You want the next game to be the last. Who's the one pressing here? White is still up a pawn. That pawn ain't going anywhere, especially now as it's blockaded. I think that the worst is behind Wesley, but can MVL create complications in his time pressure? What do you think?
Rook a3, bishop c3, threaten checkmate, something like that for Maxime?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe king g5, you know, pretend that you're playing for something in a draw agreement. Oh,
no.
Come on.
No. And Wesley So, he is the player who has the most draws by agreement on chess.com, and he makes a draw right there. I think it looked like with proper play, we could have seen a draw, but proper play. Proper being the key word. We're playing speed chess. We're into the bullet scrambles at that point. Just play it out. Come on. Let's see the
if you're Maxime, at least milk a minute off the clock before accepting the draw, because you want to go into the bullet with a guaranteed lead. You don't want to give Wesley more chances, especially since I would argue the momentum right now is kind of on Wesley's side. The match is sort of up for grabs here. But I guess MVL says, hey, I have the white pieces. I've been doing well with the white pieces. Let's not extend that game any further. And we have yet another Rosalimo with MVL on the white side.
Well, spoiler alert for those who are not watching, France has the lead in their World Cup match. Maybe for Maxime's like, yeah, that's enough. The country can do it. I don't need to extend mine. But here, this game is very important. It may very well be the last of this time control, as we have 4 minutes and 45 seconds in that, and you see the times for the players, it adds up to more. But right now, Danya, this is a big moment for Wesley. He has the bishop pair. He has played this position before. You see the d4 square under control. If White plays d4, that gives White some space for pieces, but undoubles Black's pawn. So it's give and take.
It is give and take, and h3 is the traditional move in such positions to limit the mobility and activity of the light squared bishop. And this, speaking of typical Robert, this structure is so important to fully understand if you want to play the Rosalimo with either color. Black wants to play, in many cases, King's Indian style, f7, f5. But you actually sometimes see White trying to carry out the equivalent pawn break. Not in this case, though, as MVL goes defensive with rook to e1.
He does, and f5 is a possibility, but you have to look at the e5 pawn, so like queen d6. And now White often plays a4, knight d2, knight c4, things like that. That's in the air, but what does it really threaten? A4 is step one. Black often plays a5, and this bishop on c8. That's the big question mark, Danya. Does it go to e6? Does it sit on c8, and you play f5? It's not always easy to determine where it should go.
But you pointed out something very important, and this is not just a logistical inconvenience. It's a problem. You can never really play f5 as long as the knight is on h5, because the g-pawn is overextended and you can't take back with the pawn, which of course is the only reason you would play f5. Otherwise, you're just handing White a big square in the center for his knight.
Right, you never want to take a piece on f5. That's true. So right now, f5 is off the table. So knight f4 played.
It's on the table again.
Look at the queen on c7. It's doing everything. It's protecting b6. It's protecting the knight on f4 and really the pawn that would land on f4 if you take. And you don't really want to take on f4 because the bishop on g7 becomes an absolute monster.
It most certainly does. And dilemma time for Maxime, who drops his knight back to e2, trying to trade on his own terms and keep this bishop under lock and key. But taking an f5 is now the most on the table that f5 has been all game.
And if you take on c4, it's going to knight e6 happening, and then f5. Just let's keep peace on the board. I have firm control of the d4 square. I would love to hop my knight in there. And with the queen on f3 and a rook on f8, f5 would be on the table. But look at this. Maxime is thinking here. He takes on c4 and pre-move. Knight e6.
Let's go. And c2, c3 is often automatic, but MVL says, hey, my priority is to stop f5 because that move causes a lot of havoc on the king side. But Robert, don't you get the sense that Wesley's just feeling more confident right now? He's playing faster. He's playing with more energy. And right now, the match is kind of teetering in the balance on the result of this game.
Yes, and c3 protects the d4 square, doesn't allow the knight in, but it gives the d3 square up. So rook d3, rook d8, and so on. Instead, rook d6. I like that by Wesley. And the reason why I like it, it's already on a more protected square. If you go rook takes d6 now, you won't take back with the rook. You'll take back with the queen and control the game's only open file. So Wesley, instead of going the full distance with the rook, he stops on d6. I like that. Knight back to f1. h5 by Wesley. I love the way he's playing this game. Just small incremental progress.
I'm irrationally concerned about a draw for though. I'm thinking about building an Alekhine's gun and saying, give me that D file. That's exactly what Wesley says. He has this configuration. Maxime can play rook d2 if he wants to be coy, but it's not like giving up the D file ends the game. I mean, you can take on d6, drop your queen back to e2 to prevent the queen infiltration to d3 and say, how are you going to make progress? But Maxime, he doesn't want to give it away without some concessions. But queen d3 coming next.
Yeah, so he says the trade. Queen d3 is possible here, as you're mentioning. At some point, king h7, followed by bishop h6 as well. Well, there's king h7, step one.
You are on a roll. I'm just letting you commentate here the rest of the game.
Well, the problem now is queen d3 doesn't work because queen f7, the pawn is hanging. So, playing queen d3 first, as you were suggesting, might have been a little more precise.
Yeah, and I meant it more in response to knight takes d2. Bishop takes d2 just looked awkward to me, but it makes sense that preventing queen d3, or at least taking the sting out of it, is the top priority for white. Wesley taking a healthy think here, maybe trying to figure out a way to get f5 in. But Robert, again, there isn't a piece on h5 anymore. Now there's a pawn on h5, but it's the same problem where you can never abandon it. So Wesley has to think exclusively in the center.
Yes, and where is he going to go after bishop f8? Where's the bishop going? Can't go to e7. Maybe the king will slide over to g7, but then it begs the question, why did he play king h7 to begin with? And after queen e2, f5 still not available. The h5 pawn is loose, as is the e5 pawn. I'm wondering if it's queen d3 time.
Last game of the segment, it is official as the ticker gets down to 0 and the players continue to maneuver. The structure is virtually symmetrical, but black holds the keys to the kingdom here. Let's see if Wesley can continue squeezing.
And f5 would be a necessary move to try to play for a win, but not easy to do. That's why I play queen e8, but allowing the rook trade.
So alert by, and Maxime offering a draw and Wesley accepting it. And again, Robert, it's not that taking a draw here doesn't make sense. At this point, it is a dead draw, but maybe keeping the heavy pieces on the board and just trying to pound at it a little bit more would have served Wesley better.
Yes, I mean, Wesley, he's out of this chair, but still very much in this match. It is a 2-point difference between these two players. And you see on the scoreboard, and I think by play, Wesley did win that time segment. I think that was actually quite clear.
Yeah, he did. And it may seem like Maxime has been ahead all match long. And other than the first game, it's been basically wire to wire, but a 2-point lead. I said it's nothing. Going to 3-minute segment, Robert, I stick by my words. I mean, what is 2 bullet wins in a row? This lead is incredibly tenuous, and MVL will have to continue bringing his A game if he wants to keep his incredibly strong opponent at bay.
He absolutely must. And as you said, wire to wire lead for Maxime, unless he loses it in the bullet. But something that is wire to wire is chess is played year round, and the chess does not stop just because the new year's around the corner. In fact, the 2023 Daily Chess Championship is starting January 1st. $5,000 in cash prizes are up for grabs this year, so don't miss your chance to enter this tournament and prove your daily chess prowess. Drop the command Daily Champs in the chat for more info on the tournament. And in the meantime, while you do that and sign yourself up for the Daily Championship, Danya and I will be right back. And in return, it's bullet time here at the quarterfinals of the Speed Chess Championship. This match between Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
A storm is brewing.
Dmitry Drake is a wizard!
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, This is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second.
1 second.
Move! Oh my god.
Bishop
Bishop
G3.
G3. What a tactic.
This is insane. Oh, look at Fabi exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
17. You
can't stop me. Oh my god, it didn't happen. The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
We enter the bullet portion of this SCC match between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So with a 2-point lead for the Frenchman with 3 names. Danya, we had some excitement in both the 5+1 where Maxime dominated and then the 3+1 where Wesley bounced back. But now heading into the bullet, a 2-point lead for Maxime. How does Wesley fulfill the comeback?
Well, it's been a back and forth match. Both players have brought their A game, but ultimately MVL has played the better chess. I think for Wesley, the importance of taking risks, Robert, is higher than ever. You just cannot afford to play conservatively. A 2-point lead, it's not big. It can be erased in the span of 2 or 3 minutes, but Wesley has to get sharp positions out of the opening, and most importantly, he's got to be tactically alert. I mean, MVL can afford a blunder here and there. Wesley cannot, because if this lead balloons to 4, if MVL wins the first 2 games of the bullet, I think this match is going to get away from Wesley.
I'm with you. And Smarter Chess was with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave before the match started. Smarter Chess's predictions had Maxime winning this time control 6-4. Now, he also had a tie in 5+1 and Maxime instead of Wesley winning 3+1. But if his predictions are ever to be believed, then Maxime with the 2-point lead and being the favorite in bullet, that would be bad news for Wesley. So, Danya, Wesley is the global champion. You know, he withstood some serious tests in that rapid time control. He's only lost to Hikaru Magnus in the SCC. So if anyone can put up a fight, be resilient, and bounce back, it's Wesley So.
I feel confident that I can definitely win this match, and I will do my best. But we'll see. We'll see what Wesley can bring to the table. His openings have been fine, but they haven't inspired confidence. And I think if you're MVL, you're sticking to what you know best. Najdorf with black against e4, Grunfeld against e4, and 1 e4 with white. And Robert, I think the Berlin line with rook e1 actually makes the most sense in bullet, because fighting these small advantages is a lot harder when you've got 30 seconds on the clock than when you have, let's say, a minute to spend in a critical position.
I'm with you. And we saw Danny Wrench's question on screen, you know, if the players are making draws because they each of them think that they are the favorite in bullet. It's a big question. You know, it's a kind of a toss-up, right? This is bullet chess 1+1. We saw Levon Aronian beat Dmitry Andreikin thanks to his great performance in bullet. That was unexpected by Levon himself. So you never know when it comes to this time control. All I know is I'm excited for these games to get underway.
I am super pumped. Speed belts fastened tight over your waist. And Wesley getting back to his place. His internet has held up nicely, so I'm really thankful for that. There would have been nothing more disappointing than a match marred by bad internet. So good job to the library, keeping their electricity alive during the snowstorm. And Wesley needs some electricity in these 30 minutes in his play.
That was a good one, Danya. Proud of you for that. And, well, we'll see if Wesley's able to do just that, because he just had a good position with black. He decided to keep it safe, make a draw. Now with the white pieces, will we continue seeing the lines we've seen in the Sicilian? Will Maxime go to be playing the Petrov, which we've seen from him as well? But right now it's all about the nerves. Which player can keep their composure?
Which player can keep their composure is the right question to ask. What openings are we going to see? MVL has stopped snacking. You don't got a single second to spare. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be awesome. I mean, the bullet segments, Robert, in the SCC have just all been amazing. Even the Magnus match, because there, the question was, can Magnus go lossless? Here, of course, the question is, can Wesley pull off yet another vintage SCC comeback? And here we go.
And
Knight F3, whoa.
And will we get E4? No, we get English. So Wesley's the first one to deliver a surprise. And he said, I don't want all this stuff we've seen. I want you to have to think from the very early stages.
Yeah, change the record, right? Just change the nature of the position, get something fresh. And we'll see. This is an interesting choice, but MVL seems pretty well prepared against the symmetrical English.
In an odd position we have already. If you take on d5, black can just take back. It's a bishop g2. It's kind of like a Catalan right now. But
I don't like that move.
I was going to say, I think black can successfully take, because with the bishop on d2 in particular and the d-file control for black, I don't believe in the pawn sacrifice.
And black could even cling to the pawn with queen a6, which I actually think he should. Wesley just might have forgotten that DC is available. MVL investing some time, and he says, hey, I'm going to give back the pawn, but you're going to have to give me a tempo move with my light scored bishop. This is a good bullet move.
Yes, bishop e6, very quickly played by Maxime. Queen h4, there would be h6, and the queen would be offside, so they're dropping back to e2, but white certainly does not have an advantage here.
And black has a bunch of easy moves he could rattle off. Rook ac8, rook fd8, h6, maybe not the best move, but it's fine, and white is still very cramped, and he's now down 15 seconds on the clock.
Yes, that's not good news for Wesley, but right now Maxime plays rook a to d8. At some point, a3, knight a4 played instead. And what's the problem here? Why is this suddenly better for black?
Knight c5, I think, was Wesley's idea, and now bishop g4 could be real unpleasant. That threatens e4. He plays it immediately. And MVL unraveling a big initiative here.
Right, knight e6, there's e takes f3, intermezzo, then you take on e6, you win a piece. If the knight moves bishop g4, as you mentioned, looks very annoying.
He's got to give a pawn up. Bishop g4.
e4, b7, both loses. Bishop d5, just playing strategic chess.
Wow, this is an amazing positional decision. A bullet game, b6, and here, come take my pawn, give me that e-file.
Is it a draw if queen b2? Just rook a b1, rook back to a1?
Oh my god, queen a5, b4 traps the queen, so MVL evacuates it back to e8, but now the knight starts getting real active.
Yeah, knight c7 just annoying. Even if it doesn't threaten all that much. Rook c7 available as well. He goes knight b4, he wants the c6 square.
He's going to occupy it, and MVL has to take it, and now the rook takes its place, but look at that knight on d5, and monster, and e4, e3 has to be watched very carefully. By Wesley, it's played.
But watch out, because you might be walking to some kind of pin. Knight e3, rook c3 back, and the queen is in trouble.
Well, you can go back to d5, worst case scenario, but I think Wesley's probably happy with an endgame and a passed pawn.
Right, because if you can get this b6 pawn, even if it costs your d4 pawn, you have the... Oh gosh, this is a pin now.
Wesley getting the upper hand. He's outplaying him.
Yeah, king d3.
Move it to d3, and bishop takes d5 as a threat.
So he goes knight e7, and a4 played. If this king gets a rook f7?
There was king e8, and I guess you couldn't defend d4.
Okay, wow, what recognition. But bishop c6 coming.
Even
now.
And
even
knight
now,
c6, rook b6.
That was nasty.
Robert, there was rook b8 missed by Wesley. That would have won the b6 pawn. MVL now still alive.
He's still alive. He's just trying to keep this knight in place. What is king e6?
Well, it's a fortress, and it's a draw.
Whoa.
Oh, man, what a miss by Wesley in game one.
I wonder if there was actually a fortress there, because the eval bar started like swinging up. But either way, it was very difficult with mere seconds on the clock. And now it's Maxime playing bishop b5 check. I thought Wesley was white again.
Well, at this point, I think Maxime's strategy is evident. He's trying to play solid chess, and he's trying to play the clock. Robert, there was a moment when Wesley could have put his rook on b8 rather than c7, winning the b6 pawn. I think that was game. A big bullet dodged by MVL in game one, and a toothless opening by Maxime in game two.
Yeah, it was a bishop b5 check, but it looks like an Alpine Sicilian, which is very difficult for black to get an advantage in. And if you're Maxime, even if you're going to make a draw, maybe some of these you play out, right? He'd have a choice in the other game. You're mentioning bishop takes f6 is available, but this position is very level.
It's as equal as it gets. There is a pawn imbalance, 2-on-3 on the queen side, 4-on-3 on the king side, but with the same set of minor pieces on the board and no weaknesses for either side, this is a pretty lifeless endgame. But hey, it's a bullet game, and we know anything can happen no matter how balanced the position.
That's right. And Wesley wants f6, and he could play it because his rook protected the e6 pawn. King f7, pawn to e5, king to e6. Be very careful if you're Maxime. The bishop on d4 is actually out of squares. I understand, as you're pointing out, there's a tactic available, so knight d5 needs to be protected. Wait, knight e3, rook d6, knight d1 is also available.
Not sure how to evaluate that imbalance. b7, b5. Wesley making a lot more progress here, and he's already slightly better. He's doing a fantastic job of keeping his composure in this endgame, but can he actually break through? That's the big question.
b4 is definitely something to consider, but I don't like all the pawns being traded.
Knight takes b4. Looks like MVL's on the path to making a draw.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop before and knight takes e3. Or maybe just leave the knight in d5. But he played rook c4 is bishop c5. So important.
No, you had to take. And now it should be a draw.
Definitely.
Rook d4. But
And
then
rook
maybe
c2.
e5.
And rook c2 to come.
You're right. And if black wins both of these pawns, Robert, there will be massive winning chances in a bullet game.
Yeah, somehow this isn't as easy as it first appeared. And here comes the activity, starts trading off rooks, take b4. And now Wesley can play with zero risk.
Yep. And despite the fact that white is the one with the passer, that passer is completely restrained and white's piece is a lot less active. MVL, I think, trying to dislodge the rook from b3 and start pushing his b-pawn. It's getting sharp.
It is indeed. And king g4 to f3 or king e4 now. Well, you got to bring the king in. You have to take a little bit of risk.
And Wesley, and he does.
Rook c8 check and king d3.
And king f3. King f3. Go for
either way. Yeah, he goes king d3. That way there's no rook c2. No offer of a trade. It saves the tempo, and here comes the e-pawn.
Black is winning. Black is winning if he can keep his pawns alive, but MVL is going to go around and start taking stuff.
And king d... Or maybe rook c6, b5 with tempo.
b5. Okay, I think this is right. You just push e3, and then you try to build a bridge and get the pawn through.
He goes rook d8, no checks for you. Then e3, e2, e1. You're going to have to get up your rook, and I think the black king is so close.
Well, rook f5. No, that's over. That's a bad move.
That was just obviously losing, right?
Rook d3, rook e3. Rook d3, rook e3, and Wesley will win the second game.
Wait, but there's rook d5.
Or will he? Oh, still not over. Maybe promote. Just promote. And white's king is cut off.
Yes, you can promote here if you're Wesley.
And he sees it. And just bring your king up. That's it.
And he's bringing
or
rook
is
d6.
it?
And rook d...
Oh.
He's just in time there.
The rooks stop the king side pawns, and the king stops the b pawn. Good apportionment of labor by Wesley there.
And it is a 1-point match. Maxime resigned. He could have milked some more clock, but he's actually not really in the lead. He's nervous, so why waste time? He's just trying to play good bullet.
And Wesley doing what he does best. He gets these equal endgames, and he's squeezing them, and MVL just seems less comfortable in those equal positions than his opponent. This is a pivotal game. Wesley will tie it with a win.
Whoa. Where'd the lights? Oh my gosh, I hope the snowstorm is okay there in Minnesota. The lights just went out, but the lights are actually shining in terms of his chances in this match. What is this queen on c1 doing there? Knight d2, as you mentioned, bishop e2. I like white center.
Bad play by MVL in the opening to give up his Grunfeld bishop and give white superiority in the center. Already a slight and stable advantage for Wesley. Good move, though, c5. Contest the center if you're MVL. Don't let Wesley get everything he wants here.
No, but rook d1, there is a problem down the d-file, right? c d4, rook d4. Here, queen b2 is possible as well.
Queen f6, I guess.
Knight
h3,
Knight e5 I was thinking about, and there it is. Bishop e2, knight d7.
No, Wesley's on a roll right now. You could just tell his play is pulsating with confidence, and knight d7 is a dangerous intermezzo. Robert, what do? You have to go back.
Wow, great move by Maxime. Honestly, I didn't even think about that move because there's so many tactics, so many pieces hanging, but a really excellent decision by Maxime.
And now he can go bishop c6, redeploying his bishop and protecting the knight. Look at his clock, though. He is now experiencing massive problems with his clock, down 20 seconds in a bullet game.
And you have to count e4, followed by e5, followed by d5. Yep. Lots to figure out here for Maxime. You can also take on d5 by knight c3 if you're Wesley, getting out of this annoying pin on the f6, b2 diagonal there.
And he does just that, but rook f to d8, I thought, holds things together for black. Maybe it's time for e4.
Oh, I thought he had dc and rook d4. That was actually a little bit clever.
Instead, he allows the trade, and it looks like MVL has solved his problems after bishop c6. Rook f4, queen e5, very important. Otherwise, a discovery would have followed.
No, and so we're just getting trades everywhere, and this doesn't look at all problematic for black. And for white, I think actually there are some long-term chances because a knight versus a bishop endgame without other pieces could give some chances, but we'll see if Wesley can make endgame magic once again.
You might remember that they did have this exact material imbalance in a blitz game. That game ended in a draw. Can MVL squeeze this one out to the full point?
Uh-oh, queen h2.
f5? Oh
my
no!
Gosh. Queen d2? Covering the f4 square?
FE.
FE and g2 hangs.
Oh, and MVL hesitates, and he allows the queen to get to g5.
And that can be scary. h4 dropped. The king goes to g3 now.
Oh, but queen c1 hits the knight. Is it a perpetual? Is it a perpetual?
Take on e5. He dropped the second pawn.
Oh my god, he had to go to e6. It's still not over, though. The king is still dangerous.
The king can just go to g3, and there it is, finally at long
last.
Oh my
god. Wesley should win this now.
Yes, he should.
Unreal.
Here goes his h-pawn. Now knight takes e4. Oh, there's queen f4 check. That was clever.
And he stabilizes with queen e3. Wesley making progress, winning another pawn. Here he goes.
No, this is bad news for Maxime. Everything going wrong for him
Bang.
right now. The king
And
on
now mate
f7
threats.
exposed. Where is it? Knight f4.
Queen d4.
Knight d3. Oh, it goes e5. The knight does cover g2.
Pushing the pawn forward, but can that pawn actually promote?
Queen g3.
Queen a7.
Oh, I missed that.
Queen b8. No, he goes back
Queen
to
G7?
d4 and through to g7.
Wait, don't go queen d4. That might be a 3-time repetition.
Oh!
Oh, barely.
Oh, that
He
was
gets the
so
king of
close.
The game.
It's still totally winning.
Whoa, he wants the g6 pawn.
But Maxime is somehow holding things together and he's going to win e7.
Wow. But if you trade...
there's drawing chances.
Because the a2 and b3 pawns are in light squares.
Oh, my
Knight
lands. The king is escaping to e8.
But knight f6?
King d8. There's no forks.
Oh my gosh, and your knight has to leave the f6 square. That's terrible news for Weston. Knight d5 check would have been immediately a draw. So queen f4 now, or queen f2. Keeps the game
It's
going.
almost a three-result game. Oh my god, there's mate threats on queen a1.
Oh, and he plays it. King h3,
now
keeps
White's
running
king
away.
is hunted.
King g5.
Holy smokes.
And
Here comes the other pawn.
There's
And
a
now here
passer.
comes Black's pawn.
No, but with the trade, you need to play bishop takes pawn for black. That's what you absolutely must do.
Oh my gosh, careful now. Careful now. Don't get mated.
And look, 3 seconds for Wesley. Queen b4, queen a5, or he used queen c5 instead. No checks for the black queen.
It is a draw objectively, but Wesley needs to try to get his
G5?
pawn forward, and he does.
King g6. No more checks.
Maxime backpedaling here, trying to keep white at bay.
And it's so difficult to assess this position. Queen c5.
Bishop e8.
Okay, king g7. No more checks. King f8. Oh, maybe king f8. Queen
G6.
e7.
You can push. You can push.
He
and
does
he
it.
does. No
oh
checks.
Oh my gosh.
Wesley might be winning.
Queen f8, queen f7.
King d6. Not over yet.
Wow. Could you have traded? Maybe not.
Woo! Take it. And king. No, it's a draw.
No, it's a draw.
King e8. King e8.
King f8 now.
Oh, he should have gone the other way.
Oh,
but it still might be a draw.
There's no way to kick that bishop out, is there? This is
No
unbelievable.
way. King g6, Robert, but not king e6 because that allows a fork on g5.
Right. There's no way to get this bishop out of here. And if you're
No
Wesley,
way.
You're just moving around, but maybe just promote and save some time.
No way. Yeah, you got to come to terms with the fact that there's no win here. What a save by Maxime. Unbelievable game.
And this is why knights are so bad, is they can't lose a tempo. The knight could lose a tempo. No, if the knight loses a tempo, at some point you're just winning, right?
Yeah, if you can do Zugzwang, you'll force the black king to move into a forkable square.
Yeah, or if your knight's in e8 and the king's in g6 and you pass the turn, then
great point.
Right, you just need something like that. It's not available. That is a draw. What a save from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But Danya, it seems like it's been all Wesley in the bullet this far.
It has, absolutely. And the good news for Wesley, guess what? It's still a 1-point match. Maxime doesn't get 0.75 of a point just because he had a good save. It's still within one, and Wesley still ties the match with a victory in this game. And colors, Robert, they don't matter in bullet. It doesn't matter who's white and who's black, who's got the opening advantage. It's all about comfort levels. Can you get a type of position that you're comfortable with? And we previously saw Maxime with the black pieces in this line.
Right, and that was when Wesley, he didn't take on b5 twice, he put his knight in d5. So we'll see what happens in this one. Good play. Rook f to c8. It's very important. Usually we bring our rook a to c8, but we need both of our rooks on the queen side. a6, b5 is the typical plan. Here, though, you want to watch out for your dark squares. Queen d8, and sometimes you play pawn to h6, king to h7, even queen to h8 for black. It looks very weird, but it lines up your bishop and queen on that really long diagonal.
And Maxime invites that move with bishop g5 as he parks his bishop on the side of the board to put some pressure on the knight. He moves the knight away, and the knight traveling over to c5 or maybe to e5, and you could lose the c4 pawn here. Watch out.
Wait, what?
He blundered it. Knight d5.
Ah, he has that reason.
But
g5?
G5 intermezzo. He missed that.
This is bad news for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's just down a pawn. But he did what Wesley did in the early games. h4.
Yep.
Your kingside pawn structure overextended. Let's chisel, hammer away, and go after the black king.
But a great defensive move by Wesley as he opens up the queen and a pathway between the queen and the g5 pawn. But that weakens the d6 pawn, and here comes MVL's knight.
Whoa, a6 giving up
c4.
c4. But an ab5, the d6 will be hanging, but a2 is hanging as well.
You can only take one pawn at a time. I think this might fizzle out into some sort of equal position. Let's see.
gh4, this take on d6. He takes on a2 first.
HG probably should be thrown in.
But then queen takes g5, perhaps, offering a queen trade.
Watch the back rank. h4 also functioned as a Luft move.
Okay, hg, queen c1 check, defends that pawn.
And then rook takes b2. There's queen e8 check.
Whoa, he wants queen c1. He wants
Oh!
mate. How do you stop
Rook
this?
d8, king
King
h7.
h7?
I think you have to run. With king
he
h3.
Better put on his Nikes and get out of there. There he goes.
He just did. His Air Jordans are on.
Queen h1, king for h5. The king continues to razzle dazzle its way to f3, it looks like. Oh my goodness, he takes g2. This is scary.
Meandering and bucking and dodging and trying to find the path to safety is the white king, but queen takes e4 is a massive threat, and black's king, Robert, with that h7 square is so safe.
And that was a big blunder. There's rook h1. Oh, he's h5 first. If take queen h2 is mate. This looks
and
like...
here come the pawns.
Where's the end of this game? Rook e1, take on e4. Oh, it goes queen f1, even better.
Incredible. Queen e2, rook e2. There's a million threats, and the queen side, Robert, is so much less safe than the king side was because of the possibility of losing your queen on b7.
Rook c1. And where's
queen
the
c4?
Check? Oh, queen c4 and rook a1 mate. Good call.
That's it. No, the king runs to b6. It's still not over.
Queen c5. He wants... Wait, rook
oh
a1,
my god.
Go queen a2.
Where's the mate?
Queen a2 and take on b2.
Oh, and you win the queen. He doesn't see it, though. He's got 3 seconds.
He goes here. He's going to take on b2 anyway. If king a5, rook a1, then take on b2.
Queen. I think you should try queen
rook
b3.
a1. Oh my gosh.
This is insane. Rook c4, rook c5.
Oh, that was winning. And this, if the rook moves, bishop f8 checks. You have to be very careful. Bishop f8. Bishop f8.
Oh,
rook is
that's
stuck.
crushing.
Queen b6.
And now MVL running out of time.
Queen c1, queen f1, and rook d1.
And the king
oh my gosh.
is back to the king side. Queen e4.
Oh, he was the queen.
He's got him. He's got him finally.
Wow. And did you see Wesley pre-moving at some moments there too? Just the full bullet. Bishop d6 is mate.
Oh, and he finally checkmates the white king. It took a heroic 30-move effort, and back and forth the king went. And MVL, he's let the lead slip. Wesley has tied the match.
And now we're getting, a sort of Grunfeld without queens. This is known to be a little something here for white. Wesley trying to play risk-free bullet, and he must be feeling it right now. He has taken 2 games off of Maxine. There is no longer a leader in this match.
Wesley is not thinking about overtime right now. He is thinking about winning this match, about carrying this forward right now. It all comes down to this game. And Wesley, Robert, look at what he's doing. He's getting exactly the types of positions he wants. Equal endgames, but he's so good at squeezing them out Magnus style.
Oh my gosh, and look at this position. It's just slightly worse. F5, a committal choice. This knight can come back to D2 and into C4 at some moment. Bishop D3 is very simple. If FE4, we can just start trading some pieces. And some of these light squares that are in the long term. Imagine a king going to D3 and C4 if the light square bishops get traded.
Yeah, and you have to imagine these things because in an endgame, it's not just about calculation. It's about long-term thinking as well.
That's right. G3, by the way. And there it goes. Rook G1, G3, or G4. Let's open up the G file. Go after the G6 pawn.
Wesley is absolutely feeling it right now. Every move has so much energy, so many ideas being displayed. Rook F3. Rook F3.
Oh!
Or this.
F4 first.
Even better.
Wow, big oversight. And now Rook F3.
Oh, and here he comes.
One rook falls, so does White's. That is a big miss and a big find from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Vive la France, he says, give me your pawns.
1-0 in this game. He's just scored a big goal, and Wesley down 2 pawns. He can't even win a pawn back.
And knight d2, so rook takes g3, knight
move.
takes e4. And all of a sudden, the g8 rook is hanging a rook g4 here, takes the knight if you take the rook on g8. But knight e6.
Great point. Oh, knight e6?
But then the rook moves away from
rook
g8.
F8. Oh my god, and all of the minors would have been hanging.
This is
knight F8.
Crazy. And a4 was hanging. You could have just taken a pawn over there. He said
I don't like
rook.
this.
This has to be winning for black.
I mean, you have to try to win the g4 pawn. White harnessing his bishop pair, but the bishop pair isn't enough. Knight f6, knight e4, and it's over.
Winning a piece. Game over. You should resign if you're Wesley.
Immediately. 10:45 left in the match, and he's back on his back foot.
Still plenty of time for Wesley. You can even draw a few games as long as you stay within that 1-point striking distance and can get a final game up. But right now, back to the Sicilian. Danya, he's played it quite well from the black side. Instead of bishop c4, which Maxime did in an earlier game in the blitz, now he plays bishop g5 line.
And MVL has the white pieces. He really needs to try to win this one. I don't think he should go conservative, try to make a close draw. That's not his style, even though I think Wesley's fine with a repetition, and MVL shouldn't repeat.
Yeah, why not? Just play castle. Play on. There's no risk at the moment. Knight d2, a la Gadakomsky. I feel like I'm watching him just maneuver his pieces over the c4 square.
Got a big proponent of the early a4 Najdorf lines with white, and MVL preparing bishop f1 and freeing up the knight for action on the king side.
And bishop f3. That's not much of a bishop at the moment, but it does protect e4. Knight e3 coming, d5, f5. If you ever take a knight on f5, that bishop on f3 will be superb.
He's playing this like a good old-fashioned Soviet schoolboy, but I love queen c6, prevent knight e3, and aim at the e4 pawn. And Robert, d65 can change the landscape of the position immediately.
Yeah, and bishop f5 now.
Taking d5.
That's what I thought. Oh, but the e5 was hanging there. So that's
well, e4 first.
Oh, good call. e4 first, then d5. Expand your center. He plays bishop f8. I don't mind the move so much. Now you can't take on f5, or can you with e4 to follow? Wait, you can.
You absolutely can, and the bishop has no good squares. And then d5, d4, steamrolling white in the center, but he missed it.
What is b5? It sacrifices a pawn, but I guess e4 is loose in some positions?
And it's not the first time he's misplaced the pawn move b5. MVL says, gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme Garoppolo, and that looks pretty good for white.
This looks pretty bad, if you ask me, for black. So,
oh my God, that was amazing.
Knight c7 with a fork, d5 hanging, rook on a8, bishop on e6. Glad we get some 49ers references in there real quick.
No, the stream wouldn't be complete. At least a Steph Curry reference. I have not made a Steph Curry reference today. This match has been too mesmerizing. And Maxime trying to curry some favor with the chess gods, playing a nice little Najdorf, and he stands better. He's up a pawn. This is danger time for Wesley.
But watch out for d3. Not anymore, because there's no fork. But knight a4 hits b2 and c2 at the same time. He goes back instead of forward, but now he's on a yo-yo string. Knight a6 back to c7 into d3. b2 is hanging, rook c2 to follow. d4 is loose as well. Knight c4.
Okay, so black is 2 pawns down, but he's going to win the pawn back. And Robert, it's a 3-result game. I mean, white's pieces are really loose here, but it looks good for MVL. Don't go f4.
Oh, king
bishop b4.
He missed it.
And bishop h5 wins the piece. Bishop h5, it's over.
From all directions, and that... Wait, rook c1 mate! Oh, it's knight
f1. And that's what he missed, and that's what he missed. Knight c4, keep trying.
But a quick resignation from Wesley. He's still at 7 minutes and 40 seconds, so if he wins this game... I also forgot the knights move backwards and cover the back rank. Oh, Wesley going back to his English, and Maxime, he's playing this kind of like a Slav.
And this is the must-win game for Wesley. He should be solid. He can make a draw. There's enough time for 2 more games. We remind you that if there's any time left on the match clock, the game can begin, even if there's 2 seconds left. So there is time enough for 3 or 4 more games.
That is indeed the case. The b5 square under white's control, the b4 square, not really so much under black's because the bishop on d2. White ahead in development. Some weak squares on the queen side. Knight e5 jumping in there. Knight b5, as you're pointing out as well. The a6 knight a little bit loose and uncomfortable. I like this for Wesley.
Yeah, not MVL style at all. Very surprised with the choice of a Slav, which he really doesn't play. Playing right into Wesley's hands. You can tell he's uncomfortable. He goes back and forth, yo-yoing between b4 and a6. This ain't good.
No, it's not. Knight c6. If you take, the second rook comes to c1. Queen comes up. Knight back to e5.
Speaking of yo-yoing.
Rook c2, rook c1. Just double on the c file. Only open file. Whoa. Knight a3.
That goes. The knight bishop takes a5 is a nasty little hidden threat.
Oh, I didn't even see that coming. I thought he just wanted to stop rook c8, but you're right. Bishop a5, he takes it, and queen b7 to follow.
But knight a c5 is going to be super nasty. Watch that b3 square. There's a potential fork in there.
Good call. I think what you have to do is de, knight c5, queen b5, rook b8, and rook takes c5. Give up your queen for a pawn, a knight, and a rook, and get that last square compensation.
Although, Robert, in my experience, queen down positions in bullet are super dangerous. He decides to take a6.
Okay, I like it.
By a thread here.
Bishop h2, king h2, queen d6 check. Picks up the bishop on a6. But after king g1, I think the endgame would be better for white. So it goes rook b8 instead. And you could think about de5.
Well, are we going to get a repetition also? Queen a7, rook a8. And at this point, MVL obviously fine with a draw. Wesley weighing the pros and cons. He might have to take it.
He goes queen a7. He goes queen a7. He does have enough time. You mentioned this. He can make a draw here, get a couple of. He goes queen c6. He says play on, but rook b6 is a big problem. de5. You have to.
This is the one time I don't really like the decision to play on. I feel like black is squarely better in this position, but I respect the risk. Knight f2. He's blundered a pawn.
He just blundered this pawn here.
Oh, Wesley collapsing.
He's better on the queen side, but he's dropping pawns all over the place, and that's not going to be sufficient. The a5 pawn takes care of 2 white pawns.
And Wesley's only chance might be to try to get b4 and create the pass. Or look at the clock also. Yeah. He needs a miracle. He needs a miracle in this game.
Rook d1, rook e3, rook c3. Watch out.
Oh, knight b2 there.
I guess you take e3, d1, then the e7 pawn
falls. E7 hangs. He's done it.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
But Robert, after rook e7, the knight comes back to b2 and you lose a4 as well.
Rook a7, you lose a...
And he's no.
Oh, you
Don't
can't afford
resign.
that. Wait a sec. He needs to win this game instantly and win another. He doesn't have enough time left.
I don't think he's got enough time. And MVL can just milk 3 minutes off the clock.
And Wesley playing a French against the Frenchman. I don't know how I feel about that.
Now, if you're MVL, this game should last as long as possible. Robert, we have even seen bullet games take 4.5 minutes. This game alone could wipe the rest of the time off the match clock.
Yeah, and this is the position where for Maxime with the white pieces.
Oh, no.
This just looks really not good for Wesley.
Bishop h6. Total collapse. Total collapse for Wesley in this game.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's not even going to take the rook. He's just going to checkmate him.
That's just mean. Wesley's a nice guy. Everybody knows it. You don't got to do this.
Oh, no. Queen g3 and h5, and it's the wheels have come off completely here.
Yeah, I have to go king f7 and if h5 rook g8 and just pray. But unfortunately for Wesley, it's not going to be his day. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave,
h5.
He wasn't selected by the masses. He was a 30% pick in this one. He defeated Jan Nepomsky, the World Chess Champion Challenger. He then is going on to beat Wesley So, the former Fischer Random World Champion, the Global Champion, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave not to be stopped, at least not by Wesley. He's going to face Magnus Carlsen, an epic rematch of 2020.
Somewhere in a deep, dark corner in a nondescript building, Smarter Chess poured himself a nice, expensive glass of Bordeaux wine. He's sipping it. He's enjoying it. And he's telling the audience, well, you know who to trust now.
He may not have found the right point totals from each tie control, but in the end, it doesn't even matter because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is getting it done. Just when Wesley So stormed back, tied the match, Maxime, with that mental fortitude, that experience, it pays off here. Bishop takes h3, go for it. It's bullet. You won the match already. Let's have some fun.
I know the chat is keeping their fingers crossed because I haven't made any sports references yet today, at least not that many, but I will break the streak now. Robert, we see this often in sports games, especially in basketball. When you make a big comeback and then the opposing team makes another push, right? You tie the score and then you're losing again. Oftentimes you just lose your heart. You're like, man, I just did all this work to tie and I've got to come back again. And that's kind of what we saw here, not taking anything away from Maxime, of course.
Right. No, Maxime has been, in the 5+1, he was just downright impressive. In the 3+1, he looked a bit shaky. To start the bullet, he looked lost. And then suddenly he found it within himself to fight back, to claw. He was actually, you could see, distressed. His emotional state was clear as day to everybody. And now he has won, I think, 4 games in a row. Right? It was tied 11-11.
Yeah, and you could just see the relaxation. I mean, the muscles relaxing here, and MVL knows the match is in the bag, whether this is the last game or not. He has actually the largest lead of the entire match at this point, taking rook e3.
Oh, and he missed rook e3. Queen b2 is very good. a3 is hanging, and b4 next. There might be a
Queen a1, Queen e5.
checkmate.
Queen e1, Queen e5.
Oh, you saw that so quickly.
I'm looking for all those forks.
There it is.
Oh, no. Total collapse.
Stick a fork in Wesley. His SCC run has come to a conclusion. It's unfortunate because Wesley is so strong. I mean, obviously, he won the global championship. And Magnus was himself yesterday said how impressive that was. But for Wesley, I mean, he just found himself in a hole. And even when he dug out of it, it still wasn't quite enough because Maxime, just as it looked like it was turning away from him, he really just was able to win that critical game and thus win the match.
And it was such a great match to win. Wesley should hold his head up high. I mean, he played great. He was a little bit off, right? He was a little off in that 5-minute segment, and I think that early deficit, it wore him down. And at the end of the day, it could have been anyone's match. If Wesley won that pivotal game, we would have been singing very likely a totally different tune. But MVL is a beast in this format.
He really is. And there's a reason he was able to beat Magnus Carlsen. I can't name anybody else on the planet who has done that. So Magnus and Maxime, they will have a rematch. 30 seconds left in this one. We may get one final game. Let's get a bomb cloud. Let's see it. Here it comes from Wesley.
Yeah, or Queen h5. Queen h5.
Oh,
will do.
I thought we were going to get a bomb cloud.
They're playing the opposite. They're playing like the most serious, like this screams GM chess line ever. Exchange Caro.
And with queen b6, let's swap queens off the board. The pawn on b6 can become a target, so you have to be careful about this if we're just speaking in terms of chess strategy. But I think right now, Wesley So, he's probably not thinking much about the chess. He's kind of like, ugh, this match got away from me. You know, he fought back so valiantly, but it was a little bit short in the end.
It was, and perhaps the change of surroundings, playing from a library due to a snowstorm in Minnesota, I'm sure that didn't help. It does look like Wesley's all right, like the internet was working, and at the end of the day, this was just a classic barn burner, Robert. And we've had so many of these in the SCC thus far.
And we know Wesley. He doesn't make excuses, right? The fact that he had to go to the library to compete, he's not going to use that as the reason he lost. I mean, he tied the match. Right? It was even with just about 10 minutes to go, and then Maxime won that game and has never looked back. So right now, they're still playing this last one. Good on them, and didn't just make a draw. I think for Wesley here, he's just making decent moves, improving his position, and the two bishops should be a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, we remind you that there is a part of the prize pool that is divided based on win percentage. So there might actually be like $200 or $300 on the line in this game alone. And, you know, for these players, for people like Wesley, he takes every single game seriously. He gives it his all, even though the match has been decided. And that's what we're looking for when we watch online chess matches.
And credit to him, because, you know, when he was down 4 points at some point, I think it was looking really bad. He could have just become dejected and thrown in the towel, but he has fought the entire way. Knight A3.
Doesn't work. Rook F2 at the end.
Rook F2 to start.
MVL trying to end with a flourish, but instead Wesley going to make it a cosmetic difference in score. The match has been decided, and bishop takes G5 should end it.
Yeah, just go for the attack, not the material. He takes on D4. He can take on A3 next, so he does get material anyway. And for Maxime, he still has a smile on his face. Yeah. This last game, he already won the match.
The smile of someone who knows that this game does not truly matter. He is going to resign it. And again, a purely cosmetic difference. Maxime has won by 4 points.
And he is a bracket buster, because only 30% of people who predicted this match, and only 15% of all brackets submitted, had this as a matchup. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, you know, he's got this little smile on his face. And you look at the scoreboard, it does all the talking. 6.5, 4.5. I think that's actually the Smarter Chess prediction for the bullet.
Yeah, good day for Team France. I think they're still beating Morocco. Maxime beating Wesley. They won. So vive la France. Très bien. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, another stellar performance as he knocks off one of the SCC stalwarts, dealing him the first ever loss against someone not named HN or MC.
That's right. And, well, you had an MC Hammer reference, and this one, it's been all fun. But right now, we're going to take a break and get Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in on the call for a post-match interview. But before we do, I want to remind everybody, put your questions in the chat. We may feature them. We'd love to ask Maxime the good questions that you asked. So please go do that right now while we go on a short break and bring the winner of this match into the call for the post-match interview. You'll hear from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in just a few.
Use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all of your favorite platforms. Just search chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Hikaru, Magnus, Botez, Hess, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
And we are joined by the Frenchman with 3 names, that is Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. He defeats Wesley So. Congratulations, Maxime. That was a tremendous performance. My first question for you is the opening choices. You were as diverse as I've ever seen you with your repertoire.
Yeah, it was a plan to sort of experiment, especially with black. I had a few ideas on what to do, especially in the Petrov. I even went for Accelerated Dragon in one game. I mean, went to a Solimo, but yeah, I just felt in good shape and well. But obviously, today was only. I mean, this match was not the biggest factor for French fans because at the same time, well, we qualified to finals. So
we'll definitely ask you your thoughts about that a little bit later. But Maxime, you held a lead for most of this match, and then in the bullet, it seemed like the first half of the bullet was all Wesley, and then when the match was tied, you flipped a switch. Did you make any conscious changes to your approach to the bullet, or do you feel like you just played the same way and things started to go your way once the match was tied?
Yeah, I feel like for a while, first of all, Wesley was playing incredibly well, and kudos to him for putting up such a fight because, well, in his playing conditions, stuck in a library, I mean, must not have been easy, but so yeah, first half of the bullet, I mean, not only was Wesley playing strong, but also I couldn't find my game. I couldn't play my moves freely, probably because I also kind of didn't have time to play bullet these days. Like compared to my match with Nepo, I had been practicing bullets quite a lot, and well, somehow I lost. You lose fast this ability, but then whenever I found a way to free up my moves, I think, of course, turning points was when I got back to +1, I think, with some tactics, and then suddenly I was playing much more liberated.
Yeah, I think that's a good word for it because your play seemed very free throughout the match. And well, when you jumped out to this big lead in the 5+1, how did you kind of just keep yourself composed? I know it's early stages, but with a big lead, sometimes I think players may slip a bit. But how did you kind of maintain your just chess focus at that moment?
Yeah, exactly. I was actually playing really quite well in the first section, and I had a couple of lucky breaks. Of course, this Berlin endgame, which somehow ended up in my favor with this ending up with 2 queens against 2 queens. But yeah, this was a bit of madness. And then I kind of let Wesley back into the match, especially with the next game, this Petrov, where I allowed him some nice tactics, but of course then later on I saw that I had this bishop takes f4 check, queen takes f6 that would have saved the day. And because I was just pawn up actually for most of the game, so I thought like maybe I make it to +5, and then essentially I don't think you can come back from that. And somehow, yeah, then things were not as smooth. I started doubting myself because for the first hour I was just playing mad chess.
Maxime, I have a bit of an odd question. When you prepare for players of your level, and this is a question both about Blitz and also classical, do you think in terms of strengths and weaknesses, like I want to get these types of positions, or do you feel that everybody by this point is so universal that the crux of your preparation is still just openings?
Well, everybody's kind of universal, that's for sure. And let's say you obviously want in the opening to play the strongest moves. But of course, okay, first of all, in Blitz, some instincts of the players, come back. And also I feel like, because now most of the time in the opening, you're not really looking for an advantage. So my thinking is which line should I play against which opponent, because maybe they had trouble with that line in the past, maybe because I feel like they don't want to keep tension, or on the contrary, they want to keep tension. So then I will play something a little bit more dull. And so of course, choices vary depending on your opponent, even at this level, because we still have like definite, strengths. Let's say we have like no real weakness. I mean, or maybe weaknesses compared to that level. But of course, all of us have this kind of, big strengths that we're trying to use.
Well, you're mentioning big strength, so I have to ask you: did you watch the chess boxing event at all that happened the other day?
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have watched because then I was playing an online tournament at 9 a.m. and I ended up staying up until 5 or something. So I watched most of the thing. I mean, I had an app just before the chess boxing event started, so that was all right. And I was actually quite impressed, especially with Aman, I must say. I didn't think he would get his boxing game so high up. And of course, with Andrea in the boxing, she was like maniac.
Yeah, that was nuts. Maxime, I'm not going to ask you whether you're going to be watching France versus Argentina. That would be a dumb question. Instead, I'm going to ask you what your style of watching is. When there are these important matches, do you usually watch at home alone, or do you like to go with friends?
I think for one thing, like at least it's not clashing with any of the speed chess. So this time I'm going to be watching for sure. Yeah. And let's say, of course, I want France to win. But at the same time, if Argentina wins and Messi gets, his first World Cup, I wouldn't mind, like, let's say against any other team than France, I would have voted for Argentina.
Yeah, it's fair. Big Messi fans around the world. But last question I have for you is actually about chess and about the SCC. You next play Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals. You, of course, famously defeated him a couple of years ago. How are you feeling heading into that matchup against the world champion, who remains the world champion for now until he gives up his title?
Well, I saw his performance yesterday. So, first thing is not to get adopted. This I would mind very much. And of course, if I play like consistently the way I played in the first half of this match against Wesley, I might have some chances. Like I know that with my style of play, and sometimes I find some tactics that Magnus doesn't find. Also, when he's in good shape, it's tough to actually outplay him even in that area. So, we'll see. Obviously, he'll come as a big favorite, and if he puts up a performance like he did against Fabi, it will be very tough. But no matter which kind of Magnus comes up on Friday, I mean, I will be ready for a big fight and, play my chances as best as I can.
Fantastic. Well, Maxime, that was very insightful. We'll be watching your match against Magnus very closely and with a lot of enthusiasm. Good luck in that tough match, and good luck to France.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maxime. And we send Maxime Vacher-Lagrave off to have a wonderful rest of his evening. He sent Wesley So goodbye in this event. He won 16.5, 12.5, and he moves on to face Magnus Carlsen. And something I've always, appreciated about Maxime is so humble, right? He just was like, I'll have a chance against Magnus. He beat Magnus in this exact format a couple years ago, and he's making it seem like, maybe if I'm fortunate, I can hang in there with him. He beat Magnus head-to-head just 2 years ago.
Yeah, he did. And there's nothing that gives you more confidence than having done it already. It's like with Grandmaster norms, with anything in chess, when you've done it already, it's possible. Under the right set of circumstances, it can happen again. And Magnus knows that as well. But Maxime has his priorities in order. Priority number one is don't get adopted. And as he himself admitted, if Magnus plays the same level that he played against Fabi, I mean, not even Conor McGregor can stop him from landing blow after blow. It's going to be a tough match for Maxime. It's going to be an epic match. And there's nothing I love more, Robert, than seeing an SCC match where both players are in good form.
After we just were talking about chess boxing and you mentioned Conor McGregor, I had to laugh because I visualized for a second what that would look like, and it
Maxime versus McGregor.
Yeah,
the matchup of the M's.
It wasn't a pretty vision in my head, but what is quite a pretty thing is the final four here in the Speed Chess Championship. Look at this bracket.
Oh, look
Hikaru
at that.
Nakamura, Nihal Sarin. We have Magnus Carlsen, and maybe a bit of a surprise because he was the 11th seed. I think he was underestimated, underseeded. It is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the reigning World Blitz champion, who has not competed that much online, making his way through to the semis. Danya, we are spoiled.
We are, and I don't remember the name of that game where you don't know the sentences, but you have to choose the word categories. Is it Mad Lib? Where you get sentences and you just got to name an adjective and the name a verb, and then the sentences sound absurd. Well, here, you can pick and choose blindly, whatever, Hikaru, Nihal, Carlsen, MVL, whichever matchup you're going to get in the finals is going to be absolutely epic, and both of these are going to be unmissable, literally must-watch TV, and I'm so glad that it doesn't conflict with France versus Argentina. So you have a massive lineup of entertainment if you're a chess and soccer fan.
You have a great lineup. You have no excuse. You better be here tomorrow when Hikaru Nakamura takes on Nihal Sarin. That is 6 a.m. Pacific time, and you will not want to miss these two absolute monsters, behemoths of Blitz and Bullet. Hikaru Nakamura, the reigning champion, Nihal Sarin, the upstart, the wonderkin, the CGC runner-up to Wesley So. He's in the semifinals for the second year in a row. He was defeated last year in a close match against Wesley So. So we'll see if he can take down Hikaru Nakamura. So Danya, we'll be having the call for that tomorrow. But before we sign off today and we round things up, I want to remind everybody of the Collegiate Chess League. Registration is open for the spring 2023 season of the Collegiate Chess League. If you're a university student and want to represent your school in the best online chess league for college students, sign up now. Don't miss your shot to make history in the biggest CCL season to date. Type the command CCL in the chat for more. Registration closes on January 13th. Woo, Danya, that was a mouthful, and what we just saw was just breathtaking stuff from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He started hot, he sort of fizzled a bit down the middle of the event, and then when it came to the finish line, he was able to take the lead and not let it go. So that was really a fun match, and unfortunate for Wesley So, but a great play from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Listen, a 4-hour airplane flight feels like 16 hours. A 4-hour SCC match, technically 3 hours of gameplay, feels like it lasts 5 minutes. I feel like I was just starting to commentate their first 5-minute game, which Wesley So won, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at so many points in this match, he needed to deliver. Wesley was creeping up on him. He tied the match in the bullet, but Maxime's composure, his verve, his energy, the energy with which he plays is mesmerizing to watch, and it leads to a blow for Wesley So as his SCC run comes to an end.
Yes, it does, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's run continues. He will face Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals, but first is tomorrow's action between Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin. But for now, on behalf of Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and myself, Grandmaster Robert Hess, we thank you all for watching. It's been an absolute treat to cover this event for you, and we'll see you tomorrow bright and early for Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin's semifinal match.